Luo Wen curled into a tight ball, unsure how long he stayed that way. But soon, something on top of his head began twitching unbidden, instinctive. A wave of sweetness drifted through the air, and an agonizing hunger clawed at his insides. Just great. Let me starve to death in peace, he grumbled, gritting his metaphorical teeth and trying to ignore the scent. He resolved to die slowly, with dignity. But the twitching continued, the phantom limbs atop his head moving more insistently. Irritated, he looked up and froze. Two stick-like appendages waved in front of him. What the hell? Antennae? I actually have antennae. Despair deepened. 10 minutes later, a small black insect crouched beside a large, gleaming white egg, devouring it with ravenous delight. Half the egg's size, the bug gnawed at the shell with frenzied mandibles. Each bite softened the outer layer as its saliva melted the hardened surface, and viscous liquid from within was slurped up like broth between solid mouthfuls. Damn, this tastes amazing, Luo Wen muttered, reluctantly enjoying himself. It wasn't surrender to hunger, he told himself. It was strategy to silence distraction. The egg's blinding whiteness in the pitch-dark space kept drawing his attention. Combined with his strange new insect vision, it gave him vertigo. Better to eliminate the eyesore. A full stomach might even help him die more comfortably. As he chewed, clarity began to surface. Luo Wen wasn't a stranger to strange tales, web novels, sci-fi dramas, transmigration tropes. He just never thought he'd star in one. And now, he'd been reborn as a bug. He was sure of it now, but something was off. Bugs usually hatched in clusters. Why was he alone? With no others around, he couldn't even gauge what he looked like. Was he a fearsome creature of legend or just a pathetic critter? Perhaps the old green-haired bastard or some biological instinct was responsible for this. Either way, the moment he started eating, Luo Wen found himself gradually accepting his new reality. He even started worrying about how he looked. After finishing more than half the egg, a strange satisfaction settled in his chest. He was full. And for now, he decided, death could wait. This was a second life, maybe there could be a third. At least he'd earned a bizarre new perspective. But just as he embraced the absurdity, reality punched him again. Something clicked. Like puzzle pieces snapping into place, fragments of instinct and memory surged through his mind. A soul and a body finally syncing. The infinite evolution insect. Ifi-ish? That's what I am. Luo Wen blinked. Okay, that actually sounds kind of badass. Then the next realization hit. Wait, that creepy old sorcerer did this on purpose. This wasn't an accident. Bastard. So much for a peaceful second death. He was now trapped in a premeditated transmigration experiment. The insect body offered little help. No powerful inherited memories or godlike cheat skills. Just fragmented instinct, and the ability to understand the old sorcerer's language, even if he'd never heard it before. Let me die already, Luo Wen muttered, curling back into a miserable ball. 30 minutes later, he was. Luo Wen curled into a tight ball, unsure how long he'd remained like that. Something shifted atop his head, moving on its own. A tantalizing aroma tickled his senses, and hunger gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. Perfect. Just let me starve to death, he muttered bitterly, resisting the scent that seemed determined to break his will. He tried calming his mind, intending to die by starvation, but whatever sat on his head refused to cooperate. It twitched and swayed more violently, fraying his already tattered nerves. Glancing up in frustration, Luo Wen froze. Two stick-like appendages waved in front of his eyes. What the hell? Antennae? I grew freaking antennae. His despair deepened. 10 minutes later, a small black insect crouched beside a massive white egg, devouring it hungrily. Though only half the egg's size, the insect's sharp mandibles tore through the shell with ferocity. As its saliva soaked the surface, the once hard shell softened rapidly. Between furious bites, it slurped up the egg's viscous contents, solid and liquid in perfect harmony. A full-course meal of crunchy entree and savory soup. Damn, this actually tastes amazing, Luo Wen exclaimed mid-chew. It wasn't hunger that had forced him to eat, at least that's what he told himself. No, it was the incessant aroma, the distracting glow of the white egg in his dark surroundings, and his new eyes, which rendered everything dizzyingly surreal. Eating it was just a way to focus, or so he claimed. Besides, with his belly full, he could properly prepare to starve himself later. As his thoughts cleared, Luo Wen began piecing together his bizarre new reality. In his former life, he'd been an internet-addled young man who consumed sci-fi shows, web novels, and random trivia like candy. Yet nothing had prepared him for such an abrupt death or this reincarnation. He had transmigrated into a bug. Yes, a bug. But that raised a question. Weren't insects born in clusters? Why was he alone? Without others to compare himself to, he couldn't even tell if he looked terrifying or pathetic. He suspected the green-haired old man from earlier, or perhaps some latent instinct within the insect body had a hand in this. In just a single meal, Luo Wen had gone from suicidal to worried about how he looked as a bug. Clearly, he was adjusting. After devouring most of the egg, he felt full. A strange sense of satisfaction bloomed in him. For now, his suicidal thoughts faded. When in Rome, live like a Roman, he mused. If this was a second life, maybe there'd be a third. At the very least, it was unique. Just as he began comforting himself, daring to feel hopeful, reality came crashing down once again. Something clicked. Perhaps his shifting mindset synchronized his soul with the insect's body. A sudden surge of memories, fragmented, primal, incomplete, rushed through his mind. The infinite evolution insect. Eevee-ish? So that's what he was now? Huh. That actually sounds kinda badass. Then it hit him. That wrinkled green-haired bastard. He did this to me? This wasn't an accident, it was on purpose. So much for dying heroically and reincarnating in peace. That door had slammed shut. Unfortunately, his insect brain retained only shallow recent data, no magical bloodline memories or overpowered inherited skills like in novels. Still, Luo Wen managed to piece things together. Though the green-haired old man had spoken in an unknown language, Luo Wen had understood every word. Ugh, just kill me now, he groaned, curling up again. Half an hour later, he was chewing on more eggshell, mulling over his situation with reluctant acceptance. The last thing the body remembered was being teleported away by that summoning circle. That left 3 possibilities: he was back on his original planet, still stuck on that sorcerer-ridden continent, or stranded somewhere completely foreign. Figuring out which it was could wait. More pressing was his environment. The towering rocks around him screamed danger. From the pitch-black atmosphere, he guessed he was underground. As the white egg disappeared, the darkness thickened. Yet his eyes still registered faint light, and something more, his antennae and the fine hairs along his legs picked up subtle vibrations. It was as if the earth itself whispered directions. Trusting this eerie feedback, Luo Wen began to dig. His front legs pulled stone toward his chest, while his middle and hind legs pushed debris behind him. 6 legs. Weird. But now, normal. Clumsy at first, he adapted quickly. Maybe he was just naturally gifted at being a bug. As he clawed upward, the rocks grew warmer until the heat made him sweat, if bugs even could sweat. Eventually, a brilliant light greeted him. He broke through to the surface and instantly regretted it. A blinding desert stretched endlessly before him. The yellow ground scorched his soft underbelly. He felt like he was being roasted alive. So, this was the surface. The rocks were just coarse sandstones. And unless he'd landed in a land of giants, Luo Wen realized he was tiny. For a bug, that was normal. But for a former human, it was a nightmare. Bristling from the heat, Luo Wen surveyed the barren horizon. No signs of vegetation. Just an endless sea of blazing sand. His vision, too, had changed. It reminded him of giant mall LED displays, made of countless little screens forming one coherent image. Except now, it wasn't screens, it was thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of minuscule visual units working in sync. Compound eyes, he figured. A standard bug feature. What no one told him, though, was that compound eyes came with horrific nearsightedness. Anything close was crystal clear. Anything far? A pixelated blur. He couldn't even find the sun, just a vague light source in the sky. Somehow, his new bug senses told him it was the only one. A marvel of evolution? Maybe. But Luo Wen wasn't in the mood to be impressed. Given the blazing heat, limited vision, and complete unknowns of this place, he quickly abandoned any ideas of noble martyrdom. If there wasn't another life waiting for him, he might as well make this one count. Raising his abdomen, Luo Wen burrowed back into the sand. Digging came naturally now. Up, down, sideways he carved tunnels like a veteran mole. Soon, he'd gone deep enough that the scorching heat gave way to cool soil. Tired and emotionally drained, he let himself rest. Curled up in the dark, his final thought before sleep was, I swear, I won't live the rest of my life with nearsighted bug eyes.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. When Luo Wen woke up again, he noticed that the temperature around him had dropped slightly. His stomach growled with hunger, but the eggshell was long gone. It baffled him that an eggshell twice his size had only been enough for 2 meals. He had no idea where all that food had gone. From this, however, he could deduce one thing: his appetite was massive. And while the saying goes, a good appetite is a blessing, it was anything but for Luo Wen in his current situation. The surface was a barren desert, and there was no sign of food anywhere. If this went on, he might starve to death in just a few days. The thought lit a fire under him. He had to find food. He refused to die a starving insect. Relying on his antennae and sensory leg hairs to orient himself, Luo Wen began clawing his way toward the surface. The further he climbed, the colder it became. He began to wonder if he was heading in the wrong direction, but his antennae and leg hairs insisted otherwise. With no other options, he gritted his metaphorical teeth and pressed on. Well, technically, his head was already hard and black, too. When he finally emerged from the sand, he froze in shock. The golden desert was gone, replaced by a silvery layer of frost covering the ground. For a moment, Luo Wen wondered if he had somehow teleported again. What is this place? The temperature difference between day and night is insane. It was night now, and the dim light barely illuminated his surroundings. Strangely, Luo Wen found he could now see up to 5 or 6 meters much farther than before. Was he a nocturnal bug? He wasn't sure. Even with his improved vision, the cool light source in the sky was still too blurry to discern. However, he could sense something else. There were 2 of them, 2 distinct light sources hung in the sky. During the day, there had only been one light source, giving Luo Wen hope that he might have been sent back to his home planet. But now, that hope was completely shattered. Based on his limited knowledge of astronomy, Luo Wen could reasonably conclude that at least 2 moons were orbiting this planet. Still, he accepted this reality rather quickly. After all, he had already been turned into a bug. What was one extra moon in the sky compared to that? The last few days had thrown so many shocks his way that he was starting to become numb to it all. His original 3 possibilities had been reduced to 2. He was either in the sorcerer's world or some other unknown realm. He just hoped it wasn't the sorcerer's world. That place seemed far too dangerous for a little bug like him. For now, though, survival took precedence. If he didn't find food soon, he wouldn't live long enough to figure out where he was. While no food was in sight, the frost-covered ground offered a potential source of water. Luo Wen decided to fill his belly with frost for now and worry about food later. His mouth parts extended a little longer than he expected, with a mushroom-like cap at the tip. The cap spread flat and adhered to the frosty surface, while tiny hidden teeth scraped rapidly against the ice, grinding off small shavings. Aided by his tongue, yes, bugs apparently had tongues, much to his horror, he sucked the ice particles into his body. Luo Wen had no idea what he looked like while eating, and he didn't want to know. He simply followed his instincts and let his body do the work. After a long while, all he'd managed was a shallow depression in the frost. His eating efficiency was dismal, but with no other options, he kept going. The cold liquid trickled into his stomach, and Luo Wen began to feel his entire body stiffen. His thoughts turned sluggish, and his fading consciousness brought back an old human memory, wintertime, when mosquitoes and flies mysteriously vanished. That's when it hit him he was a bug now. Bugs don't survive well in the cold. And here he was, out in freezing weather, drinking ice-cold water. Was he trying to kill himself? Panicked, Luo Wen snapped out of his stupor and scrambled back underground along the path he had come. This place is insane. Too hot during the day, too cold at night. When am I supposed to go out looking for food? He had planned to scout the area a bit more after drinking his fill, hoping to find something edible, but now that was out of the question. Once he was safely back underground, Luo Wen didn't feel like resting anymore, nor could he afford to. He needed to find a reliable food source as soon as possible. If the surface was too dangerous, then he'd look underground. He had an incredible talent for digging, after all. It would be a waste not to use it. Determined, Luo Wen picked a random direction and began tunneling. His antennae twitched constantly as he worked, sending him both new sensory experiences and useful information. They seemed to function as both a nose and ears, allowing him to detect smells and hear sounds. Midway through his digging, his antennae picked up a strange scent from the lower left. The unfamiliar smell stirred hope in Luo Wen. It could mean food. Excited, he quickened his pace, tunneling toward the source of the scent. But as the smell grew stronger, Luo Wen's caution returned. He was here to find food, not to become someone else's meal. At the moment, his body was still tiny, smaller than a typical houseefly, and he had only just been born. He hadn't had any time to learn bug-style combat skills. If he encountered a living creature capable of fighting back, there was a good chance he'd lose. Better to be careful and think things through. Focusing on his insect instincts, Luo Wen's body became hyper-alert. The fine hairs on his legs, and even those covering his entire body, stood on end. The vibrations coming from the front left filtered through his senses and coalesced into information in his mind. After analyzing it, he came to a conclusion. There were living creatures ahead, likely 3 or 4 of them. They were moving slowly and seemed smaller than him. It should be safe to check them out, but if anything went wrong, he'd run. There was no shame in retreating. He didn't know anyone here, so who cared if he lost face? Carefully, Luo Wen clawed at the sandy soil in front of him. His digging techniques proved less effective here. The loose sand he had been working with earlier was easier to handle. The firmer, more compact soil presented a challenge. Thankfully, this area wasn't fully solid. It was a mix of sand and soil. While it slowed him down slightly, he could still make progress. The soil's better structural integrity also worked in his favor. It allowed him to create stable tunnels, which he reinforced as he went. He carefully moved the displaced sand and soil to the looser layers above, ensuring a clear escape route if things went south. After some effort, Luo Wen had dug a tunnel just large enough for his body to pass through. This way, he could retreat quickly if needed. As he drew closer to his target, his movements became more deliberate and his body tensed further. Finally, after scraping away another layer of dirt, a round, plump, white translucent bug rolled into view. The creature's body was segmented into over 10 sections, though only the first few bore 3 pairs of stubby limbs. Its yellowish head looked rather harmless, but Luo Wen was horrified to see it had a pair of huge mandibles. The bug was about the same size as Luo Wen, perhaps slightly smaller. Suddenly unearthed from the soil, it squirmed helplessly, curling and stretching its body while emitting faint hissing noises in an attempt to scare Luo Wen off. Watching the little white bug struggle to flip itself upright, Luo Wen's fear melted away, replaced by growing confidence. He sneered inwardly. Oh, you think I'm scared of you just because you've got a pair of big teeth? Think again, little guy. Underscore 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 underscore. Reality proved that even though Luo Wen wasn't afraid of the white grubs, his current weaponry and equipment were utterly useless against them. The white grub's skin appeared delicate and transparent, as if it could break with a single poke. However, it was incredibly tough, at least from Luo Wen's perspective at the moment. His striding limbs, small claws, and proboscis-like mouthparts were powerless against the white grubs. At this moment, he couldn't help but envy their massive fangs. Watching the fat white grub roll around incessantly as if mocking him, "Come on, do your worst." Luo Wen felt his frustration rise. If he were still human, he could have crushed the white grub into a burst of pulp with just 2 fingers. But thinking about it, the notion felt revolting, so he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The presence of this white grub here meant there had to be food nearby, otherwise, it wouldn't be so lively and energetic. "Just you wait. I'll eat up all your food and starve you to death. Let's see how cocky you'll be then." Luo Wen glared menacingly at the white grub. Without paying it any further attention, he resumed digging. Before long, he unearthed a few more siblings of the white grub. This discovery irritated Luo Wen even more. Why did other insects live in colonies, yet he was all alone? After brushing these annoying worms aside, the soil crumbled to reveal the food they had been guarding. A section of an unknown plant's root emerged from the dirt. Its grayish-brown surface bore several fresh bite marks. Judging from the shape, Luo Wen guessed they had been left by the white grubs. He pressed his proboscis against one of the wounds on the root and began licking. A trickle of liquid slid down his tongue into his esophagus, eventually reaching his abdomen. After only a few licks, the wound stopped oozing. Luo Wen switched to another wound, but each dried up after only a few tries. By the time he had licked his way around the root, he was only about a third full. Attempting to enlarge the wounds with his mouthparts proved futile. After some thought, he shoved one of the rolling white grubs next to the root. As expected, the mindless creature immediately sank its fangs into the food, creating a fresh wound from which tantalizing sap flowed. Luo Wen promptly kicked the worm away and took over the spot for himself. Thanks to the assistance of his tool bug, Luo Wen finally managed to satiate his hunger and quench his thirst. Feeling full and satisfied, he nudged the tool bug back toward the root and kicked the other white grubs even further away. Returning along the tunnel to the sandy layer above, Luo Wen decided to rest. The digging earlier had drained a significant amount of his energy, and the discovery of food had eased his anxiety, allowing him to relax. As for why he chose to travel all the way back to the sandy layer instead of resting near the root, Luo Wen feared that, despite the white grub's herbivorous appearance, they might still bite him on a whim. With his small limbs, those massive fangs could easily sever them. Even if they didn't attack him, waking up to find those fangs dangling in front of his face would be unsettling. After weighing the options, he decided it was safer to rest further away. When Luo Wen awoke again, he had no idea how much time had passed. His once full belly was now empty and growling with hunger. Trying to scratch his abdomen with his forelimbs, Luo Wen suddenly noticed something strange. A new pair of limbs had grown in front of his original forelimbs. These new appendages looked incredibly strong. Their ends resembled rake-like claws, with 4 stubby, robust prongs slightly curved inward. Ephiish, infinite evolution insect, Luo Wen thought of the term inexplicably, and its meaning became clear to him. Before sleeping, he had grumbled about how ineffective his small claws were for digging through dirt. Upon waking, he had grown a pair of limbs that were perfect for the job. For a moment, his thoughts wandered to a game he'd played in his previous life, where there was a type of self-destructing insect. Luo Wen wanted to slap himself. What was he thinking? If he grew something bizarre while sleeping, something that exploded as soon as he woke up, where would he even go to complain? Still, what determined these evolutionary changes? Next time he rested, he would need to give it serious thought. But for now, filling his stomach was the priority. The new rake-like limbs proved to be exceptionally efficient. The prongs easily penetrated the soil, dislodging large chunks with each motion. Strangely, Luo Wen noticed his sense of direction had improved dramatically since becoming an insect. In his human life, he was notoriously bad at navigation, relying on GPS even for short trips. Now, in this pitch-dark underground maze where every direction looked the same, he instinctively knew where to go. He quickly found his way back to the previous tunnel without taking a single wrong turn. Some parts of the tunnel had collapsed, but what had taken great effort to dig through with his small claws before was now a breeze with his new limbs. He now had 8 appendages, though he had never paid much attention to insect anatomy in his previous life. While he had killed his fair share of flies and mosquitoes, he'd never bothered counting their legs. Insects came in so many varieties, and having more legs seemed normal. Take centipedes. For example, he remembered a childhood story about a centipede putting on shoes, which his kindergarten teacher used to tell before nap time. He had never stayed awake long enough to hear the centipede finish. Of course, those legs were natural. His, on the other hand, seemed to grow based on need. Luo Wen worried about what he might turn into if this continued, but then he laughed at himself. He was already an insect, why worry about appearances? It wasn't as though insects had dating standards, he thought. Then again, who knew? He hadn't met any others of his kind yet, so he had no idea what insect aesthetics were like. Suddenly, another thought struck him: was he male or female? Did insects even have that? He tried feeling for something but found nothing. Could he be a female? If he were still human, his face would undoubtedly have gone pale at this realization. Distraught, Luo Wen reached the plant root again, only to find the white grubs feasting gleefully. Fury surged within him. He rushed forward and kicked them away one by one. Licking the delicious sap while watching the white grubs squirm and roll in frustration, Luo Wen felt much better. As expected, happiness is built on the misery of other insects. Underscore 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 underscore. Ephiish, the infinite evolution insect. When adequately fueled, they can adapt to harsh environments through rapid evolution, ensuring their survival. But what if a bug's constant melancholy and desire for death compromised this evolutionary drive? Could Luo Wen's current optimism be linked to his ability to evolve? Luo Wen didn't know and didn't care to think about it deeply. One way or another, he had quickly and naturally accepted his new identity in a short amount of time. More importantly, he had already begun taking proactive steps to improve his quality of life. For instance, instead of returning to his original path after eating his fill, Luo Wen chose to dig deeper underground to construct a new nest. With the help of his newly evolved rake-like appendages, he could burrow into a denser layer of soil further below, where the earth was more compact and structurally sound, reducing the risk of collapses. In just half a day, he excavated a chamber roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Given that his body was smaller than a fingernail, the room felt quite spacious. He lined the floor with dry sand and stones to keep the ground from becoming damp, though he wasn't sure if insects could get arthritis. Once his new home was complete, Luo Wen dug several connected tunnels leading to it. Some served as main entrances, while others were emergency escape routes. These pathways interlinked, and their entrances were sealed with dirt, making it difficult for any intruders to find them. Additionally, he dug out a separate area as a latrine, far from his main chamber. A long passageway connected it, lined with soft sand to block any odors from wafting back. This effort seemed excessive, considering Luo Wen hadn't relieved himself since his birth. Lying in his cozy new chamber, Luo Wen began contemplating his bug life. From his observations, it was clear that he possessed remarkable evolutionary abilities. However, the mechanism behind this evolution and its limitations remained unclear. So far, he had experienced only one obvious evolution, and there might have been others more subtle that he hadn't noticed yet. More time and data would be needed to uncover the full extent of his abilities. However, he didn't know how much time he had. From his limited knowledge of entomology, he was aware that most insects didn't live very long. Even though his species sounded impressive, he hadn't been given a manual at manufacturing to confirm how long he could survive. Moreover, this wasn't Earth, and he wasn't an Earth species. The knowledge from his old world might not even apply here. After much thought, he ended up where he started without enough information. Everything was just speculation. Still, he recalled his previous trip to the surface. While he couldn't measure the temperature precisely, it had definitely been below freezing. He had spent a fair amount of time outside, even drinking lots of cold liquid, yet aside from some discomfort, he had bounced back after a nap without any ill effects. If an insect on Earth endured such conditions, it would likely end up partially paralyzed. This suggested that his current situation couldn't be measured by earthly standards, especially given his patchy and dubious knowledge. Having exhausted his train of thought, Luo Wen managed to kill some time through pure imagination. In his previous life, Luo Wen had been inseparable from his phone, reading, browsing videos, anything to pass the time. Now, without such distractions, he found the hours unbearably slow and realized he needed to find new activities. No sooner had he thought this than he acted. After a moment of consideration, Luo Wen decided to eat again. He had worked hard moving to his new home and needed to celebrate with something good. With the reluctant help of his tool bug, Luo Wen soon had his fill. But once again, boredom set in. Not wanting to rest just yet, he decided to dig along the route he'd been feeding on, curious to see where it led. During his previous trips to the surface, he hadn't noticed any vegetation, partly due to his extreme nearsightedness. His curiosity about what desert plants on this alien planet might look like drove him forward. Following the route, Luo Wen discovered more of the white grub's siblings along the way. From the looks of it, they were a large family. Luo Wen felt no envy. Numbers didn't matter when they were all just a bunch of foolish tool bugs. The path sloped upward gradually, and Luo Wen had no idea how long he had been digging when he encountered a much thicker root. It turned out the previous route was merely a lateral offshoot. As he continued, more roots branched out, their numbers increasing until they became a dense network of large roots spreading into unknown regions. The temperature around him rose steadily. Fine, thread-like roots began to appear, distinctly different from the larger ones. As he dug upward, the surroundings grew brighter. It seemed to be daytime above. Having already experienced one day-night cycle, Luo Wen could now estimate the time based on the light levels underground. Slowing his pace, Luo Wen became more alert, his fine hairs standing on end as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Underground, his digging speed gave him a clear advantage. On the surface, however, even a fingernail-sized opponent might overwhelm him. Near his new home, soil at this depth had already transitioned to sandy layers. Here, however, possibly due to the dense root network, the soil remained compacted, without any signs of sandification. This layer presented new dangers. Through vibrations in the ground, Luo Wen could sense numerous hollow tunnels surrounding him. These were more intricate than the passages he had constructed at his home. Within them, he detected movements and sounds of unknown creatures. Carefully avoiding these passages, Luo Wen continued his slow ascent. Finally, after breaking through a shallow layer of sandy soil, he reached the surface. It was indeed daytime. Beside him stood a cluster of massive weeds, with more scattered around. Most of their leaves had withered and yellowed. It seemed the fine roots he had seen earlier belonged to these plants. In the distance loomed a colossal tree. By Luo Wen's rough estimate, it would take hundreds of him linking arms to encircle the trunk. This excursion yielded several revelations. First, Luo Wen discovered he wasn't nocturnal. In daylight, he could see as far as 5 or 6 meters. It seemed his repeated wish not to be nearsighted had been granted. His vision had improved significantly. Still, it wasn't enough. The towering tree, for instance, was mostly a blur. He could only make out part of it. Details like its height, leaves, flowers, or fruit remained beyond his sight. Clearly, his vision still had room for evolution. Secondly, Luo Wen noticed that he wasn't as affected by heat as before. Whether this was due to increased heat resistance or the shade of the tree remained to be seen. He made a mental note to find a sunny spot later for comparison. Finally, he discovered the owners of the underground tunnels. Among the weeds, several ant-like creatures appeared. They were yellowish-brown, with round heads, long antennae, 6 slender legs, and disproportionately large, hook-like mandibles that were half their body size, distinctly menacing. These creatures surrounded Luo Wen in an unfriendly manner. Using the small pores on his rear as a makeshift gut instinct, Luo Wen guessed they weren't here to welcome him. Underscore 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 underscore. As it turned out, Luo Wen's earlier suspicion about the small hole near his rear end was correct. The ant-like creatures were exceptionally aggressive. One of the closest ants swayed its antennae, its 6-jointed limbs slightly bending before springing forward all at once, launching itself right at Luo Wen. Its hooked mandibles lifted slightly before clamping down in a swift motion, aiming to lock onto him. Of course, Luo Wen wasn't about to roll over and take it. While his compound eyes were terribly nearsighted, their thousands of lenses forming individual images gave him excellent dynamic vision. To put it into perspective, if a human eye found watching a screen with a 60 Hz refresh rate smooth and lag-free, Luo Wen's dynamic vision was 10 times better. For him, that 60 Hz screen would seem like a slideshow, stuttering between frames for what felt like an eternity. Yet, the ant's launch speed was so fast that it exceeded the reaction threshold of human vision. Even for Luo Wen, while he could track its movements, there was no bullet time advantage. He quickly used 3 of his elongated striding limbs on one side to kick against the ground, propelling himself into a roll and narrowly avoiding the attacking mandibles. The close call left Luo Wen drenched in cold sweat. His current insect body lacked the flexibility of a human's. Movements humans could execute with ease, such as rolling, were tremendously taxing for him. This time, he was lucky. After rolling twice, he ended up belly down, still sprawled on the ground. If his push-off had been weaker, or if any other mishap had occurred leaving him flipped belly up, it would have spelled disaster. In his current form, flipping over was a monumental task, leaving him entirely at the mercy of the ants. One-on-one, Luo Wen felt he could handle these ants, which were slightly smaller than him. But clearly, they had no intention of fighting fair, showing every sign of ganging up on him. Discretion being the better part of valor, Luo Wen raised his rear and prepared to flee. On the ground, he couldn't match the ants' speed, but he had his own advantage. Despite his short tenure as an insect, he had already observed that while their forelimbs were adequate for clawing at sand and gravel, they were woefully unsuited for digging through soil. The ground here was layered with loose sand and gravel, but beneath it lay soil. If he could burrow into the soil layer, he'd be safe. Unfortunately, Luo Wen underestimated the ants' launch speed and range. Several ants leaped simultaneously, their mandibles clamping onto him just as half his body disappeared into the dirt. 2 even pierced his abdomen, collectively pulling to drag him back out. If they succeeded, it would be game over for Luo Wen. Determined to survive, he desperately clawed at the ground with his digging limbs, braced his midlimbs against nearby gravel, and kicked frantically with his hind legs. One of the ants gripping Luo Wen's abdomen surged forward. In addition to its conspicuous hooked mandibles, it had a pair of smaller, pincer-like black-brown jaws near its mouth. Luo Wen's flailing hind leg happened to strike directly in front of its jaws. The ant reacted quickly, snapping down on the leg. Whether other insects felt pain, Luo Wen didn't know, but he was sure of one thing: he currently had no pain sensation. Otherwise, with his injuries, a human body would have passed out long ago from the agony. As if this weren't enough, some of the ants stabilized themselves with their 6 legs, raised their thoraxes vertically, and stretched their abdomens forward until they were even with their heads, resembling scorpions about to sting. Their swollen abdomens pulsed, and from the nozzle at the tip, a turbid liquid spurted forth. Upon contact with air, the liquid emitted a wisp of white smoke. The liquid arced through the air, landing precisely around Luo Wen, splattering parts of his posterior abdomen. The contact caused small, pitted wounds as his body was corroded. Crap, Luo Wen thought bitterly. These shameless creatures are using fecal spray attacks? And it's toxic? I've never seen a species so devoid of honor. Faced with a life-or-death situation, Luo Wen seemed to muster strength from every fiber of his being, even his bristles standing on end. After a desperate struggle, he finally broke free, burrowing completely into the gravel layer and disappearing from view. Once underground, Luo Wen left the ants far behind. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of his rear hole. Now temporarily safe, Luo Wen stopped. Exhausted, he found himself in a pitiful state. Both his hind legs bore bite marks of varying severity, one of them broken in the middle and missing a large segment. Fortunately, with so many legs, losing two wasn't a significant hindrance to his mobility. His posterior half, while affected by the corrosive spray, didn't sustain as much damage as he'd feared. Likely, the brief exposure and limited dosage caused only superficial injuries, sparing his internal structure. Unable to see his own back, Luo Wen could only sense that the damage wasn't too severe. However, the wound on his abdomen was another story. The soft abdomen had been torn open at the third segment from the rear, leaving it barely attached to his body by a thin strip of skin. Internal organs or whatever constituted them in his current form had trailed out along the way, leaving nothing left to spill. Good thing I'm an insect now. If I were human and this gutted, I'd definitely be dead. Even though he wasn't dead yet, Luo Wen had no idea how much longer he could hold on with such severe injuries. But there was little he could do. No bandages or gauze were available, and even if they were, his current limbs couldn't manage the dexterity for such tasks. What he wouldn't give for access to the internet right now, to post his predicament and tack on a desperate plea, urgent, need help? But that was wishful thinking. Luo Wen suspected these idle thoughts were a sign he was nearing death, his mind starting to wander. Vibrations sensed by his bristles snapped him back to reality. The ants were tracking him by the trail of fluid his wounds left behind. This place was no longer safe. Raising his rear again, Luo Wen resumed digging. Earlier, he'd noticed that the ants and their tunnels didn't extend to the deeper underground layers. It seemed they preferred not to live there, and their forelimbs were ill-suited for excavating soil. If he continued downward, he could lose them for good. Luo Wen had no idea how long he had been digging. His consciousness began to blur. Though he felt no pain, his grievous injuries left him physically and mentally drained. Through the haze, he sensed familiar vibrations ahead, white bugs gnawing at tree roots. Using the last of his strength, Luo Wen crawled forward. Sure enough, a fat, white grub was using its large mandibles to strip bark and feast on the succulent sap. Without hesitation, Luo Wen kicked the grub aside and latched onto the wound in the tree root, furiously licking at the sap. The cool, slightly sweet liquid flowed down his throat into his body, reaching his abdomen, only to leak out through his wound. Luo Wen felt a wave of despair. Weakly, he burrowed a short distance to the side before his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. When Luo Wen regained consciousness, he had no idea how much time had passed. Though he remained motionless, the bristles on his body informed him that the white grub beside him was still tirelessly gnawing at the tree root. Still an insect, huh? How am I even alive after all this? He had harbored a sliver of hope, wishing that death might grant him a third life or return him to his previous one. Unexpectedly, this seemingly impressive insect species turned out to have an astonishing vitality. Despite being gutted, with food passing straight through his body without nourishment, he had somehow survived. It was truly unbelievable. But there was no time for amazement. A quick inspection of his body revealed that the 3 abdominal segments dangling from his abdomen had shriveled and detached, lying discarded nearby. The wound had healed, but no new body segments had grown to replace them, leaving his body visibly shorter. He couldn't see the injuries on his back, but they didn't seem to be serious. The wound on his broken hind leg had also healed, although it hadn't regrown. His hunger was now extreme. Since his rear had healed, this meant that the food he ate would now stay inside. Dragging his weakened body, Luo Wen forced himself back to the tree root. The white grub was still contentedly sipping sap. Without hesitation, he kicked it aside and moved into feed. After licking his fill, he grabbed the white grub and opened another sap wound. Repeating this cycle several times, Luo Wen finally felt full. Having eaten his fill, fatigue overtook him once again. Ignoring everything else, Luo Wen dragged himself back to his hiding spot and passed out. Thus began a routine of waking, kicking the white grub, feeding, and collapsing back into unconsciousness. After countless repetitions, Luo Wen's spirit finally recovered. Around him lay scattered molts from his shedding. By now, his appearance had drastically changed. First, his eyes had grown significantly larger, taking up nearly half of his head. His field of vision had expanded dramatically, resembling a 360-degree wide-angle camera that allowed him to see even his own back. For the first time, Luo Wen could observe his back. Although he didn't know what it had looked like before, he noticed a small patch of hard armor there, while the rest of his long abdomen had been exposed. This vulnerability explained why the ants had been able to target his abdomen so easily. Now, his neck area sported an expanded shoulder plate that stretched to cover his sides, greatly increasing his lateral defense. That wasn't all. Behind this shoulder plate, a semicircular back plate had grown, shielding his shortened abdomen. His entire back now resembled a 7-spotted ladybug, except his back armor was solid black and covered with bristles. His previously maimed hind leg had fallen off entirely, only to regrow, thicker and more robust than before, bristling with sharp spines. In addition, he discovered 2 new hind legs capable of bending in reverse. If he were to flip onto his back, his now rounder body might make flipping over even harder. But on the contrary, these new hind legs could press against the ground and push him upright. Lastly, his mouthparts had undergone a transformation. His previous lapping sucking mouthparts had shrunk significantly, and now, as if driven by a subconscious desire to avoid relying on the white grub, he had grown the large mandibles he had longed for. He could finally drink sap independently. The myriad problems he had encountered in his prior struggles had all been addressed during this evolution. Luo Wen couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Ephiish, you're incredible." Even with his comprehensive enhancements, Luo Wen had no intention of immediately seeking revenge on the ants. 2 fists couldn't fend off 4 hands, let alone the many hands the ants had. Through this intensive, multifaceted evolution, Luo Wen had gained a better understanding of his body. Firstly, evolution adhered to the principle of energy conservation, which explained his repeated need to eat throughout the process. Secondly, when faced with certain challenges, his body would instinctively activate the most suitable genes from its internal gene pool. Sufficient energy expedited this activation. For example, when he had trouble digging earlier, his recently replenished energy stores had quickly enabled him to grow digging limbs. Luo Wen sensed that as he continued to grow and mature, he might eventually be able to actively choose which genes to activate. The diversity of the gene pool, however, depended on the insect's mother. If the egg had been laid under ideal conditions, it would be stocked with abundant resources. The opposite was also true. Unfortunately, Luo Wen belonged to the latter group. Like most Ephiish offspring, he had been hastily laid as a last resort, leaving him with barely any genetic inventory. His pool only contained basic genes for digging, feeding, and minor resistances like fire and frost, just enough to survive the larval stage. But even this was sufficient. After surviving the vulnerable early stage, larvae would inevitably encounter a vast array of organisms, witnessing their unique strengths and abilities, and then selecting the most suitable ones to arm themselves. This realization led Luo Wen to reconsider. Perhaps his initial understanding had been wrong. The lack of advanced genetic material might not have been due to oversight but rather a deliberate, calculated decision. Every Ephiish's environment was unique, exposing them to wildly different organisms. Without first-hand experience, activating random genetic sequences would waste energy at best. At worst, it could result in maladaptive traits. Perhaps long ago, some Ephiish had recklessly activated untested gene sequences in response to difficulties, only to exacerbate their problems or even lose their lives. It was possible that leaving only basic genetic fragments was itself an evolutionary adaptation. Reflecting on this, Luo Wen felt the decision made perfect sense. It was as if someone had left a gene for self-destruction in the pool. If one day he desperately sought a quick way to boost power with minimal side effects, the gene pool, lacking wisdom, might instinctively suggest this extreme solution. Unaware of its function, he might activate it and wake up as a living bomb. Luo Wen maliciously speculated that some predecessors might have encountered such a fate. For now, Luo Wen could finally rest easy, no longer fearing that impulsive thoughts might lead to his doom. Underscore 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 underscore. So, how does one enrich their genetic library? The method was surprisingly simple. Pick a creature with desirable traits and eat it. The prerequisite, of course, was that you could defeat it in the first place. That's not simple at all, Luo Wen muttered under his breath. Fortunately, he had a creature on hand that he could easily handle. He began considering what traits the white grub might offer him. Its plump, white, soft body, its sluggish movements, its stubby, awkward limbs. So far, the only thing that had piqued his interest was its prominent mandibles, but he'd already grown his own pair. With that thought, Luo Wen realized that the only creature he could currently defeat had no practical value to him. He felt a twinge of frustration. But then he reconsidered perhaps there was some value after all. Meat offered far more energy than sap or plant roots. Luo Wen had long been curious about how the white grub tasted. Was it really like crispy chicken? Unfortunately, his previous mandibles had been too weak, and his claws too ineffective, to penetrate the grub's tough hide. Now that he had a pair of sharp mandibles, it was finally time to give it a try. The body of the Ephiish was subtly altering his mind. In his previous life as a human, he would never have dreamed of eating a grub, let alone raw. But now, he found the white grub's tender flesh surprisingly enticing. Looking at the grub before him, Luo Wen hesitated. This particular one was an old acquaintance, a trusty tool during his recovery. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Wen decided to let it go. I really am a kind-hearted insect, he sighed, quietly patting himself on the back. Digging a bit further, he soon unearthed another white grub. This one hadn't helped him at all. It wasn't a familiar grub, so there was no need to feel bad about eating it. Luo Wen's sharp mandibles tasted their first battle and achieved resounding success. The grub's previously impenetrable skin was easily pierced. Ignoring its frantic writhing, Luo Wen extended his lapping and sucking mouthparts into its body. He quickly discovered a problem. His mouthparts needed further evolution. Eating meat was still awkward. These mouthparts were excellent for consuming soft substances, such as liquids or gels. However, when faced with anything tougher like meat, they lacked the necessary strength. The grub gradually stopped struggling as its body deflated. Luo Wen withdrew his mouthparts and wiped his abdomen with his midlimbs before moving to a tree root nearby. He bit into it and drank some sap, finally sated. The taste was decent overall, and Luo Wen nodded in satisfaction. From now on, he could officially consider himself a carnivorous insect. Leaving behind the drained husk of the grub, Luo Wen burrowed back to his self-constructed home. It looked exactly as he had left it. No unexpected visitors had dropped by. Lying in his chamber, Luo Wen began contemplating after his meal. Enriching his genetic library was definitely a priority, but it wasn't urgent. During this latest evolution, he had learned more about his body. Beyond his genetic repository, there was information about his lifespan. The Ephiish was, after all, an extraordinary species in this world. Even its larvae had a lifespan of at least a century, and as they matured, this lifespan would only increase. How long he could ultimately live was unknown, especially since continuous evolution would accompany his growth. What a mature Ephiish might become was beyond even the imagination of its progenitor. In this foreign land, any creature with a bizarre appearance or mysterious origin was often attributed to the Ephiish. Whether such claims were true or not was anyone's guess. Of course, the information Luo Wen had received made no such assertions. The insect that left these messages had no concept of time, it only knew it had lived for a very, very long time. Its method of measurement was peculiar, the rise and fall of 3 kingdoms. Luo Wen mulled over this for a while. A kingdom's establishment and collapse could hardly occur in a short span based on his knowledge from his previous life. 3 kingdoms. That could be an unimaginable length of time. History wasn't his strong suit, so he couldn't calculate precisely. Regardless, he now had an explanation for his lifespan, which eased his mind considerably. After all, he had always thought of insects as short-lived creatures. As for how that ancient insect managed to end its own existence, Luo Wen couldn't find any clues, even after repeatedly reviewing the information. Well, so be it. Luo Wen wasn't too concerned, he was only mildly curious. With the pressure of time gone and an ample food supply secured, he felt relaxed. The roots of the great tree spread over an unknown expanse, hosting countless white grubs. Given his current size, it would take a long time to consume them all. Furthermore, these grubs were clearly larvae of some other insect. What did their adults look like? How often did they reproduce? How long did it take for new eggs to hatch or larvae to reach their current size? Luo Wen realized he now had a long-term research goal. If these white grubs were a quickly regenerating resource, his food supply problem was effectively solved. As for the yellow earth ants, Luo Wen considered himself above holding grudges. However, now that he was an insect, vengeance was a given. He wasn't in a hurry, though. He decided to bide his time and grow stronger first. Even if he didn't evolve new abilities for a while, he could continue enhancing his existing genetic fragments. He could become stronger, his exoskeleton thicker, and his defenses and resistances more formidable. Those ants were the second species he had encountered in this unfamiliar world, and they represented an excellent source of genetic material. Their spring-loaded movements, hook-like mandibles, and feces-spraying magic attacks, all of these would be his eventually. Thinking about that last point made him annoyed. Everyone else was fighting hand-to-hand, and suddenly they pulled out a disgusting ranged attack. Who does that? Oh right, they weren't human. Still, if it weren't for those surprise attacks, Luo Wen was confident he wouldn't have fled so pathetically. He might have even taken a few of them down with him. Immersed in his imagination, Luo Wen's consciousness gradually drifted into darkness. A strange noise and intense vibrations startled him awake. Luo Wen swiftly climbed to his feet. His fine hairs bristled as the bizarre sound persisted. Something was happening on the surface. Insects might not possess curiosity, but Luo Wen had the soul of a human, and humans were inherently curious, often dangerously so. After pacing a few laps, he couldn't resist his growing curiosity and decided to investigate. As he climbed, Luo Wen's thoughts wandered. Maybe 2 colossal beasts were battling it out above, and a few drops of their blood might accidentally fall on him, catapulting him to the pinnacle of insect life. He chuckled to himself. That's how these stories always go. The more he imagined, the more excited he became, quickening his pace. But as the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat, or in this case, the insect. When Luo Wen neared the surface, he realized the strange noise was merely howling wind. The vibrations were caused by sand whipping against the ground. Feeling a bit deflated, he decided to retreat. Suddenly, a sense of immense danger washed over him, causing his fine hairs to stand on end. Before he could react, a powerful force lifted him into the air, along with the surrounding sand and stones. Luo Wen felt he had been too reckless. After realizing there was a storm outside, he should have retreated immediately instead of staying to daydream. Didn't he know that being a spectator came with risks? Now, not only had he been forced into a front row seat, but he'd also been dragged into the performance. If given another chance, he would stay in his burrow no matter what happened outside. He'd stake his pride on not moving a muscle. The sky was pitch black, with the ferocious storm howling like a ghost. It whipped up a barrage of sand and stones, which, under the storm's force, shot forward like bullets. Unfortunately, Luo Wen was directly in the path of the onslaught. Though his small body made for a minor target, the density of the sandstorm ensured countless particles still struck him. Luo Wen curled all his limbs toward his head, shielding his compound eyes with his digging limbs. The rest of his legs surrounded his head as best they could. He twisted his body to present his back to the storm's direction. His newly grown shoulder plates and dorsal armor offered considerable protection. Though he felt no pain, the fine hairs on his exoskeleton told him the sand and stones had not yet breached his defenses. Despite this, the relentless impacts sent his body tumbling through the air, making it nearly impossible to maintain balance. Amid the disorienting spins, his unprotected abdomen bore the brunt of the damage. The dorsal armor covered much of it, but the sandstorm's 360-degree assault spared no part of his body. His already shortened abdomen took another round of severe hits. Luo Wen didn't have the luxury of addressing his abdominal injuries. Nor did he bother keeping his back to the storm, as constant tumbling and the storm's unpredictable gusts rendered his efforts futile. Finally, he resorted to curling his neck, shielding his head with his limbs, and leaving his fate to luck. He'd survived an abdominal injury before, but a crushed head would mean certain death. He still had so much time to live, he didn't want his journey to end prematurely. The world around him was shrouded in darkness. The howling winds and flying debris disoriented him completely. Not that it mattered, he was quickly swept farther away by the storm. After an indeterminate time, during which even his tough dorsal armor began to sustain damage, Luo Wen noticed the wind's intensity lessening. It seemed he had endured the worst. But now, a new problem emerged. He couldn't fly. He'd only hatched a few days ago and hadn't had time to develop such capabilities. Even if he could fly, his tiny body would be powerless against the might of nature. At this moment, Luo Wen had no idea how high he'd been swept. His poor vision was useless in the dim, low-visibility environment. Even with his former human eyes, he doubted he could have seen much in these conditions. Eventually, Luo Wen felt himself descending. Thankfully, while the wind had weakened, it still occasionally lifted his lightweight body, cushioning his fall somewhat. His hollow internal structure made him lighter, and the semicircular shape of his dorsal armor acted like a parachute. By some miracle, he landed from an unknown height without sustaining significant impact damage. No wonder he'd never heard of insects dying from falls in his previous life. It turned out that even wingless insects possessed innate adaptations to survive such situations. After being blown around a couple more times upon landing, Luo Wen finally settled safely on the ground. Without pausing to assess his injuries, he immediately began digging into the earth. Thanks to years of watching disaster movies, Luo Wen knew tornadoes had calm eyes. But he couldn't tell if he was in the storm's eye or even if this was a tornado at all. Not that he wanted to find out. He was just an insect now, focused solely on survival. Staying on the surface was a death wish. Only by burrowing deep underground could he find any sense of security. Luo Wen dug deeper than ever before, descending well past his previous home's depth. When he hit a layer of soil, he kept going, ensuring he was far below any potential surface threats. As he worked, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just when his life had started to stabilize, when he'd barely had time to enjoy his new home and the seemingly endless supply of white grubs, it was all taken away because he couldn't resist the urge to check out some commotion. Now, all he could do was lament his terrible luck. His injuries, however, were an even greater source of despair. One of his digging limbs was broken. Several of his mid and hind legs were either completely snapped or heavily damaged. The few intact ones had suffered varying degrees of wear and tear. His head and eyes, while protected, hadn't escaped unscathed. He noticed several black spots in his vision, likely caused by damage to some of his compound eyes lenses. He had no idea if they would heal. His antennae, left unprotected, had also suffered. Half of one was missing. The damage to his shoulder and dorsal plates was severe, with a large chunk of the dorsal armor completely gone. The worst injury was to his recently healed abdomen. Last time, he'd lost 3 segments of tissue, shrinking his overall size. While this time he didn't lose entire segments, many areas were severely damaged, exposing his internal structures. Yet amidst the despair, Luo Wen noticed something interesting. Within the hollow cavities of his abdomen were fibrous tissues that quickly patched the wounds, preventing fluid loss. It seemed this was a result of his previous evolution. The changes were internal and had gone unnoticed until now. Still, Luo Wen had no desire to discover these adaptations. Nevertheless, the fibrous tissues played a crucial role. While his abdominal injuries looked more severe than last time, the self-repair mechanism had stabilized the damage, preventing further deterioration. At least now, he wouldn't experience the grotesque phenomenon of food leaking out as he ate. With his remaining antenna and fine hairs raised, Luo Wen detected no unusual sense or vibrations. Sensing safety, he slowly closed his eyes. He needed rest, a chance to use his stored energy to begin healing. This time, his injuries were far worse than before. Almost every part of his body was damaged. Even his relatively protected head and eyes bore significant scratches and abrasions. The environment, too, was far more hostile than before. Last time, he'd had access to nearby food, allowing him to replenish energy during recovery. This time, though he'd recently eaten a white grub, the storm had drained much of his reserves. Moreover, his abdomen's ruptures, despite the fibrous patches, had still cost him some stored nutrients. At best, his current energy reserves were only half of their full capacity. Faced with these challenges, Luo Wen's body had no choice but to alter its recovery strategy. Underscore 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 underscore. Deep underground, a black insect lay motionless, its body severely damaged and over half of it crippled, appearing lifeless. Suddenly, viscous liquid began seeping out of its body through its eyes, mouth parts, and the base of the hairs covering its body. Under the influence of these liquids, the insect's black head, fragile eyes, delicate mouth parts, rotting abdomen, and even its sturdy shoulder plates and back armor underwent a miraculous chemical reaction, as if they were melting. White foam appeared, expanded, and then slowly hardened, eventually forming a cocoon-like structure resembling the black insect, but significantly larger. The cocoon completely encased the insect. Luo Wen's consciousness floated in the darkness, fluctuating as if he were drowning, his body being churned into pulp. The discomfort was suffocating, and he struggled desperately to escape his plight. Outside, the cocoon, shaped like a black insect, began to tremble as if something trapped inside was attempting to break free. The trembling intensified, growing faster and more vigorous until a crack appeared along the top of the cocoon. From the crack emerged a head smooth, tender, and translucent yellowish-white. It looked fragile, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch, with its internal organs faintly visible. The creature, through sheer effort, gradually forced its burrowing legs out. With these legs anchoring it externally, the tender insect soon managed to pull its entire body free from the cocoon. Exhausted from the struggle, the insect rested briefly on the cocoon. At this moment, its once yellowish-white, tender body rapidly turned black and hardened. Its outermost skin transformed into an exoskeleton, encasing its entire body. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to its black insect form. Luo Wen examined his body and found that he had shrunk significantly. The size he had nearly reached a fingernail had reverted to his original size at birth. Though no new organs or limbs had appeared, the damage to his body had been fully repaired. Even the black spots that had marred his vision were gone, and his sight was clear once more. His antennae waved, and the two identical length appendages swayed in front of his eyes, soothing his compulsive tendencies. This recovery was largely thanks to the white insect he had devoured. The newly activated cocooning ability drew much of its genetic material from it. Combined with some of Luo Wen's inherent genetic fragments, the fusion and refinement triggered by a life and death crisis had led to his current state. Simply patching together parts and organs from other insects would create an unsightly chimera. Only through fusion, refinement, and evolution could the abilities of Epheesh truly shine. Unfortunately, Luo Wen was still a larva and could not actively select which genetic fragments to activate, let alone integrate and refine them. This time's success was merely a lucky accident triggered by the instinct to survive as his life ebbed away. Regardless of the benefits, Luo Wen did not wish to attempt such a process again. He had no pressing goals to achieve, and surviving to reach maturity naturally seemed the proper course. Risking his life recklessly in pursuit of power was not a choice he would make. Though his body was fully healed, his energy reserves were critically low. The repairs had consumed not just his energy but even some of his bodily tissues, leaving him smaller overall. Luo Wen now needed to find food urgently. Without replenishment, his survival strategy of cautious endurance would be nothing but empty talk. He set his burrowing legs to work and chose a random direction to dig, as all paths seemed equally unfamiliar in this strange environment. Luo Wen's digging speed was impressive, though he felt he could go even faster. However, his newly evolved 360-degree panoramic vision provided by his large bulbous eyes was more of a hindrance than a help underground. It allowed him to see farther, but being surrounded by earth, it was nearly useless. Moreover, he had to divert attention to protect his fragile eyes while digging, significantly slowing him down. Upon reflection, he decided that slowing down wasn't necessarily a bad thing. This wasn't his familiar territory. He had no idea where he was or what dangers might lurk underground. Better to proceed cautiously. He reduced his speed further, employing his antennae and body hairs at full capacity to scan for potential threats. In the desert, resources were scarce. Luo Wen had been lucky to find suitable food near his birthplace, but that luck seemed to have run out. After burrowing for an indeterminate amount of time, his already dwindling energy reserves were nearing depletion, yet he had found no sign of food. Desperate, he decided to dig straight downward. Gradually, large rocks appeared around him. Following the crevices between the stones, he continued digging until the scattered rocks fused into a solid layer of bedrock. Suddenly, strong vibrations reverberated through the rock. His antennae detected dense moisture in the air, and the faint sound of running water reached his ears. Luo Wen deduced that there might be an underground river beneath the rocks. Guided by the moisture, he crawled toward the source. Before long, he found a small crack in the previously impenetrable rock layer, through which the sound of flowing water became clearer. Taking advantage of his small size, Luo Wen wriggled through the crack. As he progressed, the surrounding rock walls darkened and became slick with moisture condensed from the dense humidity in the air. Black spots began to appear on the walls, resembling some kind of plant, perhaps moss. However, this wasn't his old territory, and their unusual color left him uncertain about their identity. In this environment, his burrowing legs were almost useless. Luo Wen used the hooked claws on his other 6 limbs to anchor himself to pits and grooves on the rock's surface. He extended his mouth parts, which formed a dish-like structure at the mushroom-shaped tip, and pressed them against the rock. Hidden fine hairs and a small tongue quickly scraped up the moisture. The cold underground water flowed into his esophagus and then his body, its minerals and microorganisms rapidly digested to replenish his depleted energy reserves slightly. Luo Wen drank until he could no longer stomach another drop, then rested nearby. Once he digested the water, he would resume drinking. However, relying solely on water to replenish energy was excruciatingly slow. Luo Wen drank until he nearly vomited and, for the first time since his birth, urinated. He had never urinated, even when he drank root fluids daily. This first experience was novel, though it wasn't his focus. drawing from his past human experiences. Specifically as a man, he knew that urination required certain organs. Naturally, as a newly insectal being, Luo Wen needed to examine his body after this unprecedented act. Underscore 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 underscore. The results were not promising. But with Luo Wen's limited knowledge of entomology, he couldn't be certain if insects even possessed such things. And even if they did, what would be the point? Setting aside whether there were others of his kind, what could he possibly do? Engage in some dubious reproductive activities with another insect? Moreover, in his memory, male insects usually met tragic ends. A children's film he watched growing up, one featuring a cat as the protagonist, contained certain scenes that remained a haunting shadow of his childhood. Shuddering, he forcibly interrupted the trajectory of his thoughts. Previously, he had assumed that the tiny opening at the tip of his rear end was an excretory outlet. That opening had been lost along with the 3 tail segments he had shed. Unexpectedly, a new one had secretly grown back, though it had remained unused and unnoticed. But even this time, it wasn't utilized. Instead, a small opening appeared in the middle of his lower abdomen for excretion, leaving the purpose of the rear end opening still a mystery. Drinking water to fill his stomach was barely effective, so Luo Wen turned his attention to the black moss-like plants around him. Were they poisonous? And how resistant was his insect body to toxins? Considering the grandiose name and reputation of his species, his reckless curiosity began to stir. A small taste shouldn't be an issue, right? He cautiously moved closer, using his burrowing legs to scratch at the black moss a couple of times. Nothing unusual happened. No mysterious gas released, no unknown liquid sprayed out, and the hairs on his limbs showed no signs of corrosion. He extended his mouthparts and lightly touched the black moss. No reaction. Then he used his small tongue to lick it. After waiting for a while, there was no numbness at the tip of his tongue. Finally, he carefully took a tiny bite, lying still afterward as a precaution. He experienced no ill effects. After gradually increasing the amount he consumed and lengthening the waiting period between tests, Luo Wen concluded that the black moss were edible and non-toxic or toxic, but harmless to him. While the energy provided by plants couldn't compare to that from meat, it was certainly better than merely drinking water. After eating his fill, Luo Wen climbed up out of the crevice to rest. The walls of the fissure became smoother the deeper he went. His clawed limbs weren't well suited for traversing or resting on such smooth surfaces. Going deeper posed significant risks. If he lost his grip and fell, landing on rock might be manageable. But if he plunged into the underground river, who knew if he could swim? If not, that would be disastrous. Most insects have specialized tracheal systems and unique operational mechanisms, making it difficult to suffocate them but relatively easy to drown them. Unfortunately, Luo Wen's current body used such a conventional system. If he fell into the water, would Ifeisha's adaptability allow him to evolve a new system in time to survive? Luo Wen decided that anyone else was welcome to try such challenges. He certainly wouldn't. The first rule etched into his code of conduct was, don't court death. Although Luo Wen aspired to grow powerful in isolation before venturing out, this clearly wasn't realistic. While the area provided food, the efficiency of sustenance was low. As his size increased, he'd likely spend most of each day just eating. Additionally, the black moss couldn't add new genetic elements to his abilities. Staying here would merely enlarge his current form proportionally, without gaining any new functions. Furthermore, he needed to learn more about this world. He couldn't just assume invincibility and recklessly roam, only to be met with a missile or disintegration spell right away. It was essential to observe while he was still inconspicuous. After much deliberation, Luo Wen devised a compromise. He would follow the underground river's flow to wherever it led. Water is the source of life, and he believed that following it would eventually lead him to other forms of life. However, leaving this place meant he might never avenge the ants' attack. Not that Luo Wen was particularly vengeful, of course. He reassured himself it was merely a casual reflection. And so, he embarked on a long journey along the underground river. His days became a routine of eating, drinking, traveling, and resting in cycles. Occasionally, he would climb upward to search for any relatives of the white insect, but alas, he found none. He avoided returning to the surface for now. His brief experiences there had been exceedingly unpleasant. The first time, he had only suffered minor burns, but the next 2 times nearly cost him his life. As he continued along the underground river, its elevation gradually rose. The riverbed, once 50 to 60 meters below the surface, was now only about 20 meters deep. Luo Wen's body had also regrown to the size of a fingernail. Honestly, his growth was slower than he had anticipated. Besides the low energy conversion efficiency of his diet, most of his energy was expended on the heavy labor of digging. He also suspected that his oxygen supply system was a significant limiting factor in his growth. He desperately needed a new, more robust oxygen delivery mechanism to replace the current one. Time passed in unknown measure. The riverbed continued to rise, drawing nearer to the surface, while the rocky layer he traversed came to within a few meters of the ground. Soil began to mix with the rock, and the layer of sand and gravel thinned to almost nothing. Occasionally, plant roots appeared, weaving through the soil. Luo Wen sensed that he might soon leave the desert. When the rock layer was only a meter below the surface, the sand and gravel vanished entirely, leaving just soil. Plant roots grew thicker and more numerous here, indicating an abundance of vegetation above. Yet, he found no sign of white insects. Unable to resist, Luo Wen finally tunneled out of the soil to the surface for a look. His large, bulbous eyes finally proved useful, capturing the surrounding landscape with startling clarity. His field of vision extended to nearly 20 meters, seemingly having strengthened unnoticed. Clusters of unknown shrubs dotted the land, interspersed with wind-blown sand, now reduced to a minor component. Despite the vegetation, the area still felt barren. He saw no trace of insects or animals. It was daytime. The scorching sun beat down on Luo Wen, but instead of the searing pain he'd felt before, he found the warmth rather pleasant. His fire resistance had clearly improved. Cautiously, he crept to the nearest shrub. Its thick yellow-white trunk twisted upward, sprouting numerous slender branches adorned with countless tiny green leaves. It looked delicious. The black moss from underground had long disappeared, likely needing the deep subterranean environment to grow. Luo Wen had spent 2 days surviving on water alone before coming across scattered tree roots. The juice extracted from these roots barely sustained him, with just enough surplus to scrape by. Sticking to his plan, Luo Wen continued following the underground river. After all, seeking alternatives in such an environment carried significant risks. Gradually, the roots became more abundant, until they were omnipresent. Luo Wen no longer had to worry about food, but a new problem arose. The distance between the rocky layer and the surface was now less than 2 meters. This was not good news for Luo Wen. His advantage lay underground. In this unfamiliar world, among all the creatures he had encountered, he was the fastest mover underground thanks to his burrowing limbs. So far, however, he had only seen 2 types of creatures, white grubs and yellow earth ants. On the surface, his speed could only rank second. The difference between first and second was significant. The first position indicated no other creatures for comparison, while the second implied that at least one creature was faster than him. Being fast was a critical survival trait in moments of crisis. Thus, underground, his safety level was much higher than on the surface. But now, his strategic depth was less than 2 meters. What good was speed? He would reach the end as soon as he started running, and the end would be a dead end. While horizontal movement was still possible, if the enemy came in swarms, he could still be surrounded. Take the ants, for example. Their numbers were never an issue, and this left him feeling deeply insecure. Therefore, he decided to change his strategy. Given the current trend, with the subterranean water table rising, vegetation was becoming denser and more abundant. Similarly, more and more creatures would appear. If he continued blindly burrowing, he might very well dig himself into an enemy encirclement. He needed to slow down, gather more information, and plan his next steps accordingly. This location, devoid of any insects or animals besides shrubs, suited him perfectly. It was like playing a survival game. He was advancing cautiously, ensuring no enemies approached from behind. But before anything else, he had to fill his stomach. The tender green leaves on these shrubs were exceptionally fresh. After multiple thorough tests to confirm they were non-toxic, Luo Wen finally indulged himself. Judging by the abundance of these shrubs, their leaves would likely be his staple food for the foreseeable future. They were worth the effort to verify. With his belly full and the sun no longer a threat, Luo Wen wasted no time. He immediately got back to work. He had barely crawled out before suffering his first attack. Luo Wen had been highly vigilant. His compound eyes, typically well protected during digging, demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Their high resolution made the attacker unmistakable, a creature that was long and sleek, like an oversized earthworm. It suddenly shot out from the soil, its plump cylindrical body resembling a tubular sac aiming to engulf him. Its exact appearance remained unclear from Luo Wen's perspective, as all he saw was a massive mouth lined with rows upon rows of fine, sharp teeth spiraling inward, extending deep into its dark, hollow body. The sight was enough to make one's skin crawl. Thanks to the high refresh rate of his compound eyes, the giant worm's originally rapid movements seemed significantly slower, giving Luo Wen ample time to react. With a slight sidestep, he avoided the attack. Missing its target, the giant worm retracted into the soil, acting as if nothing had happened. Neither side suffered any injuries, and they should have been able to call it even. However, Luo Wen wasn't one to hold grudges, or so it seemed. He deliberately entered the worm's attack range multiple times, and each time, it sprang out to attack without fail. Thanks to the worm's cooperation, Luo Wen quickly gathered enough data. First, its intelligence was low. This was immediately apparent. Next, its body functioned like a spring. It remained compressed underground and sprang out swiftly when prey approached. However, its attack range was limited to the radius of its half-body length in front of it. Lastly, it relied on sound and subtle vibrations to locate prey. With this in mind, Luo Wen burrowed underground, approaching the worm from below. The creature's weaknesses were too glaring. The fact that it hadn't gone extinct yet was nothing short of miraculous. Although its attacks were swift due to its spring-like mechanism, it was only effective when lying in wait as a trap. Against someone like Luo Wen, who played by his own rules, it stood no chance. When Luo Wen bit into the worm from below, it had only managed to turn halfway. This was a pure display of intellectual superiority. But Luo Wen felt no sense of achievement. This creature's intelligence was unlikely to comprehend what superiority even meant. Showing off to a fool was pointless. However, he realized that if even a dimwit like this could set a trap to hunt prey, it suggested that there were even dimmer creatures nearby. Initially, Luo Wen worried that with his current equipment, he might have to lie low for a while as a vegetarian insect. Unexpectedly, a fool had jumped out to reassure him that he could continue being a carnivorous bug. The oversized worm had no exoskeletal armor. Its tough yet pliant skin was no match for Luo Wen's sharp mandibles. With just one bite, Luo Wen tore through the worm's body. Blackish-brown fluid oozed from the wound, and his suctorial mouthparts latched onto it. Blah, blah, blah. The moment the liquid entered his esophagus, Luo Wen spat repeatedly, trying to expel it. Although he managed to spit out most of it, some had already entered his stomach. A rancid mud-like stench filled his mouth. It was utterly revolting. Luo Wen considered himself a bug of simple tastes. He had even licked stones before, but this creature delivered a critical blow to his palate. This creature was likely the dumbest in the area. It probably survived by eating dirt and set traps merely to pass the time. The fact that it had lived this long without going extinct was entirely due to its disgusting taste. It perfectly embodied the principle, if I evolve to be inedible enough, no predator will bother with me. Luo Wen shook his head repeatedly, silently vowing to steer clear of it. Its flavor was so off-putting that he nearly developed an eating disorder. He resolved not to eat anything for the rest of the day. Turning his back on the worm, he quickened his pace and left, unable to stomach even the sight of it. If the worm had any useful genetic fragments, Luo Wen would have forced himself to eat it despite the gag reflex. Unfortunately, while the countless fine teeth had some appeal, its nauseating quality was something even an undiscerning bug like Luo Wen found unacceptable. Even if he could stomach it, the ability was pointless. It was the product of countless generations of self-sacrifice by the worm's ancestors, embedding their stench into the DNA of nearby predators. To illustrate, if Luo Wen had offspring, he'd definitely tell them to steer clear of these creatures. Descending into the rocky layer, Luo Wen crawled into a crevice. After drinking his fill of water and relieving himself, he finally managed to rid himself of the foul taste. Luo Wen realized he had been careless again. He still lacked sufficient experience as a bug. His antennae had taste sensors, and he resolved to taste test prey with them next time. For now, he had no energy for further exploration. He decided to rest for a while before continuing his journey. When Luo Wen crawled back to the surface, it was already nighttime. The cool moonlight bathed the land, with a thin layer of frost on the ground reflecting a crystalline glow. Luo Wen didn't feel much of a chill. After all, he had no idea how far he'd traveled from his original location. It was possible that the nighttime temperatures here weren't as low, or maybe his cold resistance had increased. Either way, the constant change of scenery made it difficult to draw any definitive conclusions. Two light sources still hung high in the sky. Although Luo Wen couldn't see them clearly, he could faintly discern their positions and colors. One was white with a slight yellowish hue, while the other was tinged with red. The yellow-white one appeared several times larger than the red one. The cold wind blew through the silence of the night. No insect chirps or other sounds could be heard, creating an eerie and somewhat terrifying atmosphere. With his 6 striding limbs crunching lightly on the frost, Luo Wen advanced cautiously, producing faint sounds and vibrations as he explored. The surrounding shrubs had folded their green leaves tightly against their branches, making the originally yellowish-white branches look like they were wearing green coats. Luo Wen guessed that this might be a unique adaptation for retaining warmth. Since he encountered no trouble, no giant earthworm relatives or friends, he managed to make significant progress despite his slow pace. Previously, he had stayed directly above the underground river to quickly gather food and water. But as the riverbed rose, Luo Wen shifted slightly away to maintain a sufficient strategic depth underground. Now, he was several hundred meters from the riverbed, running parallel to it. This way, he remained close enough to water while having enough soil above him for safety. On this alien planet, Luo Wen still couldn't figure out the rotational and orbital systems. The timekeeping methods from his previous world no longer applied here. He had been crawling for a long time, yet the sky remained unchanged. The sun showed no signs of starting its shift. Feeling his energy reserves drop to nearly half, Luo Wen stopped moving forward. In this unfamiliar and dangerous environment, he didn't dare exhaust his strength completely. He always stopped with about half his energy left, reserving it for potential emergencies. After munching on some food from the shrub roots, he burrowed deep underground to rest. After several days of slow advancement, the number of surface plants increased, and their variety became richer. The last time Luo Wen crawled to the surface, it was broad daylight. Not long after he started moving, he stumbled upon a dramatic scene. A massive black insect, easily over 10 times his size and roughly the size of a human palm, was surrounded by dozens of ant-like black insects. The black insect had a flat head with an exaggerated pair of giant mandibles. Its segmented body, viewed from the back, was armored with thick exoskeleton plates. Its 6 short limbs made it appear very low to the ground, and a pair of slender antennae extended from either side of its mandibles. The black ants surrounding it seemed unremarkable in appearance. They lacked the exaggerated hooks and massive mandibles of the yellow earth ants Luo Wen had previously encountered and didn't resort to fecal attacks. Their abilities, if any, were yet to be revealed. At that moment, both sides were locked in a tense standoff, with the battle on the brink of erupting. The massive black beetle strolled leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the tiny ants encircling it. The black ants, on the other hand, held their positions, as if waiting for reinforcements. It made sense, these black ants were smaller than Luo Wen, so why would they think challenging such a behemoth was a good idea? Luo Wen's advantage became evident in this situation. Although his compound eyes would have been considered nearsighted by human standards, they were essentially eagle-eyed compared to other insects. From a safe distance, he observed the confrontation without alerting either side. As long as he avoided making too much noise, they wouldn't notice him. Among insects, poor eyesight often meant that other sensory systems were highly developed. Neither side of this confrontation was something Luo Wen could afford to provoke. He had learned a painful lesson last time he tried to spectate a conflict, losing his self-made nest and being forced into exile for so long. Despite swearing back then that he would never watch another fight, Luo Wen couldn't help himself when presented with the opportunity. Fine, so he'd be a dog for watching. Dogs were far stronger than this fingernail-sized bug he'd become. Still, he had learned one thing: don't get too close while spectating. Watch from a safe distance to avoid getting dragged into the fray. The ants gradually tightened their encirclement, agitating the black beetle. It lost its calm demeanor, brandishing its massive mandibles in preparation for an attack. The tension reached a breaking point. Unable to endure any longer, the black beetle charged forward, snapping its mandibles around one of the black ants. In an instant, the ant was decapitated. Its body fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Even after its head and torso separated, its antennae and limb segments twitched reflexively. The opening move was swift and deadly, clean and decisive. Luo Wen felt his blood pumping and couldn't help but cheer internally. The death of one of their kind enraged the black ants, prompting them to launch a full-scale assault. The battle quickly turned fierce. Although the black ants had overwhelming numbers, their slender limbs and small bodies gave them few advantages. Only their sharp mandibles were noteworthy, but these were of little use against the heavily armored beetle. The black beetle, on the other hand, resembled an unstoppable war machine. Its massive mandibles were unstoppable, anything caught in their grip had no chance of survival. Leaving behind an intact corpse was a rarity. However, its mandibles had a design flaw. Like 2 interlocking sevens, they could only deliver their devastating bite at the tips. The ant's small size and agile movements made it difficult for the beetle to land precise attacks. As a result, while its attacks were lethal, the fight remained evenly matched. Still, the occasional unlucky ant would fall victim, leaving scattered body parts around the battlefield. Despite their numerical advantage, the ants were slowly losing ground. Without reinforcements, their complete defeat was only a matter of time. Realizing this, the ants changed their tactics. Instead of gnawing futilely on the beetle's thick carapace, the ants climbed its back to target its eyes and antennae, key vulnerabilities that could render it blind and deaf. Meanwhile, the ants on the ground focused their attacks on the beetle's clawed limbs. Though its heavy armor protected most of its joints, the exposed claw tips became the primary targets. The tactical shift was immediately effective. The beetle's once dominant assault became restrained and defensive. It now devoted most of its energy to shaking off ants from its back and dodging attacks at its feet. Watching from a distance, Luo Wen cursed the ants for their dishonorable, underhanded tactics. The ants intertwined their bodies, forming a net that entangled the black beetle. The beetle struggled more and more to shake off the ants, and the tide of battle shifted from a one-sided massacre to an uncertain outcome. If there had been bets placed, this would surely go down as a tragic spectacle. After losing 2 claw tips and half an antenna, the black beetle finally chose to retreat. Continuing the fight would likely lead to its death, but if it decided to flee, the ant's slender frames couldn't stop it. Like a heavy tank crashing through infantry lines, the black beetle charged away with ants clinging to its body, scattering some along the way due to sheer speed. Since Luo Wen had been observing from a great distance, the beetle quickly disappeared beyond his sight, ants still riding on it. Luo Wen didn't linger idly. Why had he been watching all this time? Besides the entertainment, he harbored the hope of scavenging something useful from the battlefield. Now that both sides had left, the area was littered with loot. Passing up such an opportunity wasn't Luo Wen's style. He scrambled up and quickly scuttled toward the battlefield. Though it was only a dozen meters away, a mere few steps for his human-sized self, it was a marathon for his fingernail-sized body. Fortunately, Luo Wen had anticipated scavenging from the start. While spectating, he had planned his route to the battlefield and checked for potential dangers along the way. Nothing seemed amiss on the surface, but the hidden ambush tactics of the dim-witted earthworm earlier taught him to be cautious. Predators employing stealthy hunting methods were hard to spot until it was too late. So, as he raced forward, Luo Wen kept an eye on the ground beneath him to avoid a tragic mishap. Luckily, he reached the battlefield safely. His suctorial mouth wasn't suited for quickly consuming meat, so he grabbed a piece of an ant's lower body, raised his rear, and burrowed underground. After digging a small hole deep below to store the food, Luo Wen returned twice more, retrieving a severed head and a torso. But when he emerged a third time, a few ants were already beginning to return to the battlefield. Not wanting to risk it, he retreated to the underground. Carrying the ant remnants, Luo Wen burrowed deeper, creating a small chamber and carving out several escape routes. He also gathered some roots for extra sustenance. Once everything was set, he finally began his meal, hoping for some useful gains. It took him a long time to thoroughly lick the ant meat clean, leaving behind a pile of discarded exoskeleton shells. Luo Wen set them aside and went to rest with high expectations. When he awoke, he ignored his hunger and the low energy alerts from his reserves, rushing to examine his body. He inspected his antennae, eyes, limbs, and carapace. None showed any changes. Disappointed, Luo Wen recalled that the black ants hadn't displayed any special abilities during the fight. He shouldn't have hoped for too much. He pouted in frustration, then noticed something unusual about his mouth. Was something different? Unfortunately, his mouth was one of the blind spots in his compound eye's field of vision. Carefully, he used a limb to probe and feel with its fine bristles. Oh, if only he had a mirror, this wouldn't be such a hassle. Suddenly, inspiration struck. His mouth must have changed because of the black ants. It was likely similar to their mouths. The empty ant head was still lying nearby. Luo Wen approached it for a closer look. Comparing the sensations from his bristles with the specimen in front of him, Luo Wen reached a conclusion. My mouth finally got an upgrade, he exclaimed. Luo Wen had long harbored a grudge against his previous suctorial mouth. Why couldn't he have been given something more capable at the start? Instead, he had been stuck with a mouth made for soft foods, a freeloader's mouth, as he called it. Now, his new mouth resembled the black ant's chewing type mouthparts. The mushroom-like shape of his original mouth was gone, replaced by structures like multiple lip plates, mandibles, labial palps, and sclerites. These components could shovel food into his mouth as if a ring of tiny hands had grown around it. Quite the mental image. Though chewing mouthparts were the most basic type for insects, with suctorial mouthparts being an evolution from them, this wasn't necessarily a regression. Sometimes, the simplest tools were the most versatile, and what suited him best was what mattered. It was a bright and sunny day. The familiar shrubs had unfolded their green leaves. With the underground river rising closer to the surface, vegetation grew denser, covering the ground with rotting leaves rather than yellow sand. Luo Wen crawled through the underground for some time, putting distance between himself and the battlefield above. Finally, he pushed aside a layer of fallen leaves and emerged. The chirps of unseen insects filled the shrubs. Compared to the desolate desert, this area felt far livelier. Of course, this also meant greater danger. After crawling a short distance, Luo Wen's antennae picked up some unusual sounds from a shrub nearby. Turning to look, he saw what appeared to be a relative of yesterday's war god beetle munching on leaves. The sounds were coming from it. This black beetle was even larger than the one from yesterday and had intact limbs. That was how Luo Wen immediately knew it wasn't the same beetle. But to his surprise, this mighty warrior, a juggernaut capable of taking on multiple enemies, was a vegetarian? Luo Wen was stunned. It was like seeing a heavily armored knight wielding a massive sword, drenched in blood after slaying foes, return to cheers only to grin and say, "Actually, I'm just cosplaying." Luo Wen felt a wave of dismay. As a self-identified carnivorous insect, being utterly outclassed in size and equipment by a plant eater left him in a bad mood. Before he could vent his frustration, he noticed movement near the beetle. A piece of bark seemed to shift. Focusing intently, Luo Wen saw a pair of slender antennae twitching at the edge of the bark. It wasn't bark at all, it was an insect. Still recovering from the shock of the vegetarian revelation, Luo Wen was stunned again. Was this some kind of camouflage tech? What was this bug's deal? His knowledge of entomology was clearly lacking. He'd heard of chameleons but never of shape-shifting bugs. The camouflage had some minor flaws, but without movement, it was nearly undetectable. As the wind rustled the leaves and branches, producing soft noises, the disguised insect crept closer to the oblivious beetle under the cover of sound. After a few minutes, it was just a step away from the beetle's rear. The black beetle remained unaware, but Luo Wen, watching from afar, felt his heart tighten. What was this camouflaged bug planning? Under Luo Wen's ultra-high-resolution compound eyes, the camouflage bug had already revealed its true form. Somehow, it had strapped a piece of bark to its back that didn't fall off. Its actual body was a slender, wingless insect resembling a mosquito magnified dozens of times. What was this weakling, with barely any exoskeletal armor, trying to do? Was it planning to challenge the war god one-on-one? That was pure suicide. Luo Wen couldn't help but ridicule, forgetting that he had once been an equally defenseless creature with an unprotected abdomen. Suddenly, the camouflage bug, now behind the black beetle, extended its coiled mouth part. The organ straightened to a length nearly equal to its entire body, resembling a steel needle. The steel-like needle slipped slowly into the crevice between the black beetle's shoulder plate and back armor, yet the beetle remained completely unresponsive. Moments later, the camouflage bug's thin, shriveled abdomen began to swell. The black beetle, though outwardly unchanged, gradually stopped chewing on leaves. This world is insanely dangerous. Luo Wen cursed internally. The black beetle had been the most imposing and majestic bug Luo Wen had encountered so far. Just yesterday, it had shown off its prowess by taking on multiple opponents single-handedly. Yet today, it was effortlessly taken out by a sneaky assassin. This shattered Luo Wen's perception of strength. He had quietly set the black beetle as his next evolution goal. Its sheer size, dozens of times larger than his own, was intimidating enough. But now, this imposing beetle was slain by a sneaky camouflage bug. If anything, this suggested that strength was relative. Luo Wen figured that had the black beetle spotted its assailant earlier, it would have crushed the camouflage bug easily. The outcome of their encounter had depended entirely on the element of surprise. So, what did it mean to be strong? Luo Wen pondered this question. Even if he could someday kill a black beetle, what would stop another bug from emerging to counter him? He thought of a movie from his human days about a superhero with an indestructible body, laser vision, freezing breath, supersonic speed, telescopic sight, and super hearing. Even that being had a weapon capable of neutralizing it. Honestly, Luo Wen felt a bit lost. Would the evolution of an individual ever have an endpoint? And even if there were one, could an individual's strength alone reach it? After some thought, Luo Wen dismissed the idea. He was just a bug the size of a fingernail. Worrying about such things was ridiculous. Survival came first. The camouflage bug, its needle-like mouth part now soft and coiled, perched motionlessly on the bark again, its massively swollen belly rendering its camouflage ineffective. After careful observation and calculations, Luo Wen decided to take a gamble. The camouflage bug's only real threat was its mouth part. While its size was much larger, Luo Wen believed he had an 80% chance of victory with caution. If things went south, its bloated body would likely hinder it enough for him to escape. Luo Wen couldn't account for every possible variable, nor could he plan a flawless strategy. But 80% was good enough for him to make his move. Time was life. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate. He darted toward the camouflage bug, which, overly confident in its disguise, remained still as Luo Wen approached. Taking advantage of its complacency, Luo Wen scurried under the bark it used as a shield. Bracing himself with his middle and rear legs, he lunged forward, sinking his jaws into the bug's neck. Luo Wen had no weapons besides his two mandibles. Against the much larger camouflage bug, his bite wouldn't threaten most parts of its body, but the thin neck was an exception. Catching the camouflage bug off guard, Luo Wen seized the opportunity. His attack landed on the most critical spot. Panicked, the camouflage bug flailed its long, spindly limbs wildly, sending both of them tumbling off the tree trunk. They wrestled on the rotting, foul-smelling ground. The camouflage bug repeatedly extended and retracted its mouth part, aiming to pierce Luo Wen. Luo Wen wasn't about to make things easy. Every claw on his body clung tightly to the bug, keeping him locked onto its neck. No matter how the bug twisted and turned, Luo Wen held firm, immovable. Due to Luo Wen's small size and his position, the camouflage bug's attacks missed their mark repeatedly. Gradually, the connection between its head and body grew weaker. Its head drooped, and its struggles ceased, though its body twitched reflexively. Luo Wen held his position for a while longer, only releasing when he was sure the camouflage bug was dead. A gamble well taken. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Before feasting, Luo Wen climbed back up the tree to check on the black beetle. As he suspected, while its claws still clung to the branch, its insides were hollow, its muscles and organs liquefied and drained by the camouflage bug. Satisfied that the beetle was truly dead, Luo Wen returned to the camouflage bug's corpse. Despite its large size, most of its body consisted of its elongated, shriveled frame. Without its swollen abdomen, it probably had less meat than a white grub. The bark on its back accounted for much of its apparent size. It had adhered so tightly that even their violent battle hadn't dislodged it. Clearly, the camouflage bug was a seasoned ambusher. Initially, Luo Wen had thought it might possess a chameleon-like camouflage ability. Instead, it relied entirely on external tools. Poor bugs evolve, rich bugs use gear, Luo Wen joked to himself. Could this bug be an aristocrat among insects? While amusing, the thought reminded Luo Wen that some bugs were highly intelligent. Humanity had risen to dominance on Earth through tool use. He couldn't afford to underestimate other species just because of encounters with dim-witted creatures like the stink bug. After devouring the camouflage bug's flesh, it was time for the main course. As a former human, Luo Wen found the thought of eating the bug's swollen abdomen revolting. But pickiness wasn't an option. What was normal food for insects had to become normal for him. Though he understood this logically, actually doing it was another matter. His jaws opened and closed hesitantly, unable to commit. Underscore 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 underscore. The environment here was complex and riddled with danger, leaving Luo Wen no time to adjust his mindset leisurely. He stopped hesitating, convincing himself that it was just like drinking bubble tea. With his eyes closed, he used his twin mandibles to bite a small opening into the camouflage bug's swollen belly. Thick liquid began to ooze from the wound. His newly adapted chewing mouthparts sealed over the opening, and his mandibular lobes opened and closed, sucking up every drop of the liquid. Once past the psychological barrier, Luo Wen found that, to a bug's palate, the taste was actually quite pleasant. After all, it was essentially a distillation of the black beetle's muscles, concentrated into a rich broth. It was akin to a chicken soup that had simmered for 3 days, packed with all the essence. Unfortunately, Luo Wen had recently replaced his siphoning mouthparts, which would have been ideal as a straw. Now, it felt more like drinking from a packet of juice, biting a small hole in the corner and slowly draining the contents. Occasionally, small chunks like pearls, grass jelly, or fruit bits in bubble tea would slip through, providing a chewy delight. He hoped this analogy would help readers enjoy their bubble tea more effectively. As the camouflage bug's swollen belly deflated, Luo Wen's digestive system went into overdrive, accelerating the processing of the liquid. Although this consumed additional energy, the relative sizes of Luo Wen and the camouflage bug made it more efficient to digest the food immediately than risk wasting it. Even with the accelerated digestion, Luo Wen felt overstuffed. This feast contained the essence of both the black beetle and the camouflage bug. While the camouflage bug didn't have much meat, the black beetle's muscle mass even without its shell was several times greater than Luo Wen's body. By the time he finished, Luo Wen could barely walk straight. His bloated abdomen dragged on the ground, forcing him to prop himself up with his legs to move, making his gait extremely awkward. This state left him vulnerable. His already limited speed on the surface was now even worse. Luo Wen couldn't risk becoming another bug's easy prey, so he quickly raised his rear and started digging. Only deep underground could he feel secure. This time, he dug a tunnel larger than usual to avoid compressing his swollen abdomen. His head down, legs up digging posture caused his mouthparts to clamp shut, giving him an appearance akin to wearing a faceplate. Strangely, it made him look a bit more distinguished. Reaching a safe depth, Luo Wen hastily dug out a small chamber. Without bothering to carve escape routes, he fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Luo Wen alternated between two identities. In one, he was a towering black war god, invincible against swarms of ants. In the other, he was a sly assassin, cloaked in tools and trickery, dispatching formidable bugs with lethal precision. Deep underground, where few insects could reach, a tiny black bug rested in its hollowed-out chamber. Its body was undergoing a transformation. Time passed how long, Luo Wen couldn't tell. When he finally woke, he was momentarily dazed. It took only a moment to regain his bearings, and he immediately began examining his body. His oversized digging limbs were ill-suited for delicate work, so his second pair of thoracic limbs acted as hands. Their bristled surfaces carefully explored every inch of his body. From top to bottom, he started with his compound eyes, no changes. His chewing mouthparts remained intact, and his digging limbs showed no abnormalities. The number of legs was correct, neither more nor less. A 360-degree scan with his compound eyes revealed no changes to his shoulder plates or back armor. Even his size remained the same, still about the size of a fingernail. Then he felt something odd around his abdomen. Twisting his body, he managed to catch sight of it. Huh? Did I just take a short nap? His abdomen was still swollen and round. Luo Wen, momentarily perplexed, thought the food might not have fully digested. But soon, he noticed something unusual. His abdomen hadn't shrunk, in fact, it had grown larger and longer. What the hell is this thing growing out of me? Luo Wen couldn't help but curse. He had hoped that absorbing the black beetle's essence, even second-hand, might enhance his size or strengthen his exoskeleton. If not, he would have settled for the camouflage bug's bark-adhering ability. At the very least, gaining its needle-like mouth part would have been acceptable. But now his abdomen had grown wider and longer? Was he so overstuffed that he'd ruined his stomach? For a while, Luo Wen was utterly baffled. Trying to walk around, he found the new appendage severely hindered his speed and agility. It gave him an awkward, off-balance feeling. Not wanting to take any chances, he flipped onto his back and arched his upper body like doing a sit-up to inspect the situation. When he saw it, Luo Wen swore under his breath. It wasn't his abdomen that had enlarged, it was a new growth attached to his rear. Previously, Luo Wen's body followed the standard insect structure: head, thorax, and abdomen. Now, there was a fourth section. His original abdomen had 9 segments, though 3 had been lost in a fight with the yellow earth ants. While the wound had healed, the segments had never regenerated. Now, the remaining 6 segments seemed compressed, as if a spring had been compacted, leaving a smaller abdomen. The newly grown section resembled a swollen version of the original abdomen, complete with segmented rings, which had fooled Luo Wen into thinking it was part of his stomach. This appendage dragged behind him like a trailer, severely limiting his maneuverability. Only upon closer inspection did Luo Wen realize it wasn't his abdomen's fault, it was this new addition causing the problem. What now? Luo Wen muttered. He was already at the lower end of the insect food chain, and now he had an unwieldy burden. Unless he could secure a steady food source like the white grubs, the risk of foraging would skyrocket. After the initial panic, Luo Wen gradually calmed down. Reflecting on his prior evolutions, he realized that every new organ or ability had a purpose. If he could uncover some clues, he might understand this transformation. He recalled how his compound eyes had improved to eliminate nearsightedness, granting him a wider field of view. Later, he had grown digging limbs to enhance his burrowing speed. His mandibles had developed to chew through roots and prey, and his back armor had thickened after losing a fight with the yellow earth ants. Eating the white grub had triggered cocooning for recovery. His most recent change had replaced his siphoning mouthparts with chewing ones. Logically, absorbing the black beetle and camouflage bug's genes should have granted him some of their traits. Even if he didn't inherit the beetle's size or armor, he should have gained something from the camouflage bug. Yet now, after digesting the food and expending so much energy, he had grown an unrelated appendage. Why? Luo Wen reviewed his brief insect life in detail. Thankfully, his experiences weren't extensive, he could recall everything from birth to now in just a short time. Could it be that some dormant genes in his body had been activated, like his digging limbs? That wasn't impossible. But what was this new appendage good for? The inability to consciously choose which genetic fragments to activate was indeed frustrating. Now he was stuck with something that gave him a headache. At this moment, Luo Wen yearned to grow up and reach maturity, but that was impossible without significant time and energy. Reflecting on his experiences, Luo Wen realized the variety of bugs and food he'd encountered was pitifully small: root sap, white grubs, black moss, ants, black beetles, and camouflage bugs. Wait, ants? His thoughts paused, rewinding to a potential clue: the ants. He also remembered tasting a bit of that foul-smelling earthworm. Although he spat most of it out, who knew if he might have absorbed some strange genetic fragment from it. But no, the earthworm didn't have anything resembling this appendage, and they were clearly different species. He dismissed the possibility. As for the ants, they didn't have anything like this either. The trail went cold again. Luo Wen refused to believe this oversized rear had appeared for no reason. There had to be a clue somewhere. He recalled that every evolution gave him something he desperately needed. Did he need a giant rear end right now? That was absurd. Suddenly, Luo Wen thought back to the day he witnessed the camouflage bug stealthily kill the black beetle. That had prompted him to ponder a philosophical question for a long time. Could that be the source of his problem? Could an individual alone ever reach the ultimate pinnacle of strength, one that transcends all limitations? On the journey toward such strength, vulnerabilities would always exist, exploitable by various means. So before reaching that ultimate state, did one need the power of a collective? Those questions had left him dizzy back then, and he hadn't arrived at an answer. But if he followed that line of thought further, he came to a terrifying conclusion. Deep down, Luo Wen's subconscious seemed to have answered the question: the power of a collective. Yet here he was, a solitary bug, without even a glimpse of his kind. Where could he possibly find a collective? And so, the answer became clear. But Luo Wen didn't want to accept it. This wasn't the path he wanted. Looking back, it seemed his predecessors had all pursued the path of individual might. He, on the other hand, had no guidance, no teachings, just trial and error. It was no wonder he'd gone astray. Since his predecessors hadn't ventured down this path, there wouldn't be any genetic fragments left behind for it. That meant the problem lay entirely with him. He realized the most likely culprit was the ants. During his encounters with them, he had first picked up the nearest body, then a head on the second trip, and finally, the largest one on his third and final attempt. Could that have been a queen ant's body? Luo Wen wasn't sure, but he knew queens were usually hidden deep within the nest and rarely ventured out. However, he had heard that ants carried dormant queen ant genes. When a queen died, and the suppressive pheromones were no longer present, some ants could transform into new queens. Alternatively, it might have been a queen that had left the colony with her followers, only to be bisected by the black beetle war god. That could explain why the ants had launched a suicidal frenzy to avenge her. This scenario was dramatic enough to be a novel plot. Still, that was how ants behaved back on Earth. Who knew what these local ants were like? Speculating further yielded no definitive answers. And even if he figured it out, the reality remained: it was too late to change anything. Deep down, Luo Wen had chosen the power of a collective. His body, ever so considerate, had solved his problem of being a solitary bug by giving him a reproductive organ to create his own companions. What Luo Wen truly rejected wasn't the idea of collective power. Honestly, he had grown tired of his cautious, perilous existence and wouldn't mind having a few companions to keep watch for danger. But he couldn't accept the method. Didn't this mean he had become a female bug? This was a blow to his masculine pride, and he refused to compromise. Yet what could he do? The deed was done. Luo Wen felt utterly baffled. The mental effort of grappling with these questions left his head aching. Intellectual work seemed to consume a lot of energy, and he had only just woken up, so he needed to replenish himself. Let's find some food first. Thinking requires energy, Luo Wen muttered. Although he resolved to think after eating, controlling his thoughts was easier said than done. The more he tried not to think, the more his mind wandered. As he dug, Luo Wen's thoughts kept circling. If he were in his mature stage, this would be easy to solve. He could simply regress the organ. But as a juvenile, he lacked that ability. Still, the successful replacement of his siphoning mouthparts with chewing ones gave him hope. Back then, he had loathed his mushroom-like siphoning mouthparts. When new genetic fragments became available, they were immediately replaced. Now, if he rejected the reproductive organ strongly enough, could it regress back to its original state? With a clear plan and goal in mind, Luo Wen's eyes brightened, and he dug with renewed vigor. He avoided the surface. In his current bloated, clumsy state, going above ground would be a death sentence, inviting predators to pounce. Instead, he scavenged some plant roots underground. With his shrunken stomach, he didn't need much food. After quickly filling up, he returned to his makeshift burrow. Still wide awake after his recent sleep, Luo Wen lay on the ground, unable to doze off. He wondered whether the evolution process required sleep to trigger. Could it not activate while he was awake? His mind spun with questions. As the saying goes, true wisdom is concise, while ignorance fills volumes. With a mountain of questions needing answers, Luo Wen lamented that if someone could offer even a shred of guidance, he wouldn't have ended up in this mess where even his gender had been changed. Bored and unable to sleep, he decided to study the new organ. If it couldn't be regressed, he at least needed to understand it. Truth be told, Luo Wen was curious. Curiosity is the driving force of development. For a girl, it's the first step toward liking a boy. For a bug, curiosity about a new organ might lead to surprising discoveries. Driven by this curiosity, Luo Wen lightly probed the organ. It was attached to the end of his abdomen. There was a small opening there, which he had previously assumed was an excretory hole. However, he'd lost the final 3 abdominal segments in a fight, and the hole had disappeared when the wound healed. Now, the hole had inexplicably reappeared, though Luo Wen had only ever expelled water from a hidden opening in the middle of his abdomen. He had never used the one at the rear and had no idea what it was for. Luo Wen finally understood the purpose of the small aperture at the rear of his body after a new addition, a massive organ, had connected to it. Through this aperture, Luo Wen could transfer food to the newly formed organ. His abdomen, now compressed like a dense biscuit, could store significantly less food. Most of what he consumed was now transported directly to the new organ, where it was converted into energy. As for what the organ would do with this energy, Luo Wen dared not experiment to find out. He feared the worst. What if it produced an egg? That would be catastrophic. For now, he decided to feign ignorance, leaving room to reverse the situation later. But should his curiosity lead him to confirm his suspicions, the consequences would be unacceptable. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, time passed quickly, and Luo Wen drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he saw the massive organ behind him open at the end, spewing out tiny insects with a poof, poof sound. Luo Wen, oddly enough, watched them with a benevolent smile. The nightmare was so chilling that it jolted him awake as if drenched in ice water. His whole body froze in terror. If such a thing ever occurred, he'd rather die than live with the shame. It took a long while for him to recover, but his body still felt incredibly drained, a sign of energy depletion. Rather than panic, Luo Wen was overjoyed. This exhaustion meant his body was undergoing another transformation. He checked his head, thorax, and back. No changes. His body size also remained the same. Breathing a sigh of relief, he noted that none of the energy had been wasted on any unwanted mutations. He then turned his attention to his abdomen, where he noticed it had returned to its normal state, no longer compressed. However, to his frustration and anger, the massive organ was still attached to his rear. His mind filled with confusion. Was this some kind of joke? All it had done was restore his abdomen while leaving his body even longer and more cumbersome. What purpose did this serve other than making him an easier target? But then he noticed something peculiar. With a thought, the new organ detached from his body and became a separate entity on the ground. He then repositioned himself, aligning the aperture on his rear with the opening on the organ. With a soft click, the organ reconnected to his body. Luo Wen was dumbfounded, marveling at the ingenuity of evolution. To prevent him from harboring self-destructive thoughts, his body had developed a compromise, turning this organ into a detachable device. All Luo Wen could do was exclaim, "Amazing." From then on, the organ could function like a machine. In emergencies, he could even drag it behind him like a cart. This ingenious design saved his dignity. No matter what others might think, Luo Wen convinced himself of this explanation and repeatedly hypnotized himself to believe it without question. With the critical issue of dignity resolved, his curiosity about the organ's functions surged. He eagerly began examining it. After some exploration, Luo Wen discovered the following. It was still a living entity and required constant energy to survive. It had its own digestive and energy conversion systems. It could be fed by either connecting it to his aperture or placing food directly into a funnel-shaped opening on its side. Luo Wen decided to forget about the first feeding method. From now on, there was only one way to provide it with food. The organ had no independent consciousness. It was entirely under Luo Wen's control, and his will dictated its actions. This was logical, considering it originated from his body. Luo Wen vowed to keep this fact a strict secret. No matter which part of his body, his head, limbs, or even his rear touched the organ, he could activate its functions. As Luo Wen had guessed, its primary function was to produce small insects. The organ shared all of Luo Wen's genetic material except his evolutionary abilities. It could mix and match his genetic fragments to produce various types of insects. This feature offered an unexpected benefit. Luo Wen now had an indirect way to view the genetic material within his body. For example, he discovered that he had indeed acquired genetic fragments from the black beetle, a pleasant surprise. However, the organ lacked the ability to hunt for its own food. Luo Wen would have to provide all its energy. Even so, Luo Wen couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible." Before long, Luo Wen would no longer be alone. He would have his own little brothers. But he couldn't keep calling it the organ. That would reveal too much. It needed a proper name. After some thought, Luo Wen decided to call it Brood Nest, a fitting name. With the name settled, the next step was to test its capabilities. Luo Wen was eager to begin, but his empty stomach forced him to gather food first. Leaving the brood nest alone in the cave made him uneasy. It had no offensive or defensive capabilities. If something wandered in and took a bite out of it, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Reluctantly, Luo Wen reconnected the brood nest to his body and dragged it along as he ventured out. He followed the previous path he had excavated. Although the tunnel had partially collapsed, it was still more convenient than digging a new one. Reaching the roots of an unknown plant, Luo Wen began replenishing his own energy. Once sated, he turned his attention to feeding the brood nest. There was an efficient, straightforward way to do so, but Luo Wen refused to entertain it. Instead, he bit into the plant roots, sucked out some juice, and spat it into the brood nest's funnel. The process was awkward, to say the least. This method was painfully inefficient. After a long time, the brood nest had barely gathered any energy, while Luo Wen was utterly exhausted. Throughout the process, Luo Wen repeatedly checked the brood nest to see if enough material had been stored to produce an insect. His initial design was a small insect based on himself, augmented with the black beetle's powerful genes. The black beetle's oxygen supply system was only slightly more advanced than Luo Wen's, but its muscular system was much more robust, allowing it to distribute oxygen across its massive body. After some thought, Luo Wen decided to create an enhanced version of the black beetle instead. Unfortunately, the energy required to produce such a creature was astronomical. Moreover, the juice from the plant roots was highly inefficient for energy conversion. At Luo Wen's current pace, it would take an eternity to gather enough energy. This was far from the ideal scenario Luo Wen had envisioned. If this continued, the brood nest would be more of a burden than an asset to his growth. Luo Wen had envisioned a grand scene, standing before his enemies and shouting, "The sacred F2 binds us swarm, charge." T/N, F2 is a reference to the game StarCraft where the F2 button is the select all army button, which is especially helpful for Zerg players. Then, an endless tide of insects would flood forth, engulfing the enemy like a rolling dust storm. However, for now, this vision remained purely in his imagination. Judging by the current situation, he wasn't even sure it would ever come to fruition. Frustrated and weary from feeding the brood nest, Luo Wen bit off a small section of the tree root, carried it back with the brood nest connected to him, and returned to the underground cave. Back at the cave, he stuffed one end of the root into the funnel-shaped intake of the brood nest. The root was long, and much of it stuck out, but Luo Wen decided to leave it that way and let the brood nest digest it slowly. He patted himself on the back for his cleverness. Although this method slowed the brood nest's absorption efficiency, it saved him a great deal of effort, didn't it? Over the next few days, Luo Wen stayed put, planning to establish a temporary nest here. He expanded the small makeshift underground chamber several times over, digging dozens of tunnels that branched in all directions, some leading to the surface, others to unknown areas, and even a few descending deeper underground. He also carved out small chambers at various points in the tunnels, though they weren't immediately useful. Some tunnels ended in dead ends, purely as decoys. Several of the tunnels were especially spacious, designed as emergency escape routes for transporting the brood nest. These routes featured numerous branches to add to their complexity. Whenever he got hungry, Luo Wen brought the brood nest to the surface to drink sap from the tree roots. He would also bite off segments of root for the brood nest to absorb later. When he got tired, he simply lay down next to the brood nest and slept. After one such rest, Luo Wen woke to discover he had gained a new ability. He could secrete a sticky substance from his mouth. This secretion could be used to bind soil together, making it sturdier. Is this evolution's way of telling me to never leave the ground? So many abilities tailored for burrowing and hiding. Luo Wen grumbled. Still, an ability was an ability. Using the brood nest to analyze it, Luo Wen discovered it came from genetic fragments of the black ant, which was apparently a master burrower. Despite his complaints, Luo Wen enthusiastically used his new ability to reinforce the room housing the brood nest, making it sturdier, though the process left his mouth dry. Over the next few days, the now detached brood nest grew noticeably larger. Luo Wen began to suspect it was siphoning off the energy meant for producing insects to fuel its own growth. The brood nest had grown so large that Luo Wen now struggled to move it. If this continued, his wide escape tunnels would become useless. Upon investigating, Luo Wen realized the problem was his own doing. The first insect he had designed was based on the black beetle war god. Luo Wen had further enhanced it by adding digging appendages and replacing its short antennae with longer ones for better sensory capabilities, reducing the risk of ambush. However, this design drastically increased the material and energy requirements. The real issue was that the war god was over 10 times Luo Wen's size. For the brood nest to hatch such a creature, it first needed to grow even larger than the war god itself. Upon realizing this, Luo Wen cursed the rigid operating system of the brood nest. Couldn't it be more flexible? All the energy he'd painstakingly gathered had gone into its unnecessary growth. But the brood nest, being a mechanical-like production factory, showed no signs of appeasing its creator. It silently conveyed its indifference. If you don't want to keep me, just leave me here to fend for myself. Go ahead, I dare you. In the end, Luo Wen caved. Abandoning the brood nest was not an option. He quickly revised his orders, instructing the brood nest to hatch a scaled-down version of the war god instead. Meanwhile, Luo Wen took the opportunity to survey the surrounding area while digging tunnels. He found no immediate threats, so he grew less vigilant about constantly dragging the brood nest around. Besides, its increasing size made that impractical. He dug a hidden chamber adjacent to the large room housing the brood nest, leaving only a small entryway that he could barely fit through. Luo Wen crafted a makeshift door using his sticky saliva and sealed the entrance every time he left. After a few tries, his technique improved to the point where the door fit seamlessly, leaving no visible traces from the outside. Luo Wen reflected on his apparent talent for anything related to digging. The brood nest's increased size wasn't entirely a downside. It could now chew through tree roots faster and convert energy more efficiently. Luo Wen hesitated. Would making the brood nest even larger be beneficial? But if it grew any bigger, he'd lose the ability to move it entirely. For now, the current size was sufficient. Luo Wen decided to focus on hatching a few insects to see their effectiveness before making further plans. 2 days later, the brood nest finally accumulated enough energy to begin hatching its first insect. The hatching process took an astonishing amount of time. After another 2 days, the brood nest spat out a black beetle-like insect, exactly as Luo Wen had envisioned. Or perhaps sprayed would be a more fitting term. One side of the brood nest split open, and the insect emerged amidst a torrent of viscous fluid, splattering onto the ground. Fortunately, Luo Wen had anticipated this and widened the room's entrance. Otherwise, the newly hatched beetle would have slammed against the wall. After ejecting the insect, the brood nest rapidly deflated, resembling a punctured balloon. Luo Wen panicked. Is this thing a one-time use? He muttered anxiously. A quick inspection revealed that while the brood nest wasn't permanently damaged, the process of hatching the black beetle had drained it severely. It would need significant time and energy to recover. Even the brood nest has to go on maternity leave. Luo Wen sighed in frustration. 2 days to gather energy, 2 days to hatch, and then an extended recovery period. At this rate, when would he ever amass the insect army of his dreams? Was this what the power of the collective was supposed to mean? It felt more like a trial designed to exhaust him to death on his way to ultimate evolution. Despite his disappointment, Luo Wen suppressed his frustration and turned his attention to the newly hatched black beetle. He could only hope it wouldn't let him down. The black beetle, still lying in a pool of viscous fluid, struggled to its feet. It was slightly larger than Luo Wen, modeled after the war god beetle. With a pair of massive mandibles, extended antennae for better signal reception, and an additional pair of digging limbs, it now boasted 4 pairs of legs instead of 3. Looking at the creature before him, Luo Wen couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of evolution. His frustration began to ease. In his previous life, even with humanity's advanced technology, creating a living creature like this combining various insect organs seamlessly would have been impossible. Unless, of course, you glued together pieces of dead insects. But this one was alive. And judging by its movements, all its newly added organs worked flawlessly without any signs of incompatibility. However, as Luo Wen observed the beetle, he realized something awkward. He couldn't communicate with it. This revelation was both shocking and frustrating. Who would have thought that after all the effort, after nearly wrecking the brood nest, he'd end up with a creature that couldn't even understand him? Luo Wen wondered if insect communication was required, but he had never learned any insect language. Luckily, while the beetle couldn't communicate, it also didn't attack him. Perhaps this was because its original form, the war god, was herbivorous. Then again, it seemed unlikely. Even as a herbivore, the war god was known for its violent temperament. Luo Wen hadn't given it the nickname lightly. It had earned it in countless direct confrontations, proving itself the strongest combatant he had encountered among insects. If the beetle was hostile, Luo Wen would already be in trouble. Instead, the situation suggested the brood nest had programmed the beetle with a built-in friend or foe recognition system. But why was the communication system malfunctioning? Luo Wen thought carefully. The brood nest had evolved from fragments of queen ant genes. This was no longer just speculation. He had confirmed it by examining the brood nest's genetic library. Some of these gene fragments had likely come from black ants, though Luo Wen couldn't be sure. Ant colonies operated with impeccable coordination, implying they had some form of communication. If Luo Wen's queen ant genes originated from black ants, perhaps he also inherited the genes responsible for their communication system. With this in mind, Luo Wen quickly examined the brood nest. Thanks to its indirect access to his genetic library, he could investigate this issue more thoroughly. Fortunately, there weren't many gene fragments in his library, a bittersweet fact. While it highlighted how limited his genetic resources were, it also saved Luo Wen a lot of time. Among the black ant gene fragments, there were 3 notable ones. Queen ant genes, which influenced the development of the brood nest. A gene related to the secretion of formic acid, linked to his recently acquired sticky saliva ability. A gene that allowed the secretion of pheromones, though its function was still unclear. Luo Wen hypothesized that formic acid, while useful for construction, was unlikely to have communication capabilities. Still, he decided to test it just in case. He spat a few globs of saliva at the black beetle. It showed no reaction. As expected, formic acid wasn't the solution. Or perhaps his saliva wasn't pure formic acid. It seemed to contain additional genetic traits from camouflaged bugs, whose secretions were used to glue leaves onto their bodies. This left the pheromone-secreting gene as the most likely candidate for communication. Unfortunately, Luo Wen had overlooked this gene when designing the black beetle and hadn't included it in its blueprint. Meanwhile, the black beetle had recovered from its initial post-birth weakness and was now aimlessly wandering around the brood nest's chamber. It almost looked like it was patrolling. Could it be instinctively protecting the brood nest? If so, at least it had some utility. The black beetle's massive mandibles, now adorned with spikes, made it a formidable fighter despite its lack of intelligence. In direct combat, it was probably even stronger than Luo Wen. With the beetle guarding the brood nest, Luo Wen felt more comfortable venturing further afield to explore. Wasting no time, Luo Wen replenished his energy and brought back 2 tree roots. He fed one to the brood nest, but the black beetle unapologetically snatched the other, as if expecting Luo Wen to provide for its needs. Luo Wen cursed under his breath but let it slide. After all, there was no point in arguing with a bug that couldn't understand him. He decided to treat it like a guard dog. After carefully sealing the brood nest's chamber, Luo Wen glanced at the black beetle, which was busy gnawing on its root and oblivious to his actions. Without further delay, he headed for the surface. It had been a while since he'd roamed above ground, thanks to the brood nest weighing him down. The fresh air felt invigorating after so long underground. The surface was far more dangerous than the subterranean world, but Luo Wen had his advantages in both environments. Underground, his rapid digging speed made him nearly impossible to catch. However, his detection range was limited, relying on fine hairs to sense vibrations. This left him vulnerable to stationary threats. Additionally, his speed underground came at the cost of maneuverability, and prolonged digging could damage his compound eyes. Above ground, Luo Wen's sharp vision gave him a significant edge. While most insects were practically blind, he could see clearly over long distances. Stealthy predators like ambush worms, stink bugs, and camouflaged bugs posed less of a threat, as Luo Wen had learned to anticipate their tactics. His highly responsive compound eyes made it nearly impossible for them to catch him off guard. Despite the risks, Luo Wen enjoyed surface exploration. If danger arose, he could always retreat underground, where he excelled. He began circling the brood nest's location in a clockwise pattern, gradually expanding his patrol radius. He was on the lookout for any potential threats, small ones he could eliminate and larger ones he could prepare to escape from. His antennae picked up faint insect noises, and 2 sources stood out within his observational range. Both were black beetles clinging to a tree trunk, their cries sounding almost hysterical. Luo Wen had no intention of provoking them. These creatures were a force he couldn't handle right now. Fortunately, they were herbivores and posed no immediate threat as long as he left them alone. On his 3rd patrol circuit, Luo Wen spotted an ideal target, a perfect subject for experimentation. A black ant appeared, a scout from their ranks. It wandered aimlessly, occasionally probing objects with its antennae. Luo Wen crept closer, inspecting the surroundings. The closer to the direction the ant had come from, the more ants there were, 7 or 8 within Luo Wen's view. However, this lone scout was isolated, with the nearest companion a full 2 meters away, a vast distance for ants, making timely communication between them nearly impossible. Luo Wen focused on the scout and quickly closed the distance. Even as he advanced swiftly, Luo Wen remained vigilant, evading a trap laid by a foul-smelling worm along the way. Unlike his first encounter, where he'd been caught off guard, Luo Wen was now prepared. The traps were easy to spot, subtle swirls in the dirt betrayed their presence. This black ant was much smaller than Luo Wen, a perfect target for him. Sensing Luo Wen's approach, the ant frantically waved its antennae, but it was too late. Luo Wen was already within reach, his sturdy burrowing limb swinging toward the ant's head. The black ant's poor eyesight was almost a weakness, they relied primarily on the olfactory sensors on their antennae for navigation and food detection. Caught off guard, the ant could only take the hit. Luo Wen's strike left the black ant dazed, and before it could recover, Luo Wen bit off one of its hind legs. The ant's remaining leg scraped the ground, producing faint sounds that seemed to be a cry for help. However, with no nearby allies able to receive the signal, the black ant's call went unanswered. Alone, it attempted to fight back but was no match for Luo Wen. Its weaker build and smaller jaws couldn't penetrate Luo Wen's protective exoskeleton. Although ants are known for their tremendous strength, supposedly capable of feats far beyond humans if scaled to human size, in this miniature battleground, exoskeletal armor gave everyone an edge. After a short struggle, Luo Wen disabled 2 more of the ant's limbs. It attempted to flee but lacked balance with only 3 legs remaining. As the black ant turned to escape, exposing its back to Luo Wen, it sealed its fate. Luo Wen quickly pinned the ant's slender waist with his burrowing limb. The ant twisted and snapped its jaws in vain, unable to breach his armor. Luo Wen silenced its resistance by using saliva and mud to fashion a makeshift gag, sealing its jaws. Dragging the subdued ant, Luo Wen retreated from the scene. Back in one of his pre-dug tunnels, Luo Wen moved quickly toward his underground chamber. Despite the ant's continuous struggles, its sealed mandibles rendered it harmless. Nearing the chamber, Luo Wen paused, released the ant onto the tunnel floor, and blocked the route behind him, forcing the ant toward the chamber. Terrified, the ant hobbled on its 3 legs, obediently heading toward the room. Upon emerging from the tunnel, the ant lost its footing and tumbled into the vast cavern. The black beetle, roaming the room, stopped in its tracks, antennae extending toward the sound of the fallen ant. In the cavern's darkness, sight was almost useless. For creatures without Luo Wen's enhanced compound eyes, the space was a void. Sound perception, however, became critical. The beetle's massive body made the ground tremble, alerting the black ant to its presence. Its antennae reached out, colliding midair with the beetle's. After a brief entanglement, both insects determined the other wasn't an ally. Before the ant could react, the beetle's spiked mandibles closed around its body, severing it cleanly. Even bisected, the ant's resilience kept it alive, its antennae flailing wildly. The beetle finished the job, repeatedly clamping down until the remains were unrecognizable. Observing from the shadows, Luo Wen nodded in satisfaction. The test was successful. The black beetle, though uncommunicative, proved a reliable guardian. He could now entrust it with the room's defense. Satisfied, Luo Wen entered the chamber. The mangled remains of the black ant didn't appeal to his appetite, and the beetle, a herbivore, wouldn't touch them either. Fortunately, the brood nest wasn't as picky. Luo Wen gathered the intact parts to feed it and then dragged back a tree root as a reward for the beetle. The beetle accepted the offering indifferently, as if Luo Wen's provisions were only natural. Every time Luo Wen saw this dumb creature, it irked him. While he wasn't a vengeful person, he vowed to recycle the beetle once resources were less scarce. With the beetle guarding the chamber, Luo Wen rested briefly before setting off again. The scout's direction suggested a nearby ant nest, his new neighbors. He needed to investigate and assess this potential threat. Days later, Luo Wen reflected in his chamber. Absorbing the black beetle's genes had caused a growth spurt. He had grown from the size of a fingernail to that of a coin. Consequently, his tunnels now felt cramped, and he had spent the day widening them. This chamber, likely to serve as his base for some time, now felt like home. Over the past days, Luo Wen had mapped the surrounding 100 meters. Wandering insects came and went, posing no real threat. The most significant danger was the black ant colony, a permanent neighbor just 50 meters from his nest. The colony was massive but not an immediate concern. Their scouts rarely ventured within 10 meters of Luo Wen's lair, and those who did mysteriously disappeared. Their losses had prompted the ants to reduce scouting in his direction, temporarily easing his worries. Luo Wen muttered complaints as he found himself traveling farther to hunt lone black ants, dragging them back to the nest. The extra effort annoyed him, but it was worth it. Days of feeding the brood nest with meat had finally restored its vitality, enabling it to begin another wave of spawning. As he worked, Luo Wen reflected on his previous approach. Last time, he directly hatched a fully grown insect, a black beetle. While it only took 2 days to mature from egg to larva and then to adult, Luo Wen suspected it might have skipped a pupal stage, condensing 4 growth stages into 1. Though this yielded a combat-ready ally, the process consumed an enormous amount of the brood nest's flesh to sustain the beetle's massive body. This led Luo Wen to a hypothesis: would allowing the brood nest to lay eggs and letting them develop naturally be far less resource-intensive? His observations supported the idea. Over the past few days, constant feeding of tree roots had caused the black beetle to grow slightly. Initially, its undersized form was due to the brood nest's limited size at the time of its creation. Luo Wen had thought the beetle was akin to a factory-made product, fixed at manufacture. But this new organic biotechnology was unlike the mechanical systems he once knew. It held endless possibilities. Seeing the black beetle continue to develop, Luo Wen realized he'd underestimated the brood nest's potential. It was time to try producing an egg and letting it hatch naturally. This time, he chose to create an ant egg using unaltered black ant genetic material, aiming to test whether it carried a communication system. The brood nest produced a small, pale yellow egg without any noticeable strain. Luo Wen was thrilled his hypothesis seemed correct. Producing eggs for natural development was indeed the optimal approach. However, his excitement was short-lived. As he stared at the fragile egg, he realized he had no experience in egg care. Before he could devise a solution, tragedy struck. The black beetle, wandering nearby, stepped on the egg. Its sharp claws pierced the delicate shell, spilling its contents onto the ground. Luo Wen froze, dumbfounded. The beetle, oblivious to its actions, continued patrolling. The egg's stillness, combined with its tiny size relative to the beetle, had made it an unnoticeable casualty. Blaming himself for his lapse in focus, Luo Wen accepted that the egg was beyond saving. Though frustrating, the incident sparked new thoughts. While the brood nest evolved from Luo Wen and was technically part of him, its creations were not true Ephi-ish. Both the black beetle and the egg were proof. If Ephi-ish could be bred this way, they wouldn't be so rare. Instead, the brood nest's products were like living machines, designed for specific tasks. While there might be other traits Luo Wen had yet to observe, these creatures were undeniably fragile and required care. The black beetle, clearly unsuited for such duties, lacked intelligence and merely patrolled around the nest. Luo Wen needed a better solution. After some thought, Luo Wen issued a command to the brood nest. Half a day later, it produced 2 miniature black ants. Unlike the black beetle's birth, the brood nest only appeared slightly weakened, not critically drained. Learning from past mistakes, Luo Wen shielded the newborn ants with his body while they were still weak, ensuring the patrolling beetle would avoid them. Compared to the fragile egg, these ants were much larger. After a short adjustment period, they shakily got to their feet. The ants began interacting, touching antennae as if exchanging information. Luo Wen watched in confusion, wondering what was happening. Did they have a communication system that he lacked? Suddenly, he felt a jolt, an ability within him awakened. This latent skill seemed to have evolved alongside the brood nest. Luo Wen realized it allowed him to release pheromones, a form of communication he hadn't needed before. Upon awakening this ability, Luo Wen immediately understood the ants' exchange. They were expressing confusion and waiting for instructions. The pheromones were spread across their bodies and antennae, allowing others to interpret them through contact. Luo Wen, however, could directly see or sense the pheromones, bypassing the need for physical touch. Fascinated by this new communication method, Luo Wen quickly mastered it. He emitted a pheromone signal conveying, "Follow me," and the ants obediently moved to his side, touching him briefly before standing behind him. Interesting, Luo Wen thought. He led the ants into a tunnel, issuing another command, "Dig together." The 3 insects began burrowing in unison. Luo Wen tried a more complex command, "Dig over there." The ants responded with confusion, emitting pheromones that expressed their lack of understanding. "Seriously? That's too much for them," Luo Wen muttered. Their intelligence seemed disappointingly low. Testing further, Luo Wen left one ant stationary while guiding the other to a nearby location. He then issued a command, "Bring the other one here." This time, the ant understood. It scurried back to its companion, communicated briefly via antennae, and returned with the other ant in tow. Through these tests, Luo Wen identified the limits of their understanding. Commands needed clear, specific targets. For instance, "Go there" was too vague, but "Return to the nest" was easily understood and flawlessly executed. With this knowledge, Luo Wen prepared for more experiments to further explore his new abilities and the capabilities of the brood nest's creations. Luo Wen decided to lead his ants to search for food. Surprisingly, they showed no interest in tree roots, taking only small sips of water. Luo Wen was both amused and annoyed by their picky nature. "Even I'm gnawing on tree roots, and you two dare to be choosy? That's embarrassing, you know." The ants, unable to understand such complex sentiments, ignored him completely. A sigh escaped Luo Wen. The loneliness of his situation crept in as he realized the communication barrier between him and his creations. After the meager meal, Luo Wen broke off 3 tree roots and gave the command, "Bring them back to the nest." Unfortunately, he overestimated the ants' intelligence. They neither optimized their angles for dragging the large roots nor handled the task with finesse. Instead, they simply grabbed the roots and pulled recklessly, often getting them stuck in the tunnel. To accommodate them, Luo Wen halved the size of the roots. Finally, the ants managed to drag them without issue, but the combined amount they carried was still less than a tenth of what Luo Wen could handle alone. Back at the nest, Luo Wen divided the roots, giving some to the black beetle and the rest to the brood nest. While the brood nest absorbed the nutrients, Luo Wen decided to name the ants. One was Black 2, the other Black 3. However, after testing, he realized his effort was wasted. The ants could only comprehend vague pronouns like you or them, and names were meaningless to them. Despite this setback, Luo Wen took solace in the simplicity. It saved him the mental strain of naming future followers. Next, Luo Wen directed the ants to dig a chamber near the nest, a dedicated incubation room to keep eggs safe from the wandering black beetle. Once the brood nest regained some vitality, Luo Wen ordered the production of a new egg. He carefully shielded it from the beetle and instructed the ants to guard it. The ants understood the command. One picked up the egg, and under Luo Wen's guidance, placed it in the incubation room. Satisfied, Luo Wen initially considered leaving them to their task but decided to use one ant for an experiment. He gave Black 2 the command, "Search for food." To his surprise, the ant understood and began moving toward a tunnel. Intrigued, Luo Wen followed, curious about where it would search. As expected, the ant headed to the tree roots they had visited earlier. It bit into a piece of bark and began feeding. After a moment, 2 droplets of water formed on its mandibles. Luo Wen was amazed. He couldn't fathom how the ant extracted water from the root or managed to carry it. When the ant noticed Luo Wen nearby, it turned and presented the water droplet to him. Stunned, Luo Wen realized it was offering him food. The gesture was amusing and awkward. As a bug, Luo Wen couldn't bring himself to accept food directly from another bug. Instead, he issued a new command, "Search for food and bring it back to the nest." Obediently, the ant carried the water droplet home. Luo Wen sighed, realizing the inefficiency of micromanaging his followers. With growing numbers, this method would soon become impractical. Following the ant back to the nest, Luo Wen observed an unexpected behavior. Without needing further instruction, the ant gave the droplet to the ant guarding the egg. This sparked an idea. These ants possessed basic instincts and could act autonomously when not given specific orders. Excited, Luo Wen conducted more experiments. Over several hours, he tested various commands and found that precise instructions weren't always necessary. Without commands like "stand guard" or "stay here," the ants would automatically find tasks to do. They would search for food when hungry, maintain the incubation room's humidity, and generally function without Luo Wen's intervention. Relieved, Luo Wen instructed the brood nest to produce 10 eggs, the maximum it could manage daily without harming itself. For the next few days, the nest consistently produced 10 eggs and 2 small-sized mature ants. However, Luo Wen was busier than ever. The ants couldn't survive on water alone, and their undersized forms made them incapable of hunting the larger black ants. Luo Wen had to personally hunt and drag back enough prey to sustain the brood nest and the growing ant population. The workload was grueling. He subsisted on tree roots while the ants feasted on meat. This lopsided dynamic frustrated Luo Wen. "I'm the boss here, yet I'm the one eating scraps while my underlings enjoy a feast. This isn't how things are supposed to go." He couldn't help but recall the hapless white grub he'd used as a tool in the past. This can't continue. I need to change things. Thankfully, Black 2 and Black 3 had grown rapidly, bolstered by the steady supply of ant meat. Now large enough to join hunts, they acted as transporters, reducing Luo Wen's burden slightly. Still, with 2 new ants being born daily and the potential for eggs to hatch, Luo Wen's workload continued to grow. He considered sending the ants to the surface to forage, but their reduced size and incomplete development made them too vulnerable. Losing even 1 ant, given the effort it took to produce them, would be a heavy blow. For now, he decided to endure the tough early days, knowing things would improve once the ants could forage independently. After 2 more days of hard work, the first batch of eggs began to hatch. The newly hatched ant larvae looked like little handles growing out of the eggs. Placed side by side with the eggs, it was difficult to tell them apart at first glance. The hatching of the eggs signaled an imminent population explosion in Luo Wen's brood. But before that, his workload increased yet again. The larvae required mature black ants to partially digest food and regurgitate it into a form they could consume, a task as revolting as it was necessary. And Luo Wen was still the sole provider of meat for the entire hive. To make matters worse, the black ant colony, noticing the dwindling number of scouts returning, had significantly reduced the number sent toward Luo Wen's territory. Other than a few lost stragglers, Luo Wen hadn't seen a direct scout approach in days. His hunting range now extended dangerously close to the enemy nest. From higher ground, his keen vision could spot the busy entrance of the black ant colony. Although Luo Wen didn't dare provoke them directly at their doorstep, he observed from a safe distance, hoping to learn about their habits. He aimed to improve his understanding of colony management by studying them. During hunts, Luo Wen now brought along 6 or 7 of his own black ants. Whenever he killed a black ant from the neighboring nest, his ants would swarm over the carcass, feasting on it and carrying the leftovers back to the brood. The journey back to the nest was made easier with Luo Wen having already cleared out most hazards, and the ants' pheromone trails ensured they wouldn't get lost. Hunting grounds were now only a dozen meters away from the enemy nest, while his lair was over 50 meters away. The long travel time gave Luo Wen opportunities to observe and strategize while his ants handled transportation. This new approach significantly reduced his workload, as he no longer had to spend most of his day hauling food back and forth. Though the ants were slower than him, they were tireless and never slacked off. Luo Wen, by contrast, often needed to rest and reflect on his bug life after each trip. As a result, their efficiency was nearly comparable. One day, while waiting for his transport team to return, Luo Wen witnessed something strange near the enemy nest. A new species of insect, with a yellow-brown body, nonchalantly entered the black ant colony. Strangely, the ants didn't attack it. Instead, they stepped aside to let it pass. This baffled Luo Wen. The nest was sacred territory for the black ants, and his growing entomological knowledge confirmed this new insect wasn't related to them. The intruder had a flattened, elongated abdomen covered in a hard shell, which immediately marked it as a different species. How had it gained free access to the black ant colony? Luo Wen couldn't figure it out. Days passed, and Luo Wen, freed from transport duties and occasionally indulging in extra meals, grew noticeably larger. Despite absorbing black beetle genes, his head hadn't developed the iconic mandibles. Luo Wen speculated it was due to a lack of space. His massive compound eyes dominated his head, leaving no room for large mandibles. Moreover, the black beetle's flat head allowed for leverage when using its mandibles, whereas Luo Wen's narrow, seed-shaped head would render such appendages ineffective. The likely reason, though, was that mandibles would hinder his digging, a key survival skill. It seemed his body had evolved to optimize digging efficiency by discarding traits that could obstruct it. Luo Wen couldn't help but wonder if this stemmed from his cautious, survivalist nature. One day, Luo Wen spotted a massive ant near the enemy nest's entrance. It was several times larger than the regular black ants, with sturdier legs and powerful, sharp mandibles. Its formidable appearance made it clear that its combat abilities far surpassed those of ordinary ants. Luo Wen had a realization. Drawing from knowledge learned long ago in kindergarten, he concluded the regular black ants must be worker ants, while this giant was likely a soldier ant. Though he had been calling them black ants, Luo Wen knew they weren't Earth insects. On this alien planet, they merely resembled ants he was familiar with. Without any naming skills, he had simply borrowed Earth terms. Until now, Luo Wen had only encountered worker ants and assumed the colony lacked soldier ants. Seeing one now confirmed that their colony had hidden military strength. Luo Wen wondered if this world's environment mirrored Earth's to the point that its insects were so similar. However, he had yet to encounter any flying creatures, a stark contrast to Earth, where such insects were abundant. The lack of aerial species puzzled him, but Luo Wen reasoned it might be due to his limited exploration. Perhaps his current habitat simply didn't support flying creatures, or maybe his perspective as a ground-dwelling bug skewed his observations. Thanks to the transport ants, Luo Wen now had time to reflect. He ruled out the possibility of this being the wizard planet, a scenario where his species, the Ephiish, was purportedly unrivaled. After all this time, Luo Wen still couldn't overwhelm an ant colony. Something was clearly wrong either with his own development, the environment, or both. Adding to his doubts, Luo Wen had yet to see reptiles, mammals, or humanoid creatures, none of the life forms common to Earth. Everything pointed to him being in a completely alien world. though his conclusions had gaps, believing this gave him psychological comfort. Seeing the soldier ant reminded Luo Wen of his own limitations. Recently emboldened by his growth, he had thought himself close to conquering the black ant colony. Now, this formidable soldier ant had poured cold water on his ambitions. Although he was larger than regular ants, the soldier ant's length was twice his, and its mandibles were far deadlier than his simple armor. Luo Wen knew he couldn't face it alone. Soldier ants were built for combat, while he was a part-time fighter and full-time digger. As he mulled over these thoughts, a flash of yellow-brown passed to his right, catching his attention. Luo Wen's eyes were exceptionally sharp when it came to moving objects. As soon as the yellow-brown creature entered his clear line of sight, he immediately noticed it. A closer look confirmed it was the same type of bug he'd seen swaggering into the ant nest earlier. Was it the exact same one he'd seen that day? Luo Wen wasn't sure. He suffered from bug face blindness. He couldn't even tell the difference between Black 2 and Black 3, who were constantly buzzing around him, let alone a bug he'd only seen once. Seeing this guy sparked a thought in Luo Wen's mind. If he couldn't beat the soldier ants, surely he could take on a yellow bug about the same size as himself? What's more, he was always eager to have a cordial and friendly interaction with any new species he encountered, preferably by tasting them. Who knew? He might just acquire some unique gene fragments. Calculating that the transport team would take a little while to return, Luo Wen wasted no time. He identified a safe route and quickly scuttled toward the yellow bug. The yellow bug was lounging leisurely, completely unaware of Luo Wen's approach. This was precisely why he still had his large compound eyes despite their hindrance during digging. They offered an unparalleled visual advantage. It was like playing a game where everyone else's map was shrouded in fog, while his was fully revealed. Luo Wen opened with his signature move, the face-smashing hammer strike, which had become the opening act of the Luo-style insect combat technique. Regardless of who his opponent was, the meeting always began with a heavy blow from his burrowing limbs. This unique greeting left the yellow bug completely dazed. Before it could react, the second move of the Luo-style combat technique, peach blossoms in full bloom, smashed into its face, knocking it off balance. This move was very similar to the first, both involved a heavy slam with his burrowing limbs. Then came the third move, vicious dog pounce. Luo Wen's large mandibles clamped down on the yellow bug's forelimb with a loud crack, snapping it off cleanly. He then alternated between the first and second moves repeatedly. Luo Wen's combat experience had grown significantly recently. Very few black ant scouts could withstand even 10 moves against him. The yellow bug, clearly inexperienced with such a scientific and advanced fighting style, was utterly helpless. Its body parts were rapidly being reduced to a scattered mess. Throughout the fight, Luo Wen noticed that the yellow bug continuously released pheromones. The scent felt somewhat similar to that of Black 2 and Black 3. Luo Wen began to understand how this yellow bug could swagger into a neighbor's home unchallenged. Unfortunately for it, Luo Wen didn't rely on pheromones to identify enemies, he relied on his eyes and brain. The yellow bug's unique ability had no effect. Having lost the initiative and being outmatched in intelligence, it could barely mount a defense before meeting its end. Luo Wen felt the battle was a bit underwhelming. Despite the yellow bug appearing larger than a black worker ant, it was all show and no substance. Luo Wen hadn't even exerted his full strength before it fell. At this moment, he felt like slapping his burrowing limbs together and declaring, "Mission accomplished," but alas, there was no one to appreciate his wit. The loneliness of being a master was palpable. Dragging the yellow bug back to his earlier spot, Luo Wen waited a short while before the transport team appeared within his line of sight. When they arrived, he had most of them stay put while he took 2 black ants back to the battlefield. There, the remnants of the yellow bug's body were still scattered around, mostly severed limbs much larger than fly legs, and far too valuable to waste. After cleaning up the battlefield, Luo Wen returned to the main group. With an unexpected bonus harvest for the day, he decided not to linger at the spot any longer. He set off with the transport team to return. On the way, they encountered an unlucky black ant scout who had lost its way. Luo Wen demonstrated the Luo-style combat technique on it and then enthusiastically invited its remains back to the nest as a guest. Luo Wen personally dragged the yellow bug's body because he intended to enjoy this first specimen alone. Meanwhile, the transport team divided the scout's body and some parts of the yellow bug to carry back to the brood nest. He instructed the transport team to feed part of the haul to the brood nest, while the rest was left as rations for the black ants and larvae. These black ants were exceptionally skilled at feeding. Luo Wen had only needed to explain it once for them to grasp the concept immediately. As for the black beetle, it now had a new name, Big Black. The black ants, who only sucked sap from tree roots, couldn't fathom the concept of chewing through roots. Thus, Luo Wen had to take personal responsibility for Big Black's food supply. But Luo Wen was too busy to dig up roots for it today, so Big Black would just have to go hungry for now. It wouldn't die from missing 1 or 2 meals. Returning with the yellow bug to a small chamber he had recently excavated, Luo Wen entered his private space, a bedroom strictly off limits to the black ants. Though small, the room had 2 escape tunnels and 1 connecting passage to the brood nest. All were sealed with mud mixed with saliva and camouflaged for safety. Finally alone with the yellow bug, Luo Wen cracked open its exoskeleton and skillfully devoured the muscle within. After finishing his sumptuous meal, Luo Wen had planned to rest but felt a twinge of guilt about Big Black. He summoned a black ant to clean up the food scraps and feed them to the brood nest. Meanwhile, he went to the tree roots to drink some sap and dig up a root for Big Black. No, that wasn't right. He specifically dug up a root for Big Black and drank some sap along the way. Returning, he stopped by the brood nest to check on it and reviewed the gene pool. Sure enough, a new gene fragment for pheromone mimicry had been added. This gene fragment was intriguing. Luo Wen wanted to test it out. Before sleeping, he kept hypnotizing himself into believing he desperately needed this ability, hoping his body's instincts would rise to the occasion. Upon waking, Luo Wen hurriedly checked his body and tested the new ability. It seemed he could now alter his own pheromones. He hadn't expected his instincts to be so effective. He'd truly gained the power of pheromone mimicry. To test it, he summoned a black ant and changed his pheromones. For ants, pheromones were like ID cards. A single sniff determined if someone was an ally. The black ant seemed puzzled and showed signs of agitation but didn't attack Luo Wen. Testing several more black ants, he found their reactions were similar. The behavior felt familiar, though he couldn't immediately recall why. Is it ineffective, or am I using it wrong? Luo Wen was puzzled, unsure of the issue. It wasn't until he saw Big Black wandering around that he realized. Big Black, lacking a pheromone communication system, still identified friend from foe, likely thanks to a recognition system built into the brood nest itself. The black ant's reaction had been familiar because they exhibited the same behavior toward Big Black. Relieved by this result, Luo Wen felt a sense of joy. Though the bug's intelligence wasn't high, their cunning moves often exceeded Luo Wen's expectations. He had genuinely feared that one day a yellow bug might sneak into his nest and cause trouble in his absence. That would have been a real headache. Now, he had nothing to worry about. In fact, he even looked forward to yellow bugs wandering in. They'd be delivering takeout, providing the brood nest with extra meals. Since his own ants weren't suitable for further testing, Luo Wen dug up another tree root to feed Big Black, then summoned the transport team and headed out. Even while experimenting, he couldn't neglect the hive's food supply. Luo Wen felt he was truly wearing himself out for the hive's development. He invited another lucky scout back to the hive and let the transport team carry it home. Luo Wen used this time to continue his experiments. Luo Wen first targeted a lucky test subject, lucky because it didn't get to witness the opening move of Luo-style insect combat techniques. After observing the test subject, Luo Wen instinctively used his newly acquired ability. The pheromones emanating from his body began to subtly adjust. Pheromones are compounds that facilitate chemical communication between organisms. They are further categorized into various types, and almost all flora and fauna produce them. Examples include altruistic pheromones, selfish pheromones, synergistic pheromones, aggregation pheromones, trail pheromones, alarm pheromones, evacuation pheromones, and sex pheromones. Ant pheromones, for instance, are a mixture of various compounds, including the unique scent that identifies their colony. This functions like an ID card, allowing them to communicate with their kin. Luo Wen was now tweaking this specific pheromone. His new ability enabled him to hack into a neighboring colony's household registry and fabricate an identity. After completing the forgery, he displayed this information. As the distance to the scout ant shrank, it finally sensed an unfamiliar vibration approaching. Its antennae reached out inquisitively. The scout's antennae made contact with Luo Wen, sweeping back and forth across his body. Luo Wen waited tensely for the verdict. It was his first time using this ability, and he wasn't sure if it might fail. He remained prepared to strike at any moment. Fortunately, the scout's inspection yielded no abnormalities. Since Luo Wen only presented the bare minimum an ID card, the scout lost interest in him. It bypassed him and continued its search ahead. After some thought, Luo Wen repositioned himself to block the scout's path again. This time, he didn't just carry an ID card but also displayed the message, "There's food over there, follow me." The scout's antennae twitched for a moment before it actually decided to follow him. Leading it a short distance away from the nest, Luo Wen then showcased a move from his Luo-style insect combat technique. The scout, confused as to why one of its own was attacking, failed to counter before being swiftly killed. Luo Wen's eyes lit up, as he seemed to have discovered a new hunting method. Dragging the scout's corpse to the transport team's rendezvous point, Luo Wen left behind a pheromone signal indicating, "Take this back." Of course, the signal was crafted with the forged identity from the brood nest. This was a contingency plan in case he ventured too far and couldn't return in time. If the transport team returned without clear instructions and wandered aimlessly, it could end in disaster since the nest was less than 20 meters away. A wrong turn could be fatal. While Luo Wen's followers had grown in number, resources remained tight. Every effort to save or prepare for potential problems mattered. By sending the transport team on this extra trip, Luo Wen bought himself more time to explore his first infiltration mission. Brandishing his forged ID card, Luo Wen boldly approached the neighbor's front gate. Black ants swarmed the path, but they either ignored him outright or briefly touched him with their antennae before losing interest. Thus, Luo Wen breezed past multiple defensive layers, eventually arriving at the entrance of the ant nest. Peering into the pitch-black tunnel, he refrained from rushing inside. The ant nest previously harbored giant mandible soldier ants combat units. Who knew what other strange warriors might be lurking within? Although yellow bugs had nonchalantly entered this place before, their lives weren't as valuable as Luo Wen's. So, he opted for caution, no, prudence. He first burrowed to the area beneath the nest, his bristles sensing the dense network of hollow tunnels crisscrossing the underground. Around the ant nest, Luo Wen dug several escape routes. These tunnels were narrow, just wide enough for him to traverse. Should danger arise, he could retreat to the closest passage. While small worker ants posed little threat to him now, larger soldier ants would struggle to navigate these narrow routes. After preparing his escape routes, Luo Wen returned to the surface, heading back to the nest entrance. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he ventured inside. The entrance was cluttered with chaotic pheromone signals. A large number of black ants moved in and out, making the seemingly spacious passage feel cramped. Despite Luo Wen's appearance, his coloration aside, there were no other similarities between him and the black ants. This colony only recognized IDs, not species or morphology. As long as you carried their ID, you were kin. Simple and crude. A massive soldier ant emerged from deeper within the tunnel, its bulky frame blocking most of the passageway. Its sheer size exerted an oppressive presence, reminding Luo Wen that fighting here would be less than ideal. Being discovered as an undocumented outsider would not end well. Fortunately, the soldier ant showed no unusual behavior. Mimicking the other black ants, Luo Wen stepped over its head and body, continuing deeper into the nest. The tunnels gradually branched into numerous paths, some wide, others narrow. Luo Wen's current size made the narrower paths impassable. As it was his first visit, Luo Wen hesitated to widen the passages without permission. It might seem impolite. Thus, he stuck to the broader routes. The internal structure of the nest was exceedingly complex. With no specific objective in mind, this was just a reconnaissance trip. Luo Wen meandered through the labyrinth. The accessible paths were all main thoroughfares. After wandering for some time, he eventually entered a massive hollow cavity. This was the neighbor's hatchery. The ground was carpeted with eggs and pupae, interspersed with wriggling larvae. Patrolling soldier ants moved about, surrounded by a swarm of worker ants. These workers busily transported food into the chamber, while others diligently processed the food, swallowing it before regurgitating it to feed the larvae. Amidst them were several yellow bugs. Their yellowish-brown bodies, larger than the worker ants, stood out starkly against the sea of black. But the ants didn't consider them out of place. The yellow bugs acted just like worker ants, consuming the scattered food. However, they skipped the step of regurgitating it to feed the larvae. Watching this, Luo Wen couldn't help but silently applaud. Impressive moves. These yellow bugs really have no shame? Infiltrating someone else's nest and freeloading food and board? No wonder I've only ever seen them enter ant nests but never leave. I was worried this nest might have some secret weapon hidden inside. As it turned out, these freeloaders never intended to leave. Picking up a piece of food from the ground, Luo Wen examined it. It appeared to be a chunk of insect flesh. After finishing it, he grabbed another piece, unfamiliar in appearance, possibly a secretion from some insect or plant. It tasted sweet. Piece after piece, food was scattered everywhere. This was the accumulation of an ant nest with over 1,000 members. Luo Wen began to think he didn't want to leave either. Underscore 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 underscore. Since transforming into an insect, Luo Wen had been living a harsh existence. He never imagined stumbling upon such a paradise. Food everywhere, eat to fullness, sleep after eating, then wake up and eat again. There was nothing to do but enjoy an endless supply of sustenance. If only he had a computer and internet access, this would have been his dream otaku lifestyle. Sadly, he still had a brood of underlings crying out for food. The thought of a boss lazing about like this left Luo Wen feeling a bit downhearted. After stuffing himself, he roamed the nest for a while. This ant colony was quite large, and deep inside, he discovered a queen ant. The queen was far larger than the soldier ants, not because she was stronger. On the contrary, her upper body seemed overly frail compared to the soldiers. Her size came from her massive abdomen, which accounted for 2/3 of her body. Luo Wen doubted whether she could even drag herself along with her feeble limbs. During his observation, the queen didn't move an inch. Several worker ants scurried around her, ferrying various foods and queuing up to feed her mouth to mouth. This reminded Luo Wen of an embarrassing incident. One of his underlings had once tried to feed him mouth to mouth. Could that ant have mistaken him for a queen back then? Truly a cringeworthy memory. Thankfully, his inner resolve had forced a favorable evolution, granting him his current independent brood nest. Otherwise, if he had turned into something resembling this queen, he might have preferred death. After wandering aimlessly for a while and finding no special weapons or hidden combat units, Luo Wen relaxed and leisurely crawled out of the nest. His first visit to a neighbor's home had been fruitful, leaving him quite satisfied. Returning to the transport team's rendezvous point, he noticed the scout's body had disappeared. Without lingering, Luo Wen hastened back to his brood nest. On the way, he encountered the returning transport team and joined them for the trip home. Once back at the brood nest, Luo Wen checked on the brood nest itself. Everything was in order. It had a steady food supply each day, producing offspring while retaining surplus for growth. Next, he gnawed a piece of tree root to feed Big Black. After that, he went to the hatchery. There were now more than 10 mature black ants. Apart from the transport team, 5 or 6 ants usually stayed home to care for the eggs. The hatchery housed dozens of eggs and larvae. The first batch of larvae had begun to pupate under the worker ants' care. Once they emerged, they would be fully grown small ants. Of course, Luo Wen's hatchery was still far from rivaling the neighbors, but he believed this was only temporary. In time, as he deciphered the functions of certain genetic fragments and amassed enough resource-collecting insects, he would engineer even more powerful creatures. Flattening the ant nest would then become a matter of moments. One day, he too would have his own paradise of food and indulgence, living a life of eat, sleep, and repeat. Imagining this bright future, Luo Wen drifted off to sleep. The next day, Luo Wen woke up early with fresh ideas brewing in his mind. After supplying Big Black with another piece of tree root, he set off with the transport team. Arriving about 10 meters from the neighbor's nest, Luo Wen began digging. This was a major undertaking. Luo Wen spearheaded the excavation, while the transport team removed soil from the tunnel. Whenever he got hungry, he would emerge, demonstrate Luo-style insect combat on a nearby ant, and drag the prey back to share. The hatchery back at the brood nest had a small food reserve, enough to last a day without resupply. It was Luo Wen's first time digging such a long tunnel. His digging speed was fast, but transporting the excavated soil outside was time-consuming. As the tunnel lengthened, this process grew exponentially more tedious. The transport team's efficiency was low, unable to keep up with Luo Wen's pace. Eventually, he had to dig and carry soil out simultaneously. Working tirelessly until nightfall, he had only completed about half the tunnel. Although daytime and nighttime were indistinguishable to Luo Wen, who had previously survived underground without knowing the time of day, he still retained some human habits. For instance, when he saw nightfall, he instinctively felt it was time to sleep even if he wasn't tired. His mind told him it was rest time. He casually buried the tunnel entrance and camouflaged it. Although the new mound of soil was conspicuous, Luo Wen was confident in concealing the entrance. Using his forged ID, he spread a pheromone warning around the area. Danger? Do not approach. It should be enough to deter the brainless worker ants. Besides, the scout ants in this direction had suffered heavy casualties recently. Even though the neighbor's nest wasn't far, few ants ventured this way anymore. After taking down 3 patrolling worker ants nearby with the transport team, he divided one on the spot and brought the other 2 back to the brood nest as food reserves. Once home, Luo Wen was too exhausted to move further. Big Black would have to endure hunger for the night. When Luo Wen woke up again and climbed to the surface, dawn hadn't yet broken. Unwilling to venture out in the dark, he first went to the tree roots to replenish fluids. Having eaten ant meat twice yesterday, the ant's acidic body fluids had left him slightly nauseous. After rehydrating, he brought a tree root back for Big Black, who had gone hungry overnight. While pondering his next steps, Luo Wen passed the time until the first light of dawn, then set out with the transport team. Reaching yesterday's buried tunnel, he found it undisturbed. It seemed his pheromone warning had worked well, or perhaps no scouts had passed through this area at all. Under Luo Wen's direction, his team resumed their unfinished work with orderly precision. This time, Luo Wen left 2 temporary storage chambers along the tunnel. While this added some extra labor, they managed to finish the tunnel by nightfall, digging all the way to the area beneath the neighbor's nest. Halting excavation, Luo Wen buried the entrance again and demonstrated Luo-style insect combat for a few spectators. He then brought their vanquished bodies back to the brood nest. After 2 days of preparation, Luo Wen's plan had reached a critical stage. The next morning, he led the transport team out, ready to execute his plan. Returning to the buried tunnel entrance, he found it untouched. A promising start. Leading the team into the tunnel, Luo Wen instructed the transport team to wait in the temporary storage chambers and retreat if they encountered danger. He then crawled out alone. As he moved, Luo Wen couldn't help but wonder whether the transport team could grasp his instructions. Their intelligence was truly lacking. Even slightly complex commands seemed beyond them. He resolved to find a way to improve their intelligence when he had time, at least enough to understand more intricate directives. Spreading his forged identity pheromones, Luo Wen once again arrived at the neighbor's front door. Luo Wen deftly navigated to the hatchery deep within the ant nest. After a hearty meal, he selected a corner rarely traversed by ants and began digging. Once he had created a small hole, he turned back to seal the opening connecting it to the hatchery. Then he continued digging outward. Pheromones were truly a miraculous tool. After mastering their basic uses, Luo Wen had developed several extended applications. For instance, using marking pheromones as coordinates was not a novel idea. Black ants had long employed such a method. However, while they could only detect these markers by physically touching them with their antennae, Luo Wen could sense his pheromone coordinates from a distance. At this moment, he was digging toward one of his marked coordinate points. This was the labor of the past 2 days with the transport team, the underground passage. As the passage had initially been very close to the ant nest, Luo Wen quickly connected his newly dug tunnel to it. Crawling into the underground passage, he summoned the waiting transport team. Together, they cleared the soil from the new tunnel. Luo Wen used his saliva to reinforce the fresh tunnel and carved out a temporary storage chamber near where the passage approached the nest. He ordered the transport team to stand by in the passage and sealed off the storage chamber's entrance to the passage, carefully erasing the pheromones left by the transport team. With everything in place, Luo Wen returned to the hatchery and began transporting food to the temporary storage chamber. Although a few worker ants passed by during this time, Luo Wen's legitimate identity prevented them from showing any concern. Once he had stored enough food, Luo Wen sealed the connection between the tunnel and the hatchery, releasing pheromones that conveyed a warning to stay away. Then, he reopened the link between the storage chamber and the underground passage, summoned the transport team, and ordered them to carry the stored food back to the brood nest. The plan proceeded smoothly. Like parasites on the ant nest, the brood nest began a life of indulgence. Luo Wen was temporarily freed from the strenuous tasks of hunting, no longer needing to find isolated worker ants or demonstrate his Luo-style insect combat technique. All he needed to do was transport food to the storage chamber at intervals. Unfortunately, such idyllic days could not last. The ant nest supported a population of over 1,000 ants, and their daily food consumption was staggering. Despite this, their stockpile of food was limited. This was evident from the number of giant mandible soldier ants, a specialized combat unit. Even with the vast population of black ants, they could only sustain around 10 of these non-productive soldier types. As the days passed and the brood nest's population grew, the food reserves in the neighboring hatchery visibly dwindled. The black ants became agitated, confused by the mysterious decline in food. Luo Wen was equally worried. The past days of comfort had been utterly enjoyable, but the number of ants in the brood nest continued to climb. He had already stopped having the brood nest directly hatch 2 adult ants daily, instead allocating resources for its growth and limiting daily output to 10 eggs. Even so, within a few days, when the pupating larvae emerged as adults, the brood nest would add roughly 10 ants daily. Combined with the continuous hatching of another 10 eggs, the rapidly increasing mouths to feed would soon overwhelm the ant nest's resources. Luo Wen needed a solution. Before he could devise one, his attention was caught by the yellow bugs in the hatchery. Luo Wen had already come to regard the ant nest as his food production base, so the sight of these parasites was particularly vexing. With a thought, an idea formed in his mind. Unsure if it would work, he decided to test it. Luo Wen slowly approached a yellow bug, which was feasting voraciously and paid no attention to his presence. Quietly, Luo Wen spat a glob of saliva onto the bug before swiftly retreating. The saliva contained a concoction of pheromones, essentially mimicking an alien identity, one unrecognized by the ant nest. The hatchery was a vital facility, endlessly supplying fresh labor for the nest. Its importance was self-evident. When an unfamiliar scent of identity suddenly appeared in such a crucial location, the nearby worker ants, who were feeding the larvae, immediately noticed. They began to surround the yellow bug, while a few quickly scurried off to alert the patrolling giant mandible soldier ants. Oblivious to the impending danger, the feasting yellow bug remained completely unguarded. Its prolonged safety had dulled its instincts, and it could not fathom that someone as cunning as Luo Wen would be plotting against it. From a distance, Luo Wen watched as the giant mandible soldier ants approached. It was his first time witnessing the combat prowess of these fearsome warriors. The ants clamped their powerful jaws onto the unsuspecting parasite. With a sharp twist of their heads, the yellow bug was torn in two. Despite its resilience, the yellow bug's upper half was still moving, but it had no chance to escape. In an instant, the worker ants swarmed over it. Luo Wen watched with a mix of awe and dread. Relying solely on pheromone-based identification to distinguish friend from foe was a glaring vulnerability. Fortunately, his brood nest employed 2 identification systems. Otherwise, any intelligent insect capable of altering pheromones could easily infiltrate and sabotage an ant nest from within. Thankfully, he was the only such insect for now. However, given the vastness of the world, who could guarantee that other similarly evolved creatures wouldn't exist? Reflecting on this, Luo Wen decided that 2 identification systems might not suffice. Once his abilities improved, he would develop additional systems to ensure security. Just like the old human television shows he remembered, in the past, when human technology was underdeveloped, they relied on sight to distinguish friend from foe. This allowed masterful disguise experts to infiltrate enemy ranks easily. It wasn't until technological advancements brought fingerprint, retinal, facial, and DNA recognition that such vulnerabilities were mitigated. These lessons from the past were worth remembering. For now, this was a lower priority. His current dual system approach was sufficient for the time being. His immediate task was to deal with the remaining yellow bugs to prevent further food wastage. The other yellow bugs showed no reaction to their companion's death, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. One by one, Luo Wen spat the fake pheromone-laden saliva onto them and watched as the worker and soldier ants eliminated them. With the yellow bugs cleared, not only was a significant food burden removed, but their bodies themselves contributed to the nest's food reserves. Even so, it was only a drop in the ocean. With the brood nest on the brink of a population explosion, Luo Wen feared the ant nest would soon reach its breaking point. The solutions to the current problem were either to find new black ant nests to share the burden or, once the number of insects in the brood nest reached a sufficient size, to completely annihilate the ant nest, turning its inhabitants into food and claiming the territory. The 2 approaches were not mutually exclusive. Luo Wen could search for new black ant nests while simultaneously infiltrating and eroding the neighbor's nest. However, this would mean Luo Wen would become busy again. Deploying a few camouflage bugs to infiltrate the ant nest and feast without drawing suspicion was feasible, but expecting them to handle Luo Wen's task stealing food while cleaning up traces was unlikely given their limited intelligence. If any mistakes exposed their actions and led the black ants to track them back to the brood nest, it would spell disaster. The brood nest's current combat capabilities were far from sufficient to withstand an assault. Thus, Luo Wen had no choice but to personally handle the undercover work and food transport operations in the ant nest. As for exploration, Luo Wen had already scouted the area within a few dozen meters around the brood nest. To find another black ant nest, he would need to venture farther. Currently, most of the insects in the brood nest were modeled after black ants. Lacking vision, they relied on close-range contact with their antennae to gather information. This method posed numerous dangers, and the farther they traveled, the higher the risk of encountering threats. Given the current population in the brood nest, it would be difficult to sustain such heavy losses. Luo Wen needed new types of insects with functional eyesight, capable of detecting potential dangers from a distance and reporting back the gathered intelligence. But once again, he faced the same fundamental problem. While Luo Wen could likely configure the required physical traits, he couldn't enhance the insect's intelligence. The insects in the brood nest were competent in repetitive, mechanical tasks but struggled with anything more complex. They couldn't fully comprehend Luo Wen's instructions, meaning he had to personally oversee all critical missions. In the future, when he had more time and resources, Luo Wen resolved to create intelligent insects. He didn't need many, just one or two capable of leading others would suffice. Grumbling aside, Luo Wen diligently attended to his responsibilities. Each day, he transported enough materials to the temporary storage chamber to keep the transport teams occupied for a day, sealing the passage to the hatchery tightly and surrounding the area with pheromones signaling danger and warning others to stay away. After completing this task, Luo Wen would crawl out of the ant nest to scout farther afield. The brood nest was also developing steadily. The first batch of pupating larvae had emerged, forming a new generation of adult ants. As they matured, they would gradually take on various tasks within the colony. The brood nest itself had grown larger. Although Luo Wen's size had also increased recently, it seemed unlikely he could still carry the massive structure. Applying his principle of preparing for danger during times of peace, Luo Wen used Big Black as a template, removing the gene for burrower legs after observing that the oversized giant mandibles conflicted with burrowing efficiency. These mandibles, wider than the body itself, made underground movement cumbersome. Additionally, Luo Wen incorporated pheromone genes for communication and identity recognition. Using this template, the brood nest produced a dozen eggs. If they successfully hatched, these insects would become specialized fighters tasked with defending the brood nest. This was Luo Wen's first time using a self-designed template to produce insects from eggs. It was an entirely new experiment. He didn't know if such artificial genetic configurations could support a complete developmental process from egg to maturity. If these insects, with their entirely novel genetic sequences, could grow into fully developed, mature adults, it would signify a breakthrough. When resources were abundant, the brood nest could produce a series of insects with unnatural but highly advantageous traits. By then, the brood nest's influence would expand exponentially, like a snowball gaining momentum. It would no longer need to parasitize the ant nest to grow. Energized by these promising thoughts, Luo Wen threw himself into his work with renewed enthusiasm. Events also seemed to be unfolding in a favorable direction. A few days later, Luo Wen's efforts bore fruit. He discovered another black ant nest in the opposite direction of the brood nest. This new nest was much larger. Luo Wen counted over 50 soldier ants within it, suggesting a total population of 3,000 to 4,000. The ant nest not only boasted a much larger hatchery but also had 2 of them. Additionally, there were several food storage chambers. Worker ants ground food into powder with their mandibles, secreting a protective substance to prevent spoilage. Naturally, the hatchery was filled with even more yellow bugs, parasitic creatures brazenly stealing Luo Wen's resources. Infuriated, he spat on each one, dooming them to annihilation. This new ant nest was over 100 meters from the brood nest. Its vast population and extensive patrol coverage meant there were no blind spots. Luo Wen would need to dig at least 50 meters of underground tunnel to transport food. It was a monumental task. Fortunately, Luo Wen now had many underlings. He assigned over 20 ants to the transport teams to handle food transport, left another 20 newly emerged ants to tend to the larvae, and led the remaining dozens in a massive excavation project. Luo Wen's daily schedule became packed. At dawn, he would transport food from the first ant nest to the storage chamber, seal the tunnel, and leave the transport teams to work independently. Then, he would hurry back home, gather his excavation team, and head to the second ant nest to dig a new tunnel. Along the way, he'd practice his Luo-style insect combat technique with a few of the new neighbors, ensuring his skills remained sharp. The black ants who watched the performance often couldn't afford his appearance fee and were forced to pay with their lives, becoming food for the excavation team. Time flew by, and as the massive smuggling tunnel neared completion, trouble arose with the transport teams. The first nest smuggling tunnel had been dug close to the patrol's blind spot, just over 10 meters from the ant nest. However, as Luo Wen shifted focus to the second nest and stopped performing his combat demonstrations, the number of scout worker ants in the area gradually increased. Today, by sheer bad luck, a transport team carrying food emerged from the tunnel and came face to face with a scout worker ant. The scout worker ant noticed a large group of ants resembling itself but lacking proper identification. It immediately moved forward to challenge them. The transport teams, not known for their patience, responded aggressively. After a heated antenna duel, a fight broke out. Although the scout worker ant was outnumbered, this was the transport team's first battle. Despite their superior numbers, they allowed the worker ant to escape. The transport teams didn't think much of it. However, when they returned to the tunnel with more food, the worker ant had brought reinforcements, lying in wait to ambush them. Underscore 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 underscore. The brood nest lay deep underground, a depth difficult for ordinary ants to reach without specialized digging limbs. To address this, Luo Wen constructed a temporary nest above the brood nest. This structure served not only as a logistics hub but also as a decoy, the first line of defense for the true nest. The distance between ant nest number 1 and the brood nest was about 50 meters, roughly the same length as the smuggling tunnel leading to ant nest number 2. With his prior experience, this project posed no challenge for Luo Wen. After spending some time completing the tunnel, the brood nest resumed siphoning food from ant nest number 1. With 2 nests supplying resources, the brood nest's food reserves began increasing visibly. The hatchery became fully stocked, and even the storage chambers Luo Wen had excavated earlier started filling with food. From then on, Luo Wen's daily routine consisted of hauling enough food from both nests to meet the transport team's capacity for the day. After that, he expanded his scouting range. Time passed, and Luo Wen's body grew significantly larger, now comparable in size to the war god black beetle he encountered before. Although he lacked the massive mandibles, his combat strength was enough to handle a soldier ant in one-on-one combat. His bulk now exceeded that of soldier ants, and his rounded physique made their slender frames appear feeble in comparison. Apart from their sharper mandibles, soldier ants resembled oversized worker ants. Without the advantage of size, they were no match for Luo-style insect combat techniques. Near ant nest number 1, Luo Wen set a trap and, with a large team of minions, ambushed a soldier ant. After some effort, he successfully killed it, acquiring its genetic fragments. At this point, the brood nest housed over 200 adult black ants, with more than 1,000 eggs, larvae, and pupae combined. Notably, the second batch of modified black ants with burrower limbs had all pupated, while the first batch of black beetle larvae remained in the larval stage. However, these larvae had grown much larger than most adult black ants. Considering the source of their genetic template and their eventual adult size, this was understandable. Although Luo Wen obtained the soldier ant template, he decided against hatching any. Their role overlapped with that of the black beetles, yet their combat effectiveness was significantly lower. Furthermore, soldier ants neither worked nor reproduced and consumed vast amounts of food. Hatching a few would be pointless. When the black beetles matured, the brood nest would be ready to expand to the surface and claim territory. Before that, Luo Wen needed to locate new ant nests. As the population in the brood nest grew rapidly, the resources from 2 nests were becoming insufficient. A few days later, Luo Wen discovered a new ant nest 200 meters north of the brood nest. He immediately forged identification pheromones and infiltrated it. The previously spacious main tunnels now seemed cramped due to Luo Wen's enlarged frame. If he continued growing, his espionage missions would likely become impossible unless he widened the passages as he went. Whether his forged identity would remain effective by then was another matter. During his earlier visit to Ant Nest No. 2's hatchery, Luo Wen had witnessed a soldier ant kill a worker ant. That worker ant wasn't a spy like Luo Wen but a legitimate native of the nest. Luo Wen still didn't understand why the attack occurred. This incident taught him that even ants from the same nest could attack each other. Over-reliance on forged identity pheromones could lead to complacency and grave mistakes. Since then, Luo Wen had been more cautious during his infiltrations. However, as his size increased, the relative threat posed by the nest's inhabitants decreased, and his confidence began to swell once more. The newly discovered ant nest number 3 was also a black ant nest, similar in scale to ant nest number 2, and showed no signs of unusual ant types. Luo Wen indulged in some nectar inside the nest and fed a few mouthfuls to some yellow bugs freeloading there before returning home to rally his forces. Leading his excavation team, he began digging a tunnel toward the new nest. The route to ant nest number 3 passed between ant nests number 1 and number 2. Using the surface posed risks of encountering scouts from either nest, complicating transportation. Thus, Luo Wen decided to dig from the transfer hub above the brood nest and excavate an underground tunnel over 200 meters long to connect directly to ant nest number 3. Given Luo Wen's size, digging a tunnel to his dimensions created a spacious and comfortable passage for the ants. While he excavated at the front, hundreds of ants transported the displaced soil behind him. Although this 200-meter tunnel was Luo Wen's largest project to date, its completion might surpass the 50-meter tunnel to ant nest number 2 in speed. A few days into the project, the newly hatched burrower ants joined the team. Their specialized digging limbs vastly outperformed ordinary appendages, akin to the difference between sweeping beans with a broom and picking them up by hand. The increase in efficiency was obvious. Everything progressed smoothly, and the new tunnel was on track for early completion. Then, something unexpected happened. After a day's work, Luo Wen returned ahead of the excavation team, leaving them to clean up the tunnel and continue their tasks. The soil removed from the tunnel had formed a mound over half a meter high above the brood nest, a testament to their efforts. Climbing to the surface, Luo Wen planned to drink some tree sap and bring some back for Big Black. Recently, the black beetle larvae modeled after Big Black had begun to pupate. Luo Wen wasn't sure if they'd remain herbivorous upon emerging, but he had started preserving the vegetation around the brood nest, consciously avoiding damage to the surrounding plant roots. While climbing a plant to find a tender branch to nibble, Luo Wen caught a glimpse of several moving patches of yellowish-brown in his peripheral vision. His senses immediately went on high alert. With the brood nest's growth, the surrounding area had become devoid of other life forms, let alone rare yellowish-brown ones. Luo Wen moved toward the figures, cautiously closing the distance until they came into clear view. To his surprise, they were the same desert ants that had nearly ended his life before. Indeed, it seemed enemies often crossed paths again. Luo Wen harbored a vivid impression of the desert ants. Their hook-shaped mandibles, spring-like leaps, and their feces-spraying attacks had left a mark on his memory. Even now, he occasionally recalled those encounters, each time grinding his teeth in frustration, bitter over the storm that had swept him away, leaving him stranded in an unknown place. Would he ever return to exact vengeance for the gut-wrenching ordeal? Fate, however, worked in strange ways. To his surprise, he encountered the kin of those ants here in this foreign land, presenting him with a chance to collect some interest in advance. Luo Wen was no longer the weak creature of the past. His body had grown significantly larger, and his armor was much tougher. He decided to use these culprits' kin as practice dummies for the Luo-style insect combat technique, giving them a first-hand lesson. These yellow earth ants were about the same size as he had been back when he was just the size of a fingernail. Now, however, his body had grown to resemble a small egg. He quickly charged at the nearest yellow earth ant. On the way, he counted their numbers 7 in total, currently arranged in a tight formation as they cautiously advanced toward him. Without hesitation, he launched into the opening move of the Luo-style insect combat technique. As his massive burrowing limb smashed down on the lead ant, its comically small, round eyes, perched on its equally laughable head, froze in shock. Combined with its long, eyebrow-like antennae, the sight was absurdly amusing. But Luo Wen showed no mercy for its dazed expression. His burrowing limb struck true, and he immediately followed up with a second move. His mandibles, though relatively small compared to his body, were colossal when measured against the yellow earth ants. They resembled 2 enormous guillotine blades. Against an opponent of similar size, the second move aimed to sever their legs, crippling their mobility before slowly wearing them down. But against these much smaller foes, such elaborate techniques were unnecessary. Luo Wen's mandibles clamped down directly on the first ant's thorax, and with a slight exertion of force, the stunned yellow earth ant was torn into 2. Before its companions could react, Luo Wen repeated the process, dispatching 3 more ants in quick succession. Finally, the remaining 3 yellow earth ants came to their senses. They arched their thoraxes and thrust their abdomens forward, preparing their signature move, the feces-spraying attack. Luo Wen was unperturbed by this familiar move. He merely used his massive burrowing limbs to shield his eyes, allowing the ant's acid-laced secretion to hit his armor. Wisps of white smoke rose where the fluid landed. Since the last time he had encountered such an attack, Luo Wen's acid resistance had significantly improved. The secretion that once posed a lethal threat now merely fizzled harmlessly on his armor. As the smoke cleared, his smooth, polished armor gleamed brightly, unscathed and even shinier than before. In a blur of motion, another yellow earth ant was bitten in 2. The final 2 ants, realizing their ranged attack was ineffective, leapt forward in a desperate bid to use their hook-shaped mandibles to latch onto him. To be fair, these hook-like mandibles were highly effective against foes of a similar size, preventing their prey from escaping. Back then, these mandibles had caused Luo Wen no end of trouble, forcing him to abandon 3 segments of his abdomen to barely escape with his life. But now, facing a foe several times their size, especially one like Luo Wen, with his smooth, chitinous armor, they couldn't find any purchase, let alone immobilize him. With a mighty swing, Luo Wen's burrowing limb smashed down, crushing the comically round head of one ant. Fluid splattered everywhere. He wiped the disgusting mess off his burrowing limb on the ground. Then, with a sharp twist of his head, he clamped down on the last yellow earth ant, finishing it off with a crunch. Luo Wen reflected with a sense of accomplishment. Despite spending much of his time digging, he was now far stronger than when he was newly hatched. Back then, he had fled on sight from yellow earth ants, barely escaping death. Now, 7 of them couldn't last 2 moves against him. He tidied up the battlefield, devouring all 7 yellow earth ants. Their genetic material had long been on his wish list. However, his current interest lay solely in their spring-like leaping ability. As his body grew larger, his agility had inevitably suffered. The spring-like leap could make him more nimble in close combat. As for their hook-like mandibles and feces-spraying attack, the former was too limiting. If he had rejected the giant mandible soldier ant's formidable jaws, these hooks were even less appealing. The latter, though technically an acid mixture, was also of little use. After shedding most of his ant genes with the brood nest, he barely had any residual acid left, which was now mixed into his saliva. He couldn't spare any to spray, making the ability redundant. However, these yellow earth ants could be valuable for breeding. Their combat strength far surpassed that of black ants. Even without incorporating other genetic materials, simply hatching larvae based on the yellow earth ant template could boost the hive's combat strength significantly. But where had these creatures come from? This place was quite far from the desert, and for ants, even 200 or 300 meters was a vast distance. Could there be a yellow earth ant colony nearby? Glancing at the sky, Luo Wen decided to investigate the direction the ants had come from starting tomorrow. These aggressive ants posed no threat to him, but if they continued to encroach, they could endanger the hive and the 3 ant nests. Feeling content with his current life and hopeful for the future, Luo Wen wasn't about to let these intruders ruin it. He grabbed a tender branch, sipped some sap, and brought a piece back for Big Black. Although the hive's current defenses rendered Big Black largely redundant, it had been a laborious task for the brood nest to hatch it back then. Luo Wen thought of it as keeping a pet dog. Back at the hive, Luo Wen checked on the transport and digging teams, ensuring they had all returned. After an earlier incident when a transport team went missing and wasn't discovered until the next day, Luo Wen had developed a habit of taking stock of the hive's population each night. Of course, the count was only approximate, as the bugs didn't line up for inspection but rather scurried about chaotically. Luo Wen was also somewhat face-blind when it came to insects, making an exact count impossible. Still, he could easily spot the loss of dozens. A few missing, however, would likely go unnoticed. Finding nothing amiss, Luo Wen settled into sleep. He was soon jolted awake by a cacophony of vibrations from the surface, triggering a deep sense of danger. This scenario felt eerily familiar. The last time he had been awakened by such vibrations, a sandstorm had swept through, accompanied by an ominous sense of peril. But now, far from the desert, a sandstorm seemed unlikely. Yet the vibrations this time carried an even graver threat. Luo Wen resolved to suppress his curiosity this time, no matter what, and firmly resisted the urge to investigate. Last time, his curiosity had already landed him in a situation of off you go, 1,000 miles away. This time, with the sense of danger so intense, who knew what kind of trouble might arise if he went out again. 5 minutes later, Luo Wen cautiously began crawling toward the surface. He had no intention of explaining his actions. He could only attribute them to an overpowering curiosity that he had failed to overcome. However, just as he reached the transit station near the upper levels, he discovered it had been invaded. Dense, unknown creatures crawling through the passageway were detected by the sensory hairs on his body. Could it be an ant nest invasion? He considered the possibility but dismissed it. He infiltrated the black ant's nest daily to transport food, and if there had been any major mobilization, he wouldn't have missed it. Furthermore, given the intelligence of the black ants, it seemed unlikely they could pull off an act so elaborate as to deceive and lull him into complacency. This pointed to an external species. Luo Wen was suddenly reminded of the yellow earth ants he had encountered earlier this evening, and his heart tightened. He had to take a peek. Otherwise, remaining ignorant of the enemy would leave him at too great a disadvantage. Carefully, Luo Wen made a small opening in the passage leading to the transit station and looked inside. Sure enough, the area was teeming with yellow earth ants. Could they be here for revenge? That seemed unlikely. Eliminating 7 scout worker ants shouldn't have warranted a full-scale invasion, unless one of those scouts had been someone significant, a prince or princess of a grand ant empire. If that were the case, it would be absurdly melodramatic. Luo Wen still thought it more likely to be a coincidence. Regardless, the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful and not something he could provoke at the moment. The transit station alone held hundreds of yellow earth ants, but compared to the vibrations coming from further above, this was just a small fraction of their numbers. Luo Wen estimated that at least tens of thousands of yellow earth ants were on the surface to create such strong vibrations. A mere few hundred would not have been enough for him to sense from deep underground. Without attracting the yellow earth ants' attention, Luo Wen cautiously retracted his head. Fortunately, the transit station had always been designed as a decoy, a fake nest. Directly connecting to the brood nest was inherently risky. If the nest were discovered and pursued through the passageway, a direct connection would place them in constant danger. As such, the transit station above the brood nest served as a decoy and a midpoint for food storage, with the added benefit of being misleading. Each evening, after the transport teams and excavation crews returned, all traces of the connecting passage between the brood nest and the transit station would be destroyed and buried. If any ant nest attempted to launch a surprise attack by following the passage, they would never find the brood nest's location. In fact, they might even end up attacking another ant nest instead. This strategy was known as diverting disaster eastward. While the roles of potential disaster bearers had now shifted, the diversion tactic remained effective. Luo Wen could only hope the black ants would withstand the yellow earth ants' invasion, otherwise, he would have to find a new food supply. Returning to the brood nest, Luo Wen couldn't bring himself to sleep. He focused all his senses on the activity above. Fortunately, the vibrations remained far away. The yellow earth ants had not discovered the brood nest hidden below. The vibrations from above persisted for a long time, to the point where Luo Wen began to grow numb. If the yellow earth ants were not feigning activity, merely rubbing back and forth above the brood nest, then it meant their numbers were immense, in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Luo Wen doubted they were feigning anything. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, he could sense that the vibrations moved continuously from one end to the other, indicating the yellow earth ants were progressing in a single direction without doubling back. He realized he had underestimated them. Even though he could effortlessly dispatch 7 yellow earth ants at once, if he appeared on the surface now, he would be instantly overwhelmed by the army, unable to stir up even a ripple. Thus, Luo Wen pragmatically instructed all the insects in the brood nest to halt work and rest in place, forbidding any noise. In the dark tunnels, the insects became as silent as powered-down machines. The absence of sound made the vibrations and friction from above all the more distinct. Luo Wen couldn't fathom the scale of the colony or the abundance of resources required to sustain such a massive ant legion. He was somewhat relieved that the insects in the brood nest lacked fear. Otherwise, their minds might have already collapsed. Time passed, and the vibrations above gradually ceased. The ant army had finally moved on. But Luo Wen maintained his silence, waiting for them to get even farther away. A long time later, Luo Wen finally stirred. The yellow earth ant legion seemed to have truly moved on. His tiny brood nest wasn't worth the effort of a counterattack. Although he had his suspicions, Luo Wen cautiously moved upward. He first reached the area near the transit station, where some faint movement remained, likely yellow earth ants that had fallen behind the main army. Instead of investigating the transit station, Luo Wen bypassed it and continued upward, quietly emerging onto the surface. The temperature in this region did not fluctuate as drastically as in the desert. There was no frost at night, but the temperature was still quite low. 2 pale light sources in the sky bathed the earth in a hazy glow. The land before him seemed as though it had been plowed. The yellow earth ant legion had perfectly illustrated the meaning of an army marches through, leaving no blade of grass behind. The vegetation that had once thrived here, apart from a few sturdy trees, had vanished. At a glance, it felt as though the sky had risen by 3 feet. The desolation almost made Luo Wen feel like he had returned to the desert. A few yellow earth ants lingered in the distance, seemingly searching for something. Their poor vision prevented them from noticing Luo Wen. Even if they did, their numbers posed no threat to him now. After a quick survey of the surroundings, Luo Wen didn't linger on the surface. He turned back to the transit station and eliminated the yellow earth ants trapped there before heading toward brood nest 1. The scattered yellow earth ants along the way posed no trouble, not even slowing him down. Although their individual strength was insignificant to Luo Wen at this point, their sheer numbers, if exceeding a certain threshold, left him with no choice but to flee. This experience made Luo Wen truly understand the power of a swarm, though he regarded it with disdain. Such reliance on sheer numbers lacked any tactical sophistication. From a technical standpoint, it was far inferior to his Luo-style insect combat technique. As he thought this, his mouth inexplicably began to secrete more ant acid. Could it be because he had eaten too many ants recently? Luo Wen made his way to ant nest 1, carefully digging into the wall of the incubation chamber. He didn't rush to investigate but waited for a moment. A yellow earth ant, having heard the commotion, poked its head through the hole, only to be swiftly dealt with using a Luo-style opening strike. After dragging the splattered corpse into the passage, another round yellow head eagerly poked out. Luo Wen was unceremonious, crushing it and pulling its remains aside. Repeating the process, he took out 5 yellow earth ants that came to investigate. Then, after waiting a long while and seeing no more heads emerge, Luo Wen cautiously poked his own head inside. Though he had suspected this might be the case after seeing the yellow earth ants earlier, the scene before him still made him inhale sharply. The chamber was stripped bare. The soldier ants, worker ants, larvae, eggs, and even scraps of food had vanished, leaving the walls scraped clean, as if several layers had been peeled away. Luo Wen didn't venture further inside. Judging by the state of the incubation chamber, there was no need to inspect the rest of the nest. Even the queen ant had likely met a grim fate. Returning to the brood nest, Luo Wen considered the situation. Ant nests 2 and 3 could not be reached underground and required travel across the surface. After some deliberation, he decided to take the risk and investigate. Encountering minor troubles along the way, Luo Wen resolved them with ease. He spent some time thoroughly exploring the 2 nests. Although they were larger than ant nest 1, with thousands of members each, the black ants couldn't compare to the yellow earth ants in terms of individual combat strength. Even in numbers, they were utterly outclassed. Faced with the yellow earth ant legion numbering in the millions, resistance was futile. Both nests had suffered the same fate as ant nest 1. After dispatching a few yellow earth ants lingering in the area, Luo Wen felt the weight of the situation. This was a significant problem. His brood nest had developed rapidly, but it had done so by leeching resources from nearby ant nests. With the food supply destroyed, supporting such a large brood would no longer be easy. The situation was dire. If the issue were only the loss of the food stores, the current number of mature insects could still scavenge for sustenance. By temporarily halting the brood nest's egg production and practicing strict rationing, they might scrape through the crisis. Once the larvae matured, the brood nest could resume its expansion and development. However, this plan relied on finding food in the wild. Considering the desolation left by the yellow earth ants' passage, this was clearly not viable. Luo Wen decided to survey the surrounding areas to determine the extent of the yellow earth ant legion's destruction. If the situation proved untenable, relocating the brood nest might become necessary. Dragging several yellow earth ant corpses back to the brood nest, Luo Wen carefully preserved them. Every bit of food was precious now and could not be wasted. Reconnecting with the brood nest, Luo Wen issued commands to conserve energy and temporarily halt egg production. His size had grown rapidly due to the previously stable food supply, but the brood nest itself was now even larger than him. Moving the brood nest was still feasible for Luo Wen, but it lacked legs or wheels. Prolonged dragging would inevitably cause abrasions to its underside. If relocation became necessary, Luo Wen would need to find something to cushion it during transport. Otherwise, the brood nest wouldn't endure a long journey. Issuing additional orders to cut the insects' daily rations in half and prohibit any venturing outside, Luo Wen hurriedly left the brood nest to scout the surrounding areas. Half a day later, Luo Wen realized he had vastly underestimated the yellow earth ant legion's numbers. It far exceeded tens or even hundreds of millions. The devastation left by their passage was stark and easy to distinguish from the previous landscape. Under such circumstances, many potential dangers hidden underground had already been eradicated. For the first time, Luo Wen moved at full speed, sprinting with all his might. He avoided the few scattered yellow earth ants he encountered along the way, opting not to engage. Using the brood nest as a center, Luo Wen expanded his search radius. After half a day of exploring roughly a 1-kilometer radius, he still hadn't reached the edge of the yellow earth ant legion's ravaged territory. By this point, dawn was breaking. Luo Wen returned to the brood nest, rested briefly, and organized his thoughts. Several factors had enabled Luo Wen to cover a 1-kilometer radius in half a day. First, his exceptional vision. His compound eyes had continued to evolve, allowing him to see clearly up to 30 meters. This might not seem impressive to humans, but among insects, it was an unparalleled advantage. Second, the terrain created by the yellow earth ants. Their habit of stripping everything bare had eliminated many underground risks. With little vegetation beyond tall trees, there were few obstructions, making long-range observation easy. Third, Luo Wen's large body and long stride enabled him to move quickly. His stamina was impressive, allowing him to cover distances that would take an ordinary ant weeks to traverse. Finally, Luo Wen's search had been cursory. His goal wasn't to find anything within this territory but to gauge the extent of the yellow earth ants' destruction. Any area they had ravaged would lack sufficient resources to sustain the brood nest. These factors combined allowed Luo Wen to cover such a large area in a short time. The other insects in the brood nest could never replicate his efficiency. This meant that at least a 1-kilometer radius was devoid of food sources. Any farther was too distant for the other insects to access. Relocating the brood nest was inevitable. Finding a new nesting site required further scouting. The primary issue was the unknown extent of the yellow earth ant legion's destruction. The current circular search pattern was inefficient. Luo Wen decided on a linear approach, heading in a single direction to escape the desolation as quickly as possible. This would also make relocating the brood nest easier. After some thought, Luo Wen chose to follow the underground riverbed. It had guided him from the desert to his current location. Water was the source of life. Following the water would lead him to the next prosperous area. With a decision made, Luo Wen wasted no time. Though the brood nest still had some food reserves, rationing had only bought a few extra days. Without resupply, the reserves were unsustainable. He could not return without results, regardless of how long the search took. If delayed, the insects might not survive until his return. Determined not to waste a moment, Luo Wen sealed the brood nest, forbidding any insect from leaving. Resolute, he embarked on the journey to find a new home for life. The long-lost thrill of solo exploration stirred a sense of nostalgia in Luo Wen. Back then, he had been much weaker, injured, and could only dig tunnels underground to move forward cautiously. Now, however, his self-preservation capabilities had vastly improved. Even if he encountered the yellow earth ant legion head-on, his superior vision would allow him to escape in advance. The sight of countless insects in the brood nest waiting to be fed had made him restless, eager to take risks for a quick return. But once outside, the cold wind cleared his mind. After all, those insects were nothing more than mindless tools. Even the brood nest was expendable if necessary. When it came to a choice between his life and everything else, his survival would always come first. As long as he lived, he could rebuild everything. That brood nest was merely a month's work. Starting over with his experience would make recovery swift. Of course, avoiding loss was preferable. His thoughts were merely a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. If it were just him, survival wouldn't be a concern. Luo Wen could subsist on tree bark and sap. Since drinking the fluid of a foul-smelling earthworm previously, he had absorbed certain genetic fragments and evolved accordingly. In extreme circumstances, he could even eat dirt, extracting minerals and organic matter to sustain himself. However, such measures were a last resort. To his human soul, eating dirt was far from appealing. Still, he considered incorporating this trait into his new brood members to prepare for future crises like the current one. Having resolved these thoughts, Luo Wen felt more at ease. His initially hurried pace slowed to a more measured crawl. Following the underground riverbed, Luo Wen moved forward. This time, he refrained from tunneling underground. It was too slow. While caution was essential, excessive caution would only hinder progress. Staying above ground offered a better vantage point for observation. If he encountered insurmountable obstacles, digging a tunnel could always be a fallback option. As the sky's light slowly brightened, the land ravaged by the yellow earth ants remained desolate. Even the insect's usual calls were absent. He crawled for what seemed like an eternity through this barren wasteland. Not even the foul-smelling earthworms he once found inedible were in sight. Luo Wen clicked his mandibles in astonishment. The yellow earth ant legion must number in the tens of millions to have caused such widespread destruction. Along the way, he encountered a few stray yellow earth ants and promptly sent them to meetings in his stomach. With food replenishment, his fatigue vanished. Ahead, the sound of rushing water reached him, and the air grew increasingly humid. As he pressed on, the moisture became visible as a mist, and the sound of water grew deafening. A short distance further, Luo Wen discovered the source of the commotion. The ground ahead abruptly dropped off, forming a sheer cliff tens of meters high. The underground river cascaded over the edge, creating a waterfall that plunged into a small lake below, sending mist into the air and generating a thunderous roar. Carefully, Luo Wen crawled to the cliff's edge. Back when he was human, he had a fear of heights. Just looking down from the 5th floor could make his legs tremble. The last time he was hurled into the air, the surrounding darkness had obscured the height, so his fear hadn't been triggered. After cautiously peeking over the edge, he realized his acrophobia hadn't resurfaced this time. Apparently, the problem had miraculously resolved itself after he became an insect. Acrophobia, at its core, was a psychological barrier. Perhaps the experience of his previous fall had instilled confidence that a mere drop wouldn't kill him. With that belief, the fear naturally dissipated. This small victory brought Luo Wen some joy. After all, overcoming a personal weakness was worth celebrating. The scene below was somewhat blurred. The cliff was beyond Luo Wen's clear vision range, forcing him to rely on patches of indistinct colors. He inferred that the waterfall fed a lake surrounded by a band of green. Those green patches were plants. Unlike the devastation above, the area below remained untouched by the yellow earth ants, preserving its ecosystem. Perhaps the cliff had diverted the ants' path. Now, Luo Wen faced a new challenge: how to descend safely. The rocky cliff beneath him rendered his burrowing limbs useless. Should he simply jump? After all, a fall wouldn't kill him. Deciding to scout further along the cliff edge, Luo Wen ruled out the idea of leaping from the initial spot. It was directly above the lake. Without any water combat experience, he would be helpless against aquatic threats. Crawling several hundred meters along the edge, he finally saw something different. Below him was no longer the blue-gray of water but the vivid greens of treetops. This area was farther from the waterfall, and the cliff's surface was rougher, unlike the smooth, water-eroded rock he had seen before. Examining the area carefully, Luo Wen looked for a way down. His 6 hind limbs, equipped with sharp hooks, could help him descend if the cliff wasn't entirely smooth. Spotting a crack in the rock filled with rubble and moss, Luo Wen carefully latched his claws onto the surface and began his descent. His sturdy shoulder and back plates, while providing excellent defense, added significant weight. While this hadn't been an issue on solid ground, the strain became evident as he hung suspended. Fortunately, his hooked claws, though slender and seemingly fragile, were incredibly durable. Coupled with his powerful limbs, they kept him securely anchored to the rock. As he descended closer to the ground, his vision gradually clarified. Proximity to the water source had created a lush, verdant landscape below. The soil was entirely covered in green. The vegetation here was distinctly different from the barren landscape above. Luo Wen wasn't a botanist, so he couldn't classify them. However, their appearance clearly indicated a unique ecosystem. The vibrancy of the scene excited Luo Wen. The dense foliage promised not only an abundance of resources but also a diverse array of insect species and genetic fragments. From the undergrowth came unfamiliar insect calls, piquing Luo Wen's excitement. Finally, he would meet new friends. Hopefully, they'd appreciate his Luo-style combat techniques. But just as he neared the ground 5 or 6 meters away, a sudden movement from a crevice caught his eye. An indigenous creature launched a surprise attack. The native creature closely matched the color of the cliff rock, camouflaging itself within a crevice. It had remained utterly motionless, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, and Luo Wen, focused on the greenery below, failed to notice the seemingly lifeless form was, in fact, alive. Luckily, Luo Wen's evolving eyes, with their now 30-meter range and heightened refresh rate, caught the creature's movement the instant it struck. The figure leaping toward him became vividly clear, a spider-like creature, gargantuan in size, several times larger than Luo Wen himself. Its body resembled a fortress, divided into 2 segments, the cephalothorax and a rounded, hair-covered abdomen. Its head bore 8 black, spherical eyes arranged in 3 rows, 4 small ones in front, 2 larger ones in the middle, and 2 more small ones at the back. At its mouth, a pair of chelicerae arched forward, exposing sharp, venomous fangs. It had 8 sturdy striding limbs, each jointed for exceptional mobility. Covered in hair and tipped with small claws and barbs, the legs spread wide, forming a deadly net as it leaped to envelop Luo Wen with its massive frame. Luo Wen had thought his own size made him a giant among insects, dominating worker ants in the desert. But this new environment wasted no time humbling him. The first creature he encountered dwarfed him completely. He had no interest in discovering what would happen if he was caught under the massive web-like trap. Nor was he keen on testing his carapace against those venomous fangs. To make matters worse, his current position on the cliff left him no room for agile maneuvers. Realizing the ground was close, Luo Wen decided to release his hooks and drop, hoping to both evade the attack and reach safety below. But the spider was faster. As Luo Wen detached from the cliff, one of its hairy limbs lashed out like lightning, snagging him mid-fall. Luo Wen reacted instantly, raising a sturdy burrower limb to shield himself. The spider's barbed limb bristled with backward-facing hooks, clinging tightly to Luo Wen's digging limb the moment they made contact. The spider, clearly experienced in handling prey attempting to escape via free fall, began reeling him back in. With horrifying efficiency, its venomous fangs advanced. Damn it! Luo Wen cursed, fear mingling with fury. He had underestimated the creature, whose unique adaptations made it a master predator. His attempted escape had played right into its strengths. The hooked hairs, though seemingly delicate, were incredibly strong. Despite his frantic struggles, Luo Wen couldn't break free from their grip. The spider's fangs clamped down on his burrower limb. Though his carapace held for a brief moment, cracks soon formed under the pressure. Finally, the fangs punctured through to the soft muscle beneath, and a numbing sensation spread through Luo Wen's body. Damn it! Luo Wen cursed again, furious and alarmed. The creature's venom was potent, and the situation was quickly deteriorating. If this stalemate continued, his life would be forfeit. Desperation ignited his survival instincts. Luo Wen brought his powerful jaws to bear, biting through the joint of his trapped limb with all his strength. The moment he severed his digging limb, the spider reared back, and Luo Wen seized the chance to break free. With a coordinated push from his 6 remaining legs, he launched himself away using his newly evolved burst speed. In an instant, he was a blur of motion, a dark shadow leaping from the cliff crevice and tumbling to the ground below. The spider extended itself in pursuit, but despite its 8 eyes, it was clearly nearsighted. Luo Wen, now on the forest floor, was beyond its visual range. Frustrated, the spider retreating back into its crevice with the severed limb still clutched in its fangs. Moments later, the crevice was as silent and still as before. Luo Wen landed in a patch of undergrowth, hastily shoving aside grass to dig into the soil. With one limb missing, his digging speed had slowed, but he pressed on, seeking the safety of the earth. His wound continued to throb and numb, the venom melting away his muscle tissue. The severity of the toxin left Luo Wen both horrified and enraged. Damn it! That thing plays dirty, venomous, and extremely venomous at that. Gritting his mandibles, he bit off the base of his severed limb to prevent the venom from spreading further. Scraping his jaws clean on the dirt, he muttered to himself. If the venom reached his mouth, he couldn't very well bite off his own head. After digging for what felt like hours, Luo Wen detected no other life nearby. Exhausted, he resorted to eating soil, a necessity he had never expected to face so soon. Although the taste was dreadful, it sustained him. He ate his fill before succumbing to sleep, his body beginning the long process of self-repair. Time passed. When Luo Wen finally awoke, he examined his body. He hadn't cocooned this time, but a new digging limb had grown in place of the old one. The new limb was significantly smaller than its counterpart, making Luo Wen look oddly mismatched with his uneven appendages. This is going to drive my OCD insane, he muttered, feeling a pang of frustration. Still, he was confident his genes would correct the disparity as long as his nutrition intake was sufficient. His stomach growled, spurring Luo Wen to crawl upward. He resolved to minimize his dirt consumption. Its energy conversion rate was dismal. It had also given him his first experience with insect digestion issues, a situation he hoped to avoid in the future. Near the surface, Luo Wen encountered a tangle of roots. Biting through a few, he drank the sap to replenish his fluids. As he carefully poked his head out of the ground, a nearby grasshopper-like insect leapt away with astonishing speed. Despite its quickness, Luo Wen clearly captured its appearance. That looks like a grasshopper, he observed. The insect was an oily green, resembling a locust. Its powerful hind legs marked it as a champion jumper, though it lacked wings. Its back was covered in a hard shell that split open during jumps, helping it maintain balance mid-air. The grasshopper's abilities were impressive, especially its powerful hind legs. Unfortunately, it was highly alert. Luo Wen barely rustled the grass before it leaped away. Though it didn't jump far, the lush vegetation severely hampered his eagle eye ability in this environment. No matter how sharp his vision was, it wasn't X-ray capable. He couldn't see through the dense underbrush. With his greatest advantage on the surface nullified, moving underground once more seemed safer. The ground near the lake was moist, and Luo Wen soon sensed movement. Approaching cautiously, he found a worm. This worm was different from the foul-smelling, ambush-prone one he'd encountered before. Its dark red body was less grotesque and lacked the repulsive stench. It wriggled through the soil with rhythmic undulations. To Luo Wen, such a chance meeting was fate. He decided to take a bite. The more genetic fragments he added to his gene pool, the better. Who knew when they might come in handy? The foul-smelling worm's ability to extract nutrition from dirt had been invaluable in a crisis, even if the experience of consuming it was unpleasant. Encountering a new species of worm presented an opportunity to gain another useful trait. Perhaps by collecting and combining different worms' abilities, Luo Wen could eventually achieve the ultimate dirt-eating efficiency without any digestive side effects. Grabbing one end of the worm, Luo Wen unceremoniously shoved its dirt-covered body into his mouth. This worm was unimpressive, offering no resistance to his attack. Perhaps due to his prior experience with far worse flavors, the earthy taste and faint stench of this worm were relatively tolerable. After consuming half the worm, Luo Wen let it go. Remarkably, even with half its body gone, the worm remained lively, burrowing into the soil and disappearing within moments. Its vitality was enviable, but Luo Wen already possessed the ability to regenerate lost limbs. The absorbed genetic fragments seemed to enhance his recovery further, subtly strengthening his resilience. Still, he was far more interested in the spider that had ambushed him on the cliff. Obtaining its genetic fragments could be transformative. Although spiders weren't insects, Luo Wen wasn't a traditional bug, either. The Ephi-ish species to which he belonged defied Earth's definitions. While they resembled insects during their early stages, their genetic makeup was a patchwork of various creatures. If categorized, they were more akin to a swarm species than true insects. At this point, Luo Wen might be the last surviving member of his kind. Pondering his battle with the spider, Luo Wen recognized the vast disparity in power. A direct confrontation was hopeless, especially given its venom. Without poison, he might have been able to rely on his armor to endure, but the spider's venom rendered its attacks devastating. If a solo fight was out of the question, perhaps overwhelming it with numbers could work. By rallying his brood, Luo Wen could emulate the yellow earth ants, sacrificing weaker individuals to exhaust the spider's venom reserves before swarming it. The plan was feasible and aligned with his goal of building a collective. Not everything had to be a solo effort. For now, finding a new nesting site took priority. Once he had secured a location, he could bring the rest of his swarm. An ideal site would be near ant nests, as ants were plentiful and provided valuable resources. It didn't take long for Luo Wen to encounter a familiar network of tunnels underground. Emerging onto the surface, he spotted numerous black ants. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the same species as the black ants from the desert. This discovery simplified matters. Luo Wen altered his pheromones and brazenly infiltrated the black ant's nest. The layout of the tunnels felt familiar, and Luo Wen followed the largest pathway to the incubation chamber, where he found some old acquaintances. As the saying goes, old enemies meet, and sparks fly. A few well-aimed acid spits dispatched them. After examining the incubation and storage chambers, along with the number of soldier ants, Luo Wen estimated the nest contained over 5,000 members. The abundance of resources near the lake was evident. Even a randomly encountered ant nest dwarfed those in the desert. After a hearty meal courtesy of the black ant's supplies, Luo Wen emerged from the nest and began scouting the surrounding area. The presence of such a large nest suggested the absence of major threats. Otherwise, the relatively weak black ants couldn't have grown to this size. Luo Wen decided to explore above ground. The underground offered little beyond roots and worms, while the surface held the promise of diverse genetic material. Cautiously crawling through the underbrush, he occasionally startled grasshoppers of various colors and sizes. These grasshoppers typically rested on grass blades and were highly vigilant. Luo Wen's size made silent approaches nearly impossible, so he hadn't yet had the chance to showcase his talents to them. He also encountered numerous new insects, though most lacked distinctive traits worth assimilating. Having recently feasted, Luo Wen wasn't particularly hungry and didn't bother engaging them. Among his discoveries were many black ants foraging for food. Underneath a rock, a group of worker ants was dragging out a segmented, half-cylindrical insect covered in a tough carapace. This creature had numerous joints and small legs but had curled into a ball to defend itself. The worker ants couldn't breach its armor but surrounded it persistently. Whenever the insect attempted to uncurl and escape, they swarmed it, forcing it to retreat into its defensive posture. This was only delaying the inevitable. A massive soldier ant, guided by several workers, was making its way through the grass. Soon, the battle resumed. The armored insect's defenses were no match for the soldier ant's formidable weaponry. After a few exchanges, it lay gravely wounded, its body severely damaged. The workers swarmed over it, dismembering it into smaller pieces for transport back to the nest. Elsewhere, Luo Wen noticed black ants on plant stems, tending to green, translucent aphids. Surprisingly, the ants didn't attack the aphids but patrolled around them diligently. Periodically, the aphids lifted their abdomens, excreting a sticky liquid, which the worker ants scraped up with their mandibles. Moments later, the ants regurgitated a semi-solid, jelly-like substance, feeding it mouth to their companions. Watching this, Luo Wen recalled eating something similar in the ant nest earlier. The sweet, syrupy flavor had been quite enjoyable. Now, however, the thought of its origin filled him with nausea. Luo Wen deeply regretted his sharp eyesight and cursed himself for watching the entire process. A rare delicacy, why did he have to witness how it was made? How could he bring himself to eat it now? It was a devastating blow to a foodie like him. He turned away, determined not to look again, and focused on scouting the area. With his view obstructed, Luo Wen managed to search only a few hundred meters around him before nightfall. He discovered 4 ant nests, all belonging to black ants. These nests were relatively large, likely due to their ability to rear other insects. A more diverse food supply allowed them to sustain a larger population. As for a new location to establish his own nest, Luo Wen had made his choice. He selected the intersection at the center of the 4 black ant nests. While it was somewhat risky, Luo Wen had become quite adept at concealing his lair. These black ants could only dig so deep underground. Luo Wen planned to build his nest in the deeper layers, as he had done before. Above this, he would construct a transit station completely disconnected from the main nest below. The subterranean brood nest would be like an isolated island, only linked to the upper transit station during food transportation. With his mission accomplished, it was time to return. It was already late, so Luo Wen decided to rest for the night and head back at dawn. The next morning, Luo Wen emerged from the ground, stopped by a nearby ant nest to snag a meal, and began crawling towards the cliff. Recalling his harrowing experience on the cliff last time, Luo Wen decided to scale a different section. His hooked claws gripped the rocky surface tightly as he hoisted his body upward. Climbing was a physically demanding task, especially for someone of Luo Wen's rounded physique. His size required extra effort, but it also came with advantages. His sturdy, powerful limbs allowed him to better withstand strong winds. It was a double-edged sword. Carefully, he examined the cracks in the cliff, staying vigilant for any sudden ambushes. If attacked, Luo Wen was prepared to launch himself away instantly, even if it meant starting the climb over. This time, however, he encountered no attacks. It seemed the cliff-dwelling spiders were few and far between, and he had simply been unlucky the last time. It took him the entire day to climb the cliff. By evening, he finally reached the top, exhausted from the effort. The extended time was due to the grueling nature of the climb and a period of strong winds during which he had to take shelter in a rock crevice. Only when the winds subsided did he resume his ascent. The desert above the cliff presented minimal danger, so Luo Wen decided to travel through the night. By the following evening, with only a few brief rests, Luo Wen had completed the journey in 1 day and 1 night. A trip that had previously taken him over 2 days was now halved. Calculating the time spent, Luo Wen estimated that the entire round trip, including time for recuperative rest, had taken about a week. Back at the brood nest, everything was mostly intact, except for the depleted food stores. There were no other losses. Most of the insects were conserving energy by lying motionless on the ground. Only a few smaller worker ants were feeding the larvae. Luo Wen also spotted over a dozen tiny black beetles nearby. It seemed the first batch of cultivated eggs had finally matured into adults. Unsealing the chamber housing the brood nest, Luo Wen provided it with some food before linking with it and uploading the newly acquired gene fragments. As for the migration of the nest, Luo Wen had devised a plan during his journey back. The current nest population, including adults, larvae, pupae, and unhatched eggs, exceeded 1,000 individuals. Adults comprised the majority, followed by pupae and larvae. Since the brood nest had long ceased laying eggs under Luo Wen's orders, there were only a few unhatched eggs left. Luo Wen instructed the insects to consume all remaining food. Each adult was to carry a larva, pupa, or egg. Luo Wen himself would connect to the brood nest, while the black beetles formed a phalanx beneath it, linking their armored backs together to create a makeshift platform to support and transport the brood nest. With everything prepared, the migration began in earnest. Burrower ants took the lead, digging a tunnel to the surface. Although communication with Big Black was impossible, Luo Wen had initially intended to leave it behind. However, when Luo Wen and the black beetles began dragging the brood nest out, Big Black trailed closely behind. On the desolate landscape, a giant beetle pulled a fleshy lump, which was visibly supported by numerous smaller beetles below. Behind them followed hundreds of ants, each clutching larvae or pupae in their mandibles. This motley crew of disparate insects marched in harmony, united in their slow but purposeful advance. The procession's speed was inevitably slower than Luo Wen's solo pace. At their current rate, it would take about a week to reach the cliff. The black beetles fared relatively well, occasionally finding tender tree branches to sustain themselves. The ants, however, could only lick tree sap for hydration. Luo Wen wasn't sure how long they could survive on just water. Determined to ensure future resilience, Luo Wen resolved to incorporate soil-eating genes into the next batch of larvae. At least then, hunger wouldn't be as dire an issue. Each evening, Luo Wen led the insects in excavating a temporary burrow. The nights were chilly, and while the adults could manage, the larvae suffered. On the first night, Luo Wen overlooked this issue, resulting in the loss of all remaining eggs and several larvae. Pupae were unaffected, but 2 newly emerged adults also succumbed to the cold. Insects, being protein-based, didn't go to waste. Luo Wen ordered the others to consume the dead to replenish their energy. As they journeyed onward, even the sparse yellow earth ants seemed to vanish. Days passed without encountering a single one. A week later, the migration army finally reached the cliff. Their numbers had dwindled from over 1,000 to just over 900. Losses occurred daily due to various reasons. Most fatalities were larvae that failed to survive the inadequate nutrition, followed by weak newly emerged adults or individuals lost along the way. Whatever the cause, those were now in the past. They had achieved their initial goal, but ahead of them lay an even greater challenge. Luo Wen led the migrating swarm to the safe route he had scouted earlier. After a bit of adjustment, the army began their descent. At this stage, the black beetles were of little use. Luo Wen selected several large worker ants and positioned them around the brood nest. Each ant bit onto a corner of the nest, and together, they lifted it incrementally toward the cliff. Luo Wen took the lead, acting as the base by propping the brood nest up from below with his body. Around him, 7 or 8 ants stabilized the nest, ensuring it didn't tip over. The rest of the insects began following suit, climbing down the cliff in an orderly manner. As the swarm moved slowly along the cliff face, Luo Wen bore the immense weight of the brood nest with his mandibles and digging limbs. Despite his robust body and sturdy limbs, he found it increasingly difficult to bear the strain. To make matters worse, as the swarm reached the midpoint of the climb, the previously mild winds began to intensify. The increasing wind pressure took a toll on the swarm. The strong winds caused some ants to lose their grip, their mandibles releasing larvae or pupae, which were immediately swept away. Others couldn't hold on to the cliff at all, plummeting into the abyss below. Luo Wen couldn't spare attention to the others. His own situation had become precarious. 2 of the ants gripping the brood nest were blown away, while 3 others clung on with only their mandibles. Their bodies flailed helplessly in the wind. The loss of several ants destabilized the brood nest's center of gravity. The remaining ants, along with Luo Wen, struggled to keep it steady in the fierce wind. The nest toppled backward off Luo Wen's head. He clamped onto it with his mandibles, trying to catch it. However, the downward force of the falling nest pulled Luo Wen away from the cliff, and they plummeted together. During the fall, the wind shifted their trajectory slightly. Fortunately, the combined weight of Luo Wen and the brood nest lessened the impact, and the drop was only about 20 meters. They landed in a dense thicket below, which cushioned the fall. The brood nest, being naturally tough, sustained no damage. Luo Wen, with his experience from past falls, was also unscathed. 5 worker ants that had been attached to the nest fell alongside it. Being lighter, they were only slightly disoriented and otherwise unharmed. Luo Wen quickly dug a pit and buried the brood nest to protect it. He then started marking pheromone trails along the cliff base to guide the scattered insects. By nightfall, Luo Wen had only managed to gather a few dozen insects, including 2 black beetles, 1 burrower ant, and several worker ants, along with a few larvae and pupae. With no other options, he decided to rest for the night. The following day, he spent the entire time gathering more insects but only managed to find a few dozen more. Combined with the previous day's count, the swarm now totaled barely over 100. The cliff crossing had been devastating. While the week-long march through the desert had cost only a little over 100 insects, the cliff climb had claimed several hundred in just a few hours. Further searching was futile. Thankfully, the brood nest remained intact. After another night's rest, Luo Wen unearthed the brood nest and set off toward the new nest location with the remnants of the swarm. The reduced numbers weren't entirely a disadvantage. The survivors were mostly robust adults, with only a few larvae and pupae. Luo Wen hauled the brood nest himself, supported below by black beetles and several ants. With fewer insects to slow them down, their travel speed increased significantly, and their smaller size made them less conspicuous. Previously, Luo Wen had worried that the swarm's size would make it difficult to remain hidden while traversing multiple ant nests to reach the central location. That concern was now moot. The new nest site was only 300 to 400 meters from the cliff. The streamlined migration party reached it quickly. On the way, they encountered a few scout ants from an unknown nest. After Luo Wen demonstrated his performance skills, the scouts contributed their bodies to the swarm's long-overdue feast. Upon arrival, Luo Wen assigned 2 burrower ants to start digging. One had been found the previous day, and the other was located during the journey. The worker ants assisted by carrying the excavated soil outside. Meanwhile, Luo Wen circled the new nest site, using his pheromones to mark the area as a no-trespassing zone. This precaution aimed to deter scout ants from disturbing the insects at work. The excavation progressed rapidly once Luo Wen joined in. After all, he had previously managed to dig out a nest alone while hauling the brood nest. Now, with his significantly larger size and dozens of strong helpers, the work advanced even faster. A small mound of soil began forming at the entrance, evidence of the soil being transported out. Due to the proximity to a water source, the soil was moist, and the underground environment was damp. Luo Wen recalled observing the nearby ant nests, where he had noticed many areas lined with fine sand and wood shavings. He had even seen ants removing moldy shavings from their nests. At the time, he hadn't understood the purpose, but now, as he dug his own nest, the reason became clear. He marveled at how these seemingly simple creatures had developed survival strategies passed down over countless generations. Such knowledge was the crystallization of time. Luo Wen's own experience as an insect was brief, so absorbing these accumulated lessons was the best way to build his foundation. The pheromone barrier proved effective. By nightfall, no scout ants had ventured into the area. The insects had dug a small chamber about 7 or 8 meters underground. They couldn't go deeper due to water seepage, which made the soil unstable and prone to collapse. Even the current depth would require significant reinforcement to ensure safety. With the main nest unfinished and uninhabitable, Luo Wen dug a temporary nest about a meter underground to house the brood nest. In case of an emergency, the brood nest could be buried quickly, and the insects would scatter to draw attention away, ensuring its safety. Though an attack was unlikely, Luo Wen ensured all precautions were in place. He ventured out again to perform, returning with a few more victims to feed the swarm and the brood nest. By the following day, the simplified nest should be complete. After some basic reinforcement, it would be ready for temporary use. Once the brood nest resumed production, they could expand and fortify the nest further, including constructing transportation tunnels to link the surrounding ant nests, a task that would require a substantial workforce. underscore 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 underscore. 2 leisurely months passed, and the insect hive underwent a dramatic transformation. Above the hive, a decoy transit station had been established. 4 spacious tunnels now connected it to the surrounding 4 ant nests. Worker ants scurried back and forth through these tunnels, transporting food from the ant nests to the transit station. Each evening, the tunnels between the transit station and the hive were reopened, allowing the food to be transferred into the hive. Above the transit station, the soil excavated during the digging of the hive and tunnels had been piled into a tall mound. This mound not only prevented rainwater from flooding the tunnels but also concealed large, unprocessed food stores, including the corpses of numerous sentry worker ants. Thanks to the steady influx of resources from the 4 ant nests, the hive thrived. The number of adult insects exceeded 1,000, and there were over 2,000 eggs, pupae, and larvae. These newly bred insects were not ordinary ants. Their genes had undergone significant upgrades, transforming them into hybrids that retained the appearance and behavior of ants but were composed of traits from multiple insect species. When the temporary hive was first established, Luo Wen had instructed the brood nest to produce over 200 burrower ant eggs, incorporating soil-eating genes to ensure their survival in the harsh early conditions. Burrower ants were not only capable of performing all the functions of regular worker ants but also excelled at excavation. The 4 connecting tunnels, spanning over 1,000 meters in total, were a testament to the capabilities of these new ants. With the tunnels completed and a stable food supply secured, Luo Wen shifted focus to breeding worker ants equipped with formic acid spraying abilities. These ants had poor close combat skills but excelled in food transport and long-range combat support. The next step involved developing new soldier ants. Using the standard soldier ant template, Luo Wen integrated various gene fragments. These upgrades resulted in visible differences in their weaponry. Some bore the hook-shaped mandibles of yellow earth ants, others had enlarged mandibles resembling those of black ants, and a few were equipped with massive jaws akin to those of black beetles. In addition to enhanced weaponry, the new soldier ants inherited the robustness of black beetles, combined with their original soldier ant traits. As a result, their mature forms were significantly larger and more powerful than standard soldier ants. There were also a few specialized breeds. Among them were scout bugs, equipped with exceptional vision capable of seeing over 20 meters. However, their limited intelligence hindered their ability to report findings effectively, necessitating further upgrades. Another innovation was the spy bug. With the 4 ant nests spread out, Luo Wen couldn't personally infiltrate them and transport food daily. Thus, he developed this species, capable of altering their pheromones to blend in. Unfortunately, their limited intelligence initially resulted in poor performance. However, after a month of meticulous training under Luo Wen's guidance, the spy bugs eventually learned to complete their tasks independently. Despite occasional shortcomings, they became responsible for stealing food from the ant nests, a decision Luo Wen made with careful consideration. The spy bugs had decent safety measures. Black ants couldn't detect their disguises and, at most, noticed the traces they left behind in the stolen tunnels. Even if the theft was discovered, Luo Wen wasn't worried. The hive had grown considerably in strength. Although the ant nests outnumbered the hive several times over, Luo Wen was confident in his ability to defeat them if necessary. If not for the efficiency of the worker ants, some of the nearby ant nests might have already been eliminated. Just a few days ago, the southeastern ant nest discovered one of the stolen tunnels. Several scout worker ants infiltrated it, followed by a significant military force. The hive responded immediately. The transport team worker ants, doubling as scouts, marked the retreat path with pheromones as they slowly withdrew from the tunnel. Soon, the hive's soldier ant corps entered the tunnel, and the transport worker ants stopped retreating, falling in behind the soldiers as they advanced toward the battlefield. When the two forces met, there was no preamble, they clashed instantly. The soldier ants blocked the tunnel while worker ants launched surprise attacks, biting antennae and pulling at limbs. However, the hive's side had a trump card, a ranged attack formation. Several rounds of formic acid sprays devastated the enemy worker ants, inflicting heavy casualties. Even the more durable soldier ants suffered burns to their eyes and antennae. The hive's insects, having been modified with acid-resistant genes, were unaffected by the sprays. Aside from gaining a glossy sheen on their carapaces, they sustained no damage. Without the support of their worker ants, the ant nest soldiers couldn't withstand the hive's fully intact army. The hive's worker ants swarmed them, immobilizing their limbs and leaving them vulnerable to the giant mandible soldier ants, who swiftly decapitated them. Led by the soldier ants, the hive forces broke through the enemy ranks. Some worker ants followed closely, while others lagged behind to finish off injured foes. The assault reached the enemy's incubation chamber. Only Luo Wen's intervention prevented the hive from completely annihilating the nest. As the losing side, the ant nest had no choice but to accept defeat quietly. Post-battle reports revealed that the hive had lost 9 soldier ants and several dozen worker ants, while the enemy nest suffered devastating losses, 71 soldier ants and nearly 1,000 worker ants, leaving it crippled. The hive, despite its losses, gained a substantial haul of ant corpses, a valuable protein-rich resource. Most of these war spoils were stored in the mound above the transit station. However, food supplies from the defeated nest sharply declined afterward. This prompted Luo Wen to reflect deeply. Why resort to such hostility? Couldn't disputes be resolved peacefully? Even if conflict was unavoidable, couldn't it have been less severe? Though leading the swarm's charge had been exhilarating, crippling the ant nest ultimately hindered the hive's growth. In a gesture of goodwill, Luo Wen temporarily closed the stolen tunnel to allow the nest time to recover. Fortunately, its eggs remained unharmed. Luo Wen hoped that with this recovery policy, the nest would soon resume its role as a resource provider and perform even better. Luo Wen didn't participate directly in the battle, as his significantly larger size rendered him unsuitable for the tunnels. His involvement would have blocked pathways and hindered the effectiveness of the swarm. Reflecting on the war, Luo Wen noticed a marked increase in the intelligence of this new generation of insects. Previously, they behaved like simple machines, requiring constant instructions. Now, they displayed traits akin to rudimentary AI, capable of performing complex tasks and even learning. What caused this change? Luo Wen speculated it might be the hive's continuous growth or the interaction of diverse gene fragments. This was merely a hypothesis, requiring further observation and experimentation. Regardless of the cause, Luo Wen regarded this development as a promising sign. Underscore 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 underscore. After several days of post-battle recovery, the hive not only replenished its losses but also slightly increased its total population. As the brood nest grew, its daily egg-laying capacity also improved. Depending on the complexity of the insects being bred, it could now produce anywhere from a few to dozens of eggs daily without overburdening itself. Eggs that hatched into soldier ants were the least produced. Their complex genetics demanded significant resources, making them a costly but powerful asset. Even with the support of 4 ant nests, Luo Wen's hive could only sustain fewer than 100 soldier ants. On his own, such numbers would be entirely unfeasible. Today, Luo Wen had a critical mission in mind. One that had been gnawing at him like a thorn in his side. Although he didn't consider himself a vengeful insect, the matter of losing an appendage demanded retribution. He set out with a formidable force of 30 soldier ants, 100 worker ants, and all the scout bugs at his disposal. The group advanced in a grand procession. The spider's ambush had occurred 5 or 6 meters up the cliff. Though Luo Wen's pheromone markings from that time had long since dissipated, he could still discern the general direction. His sharp, high-resolution vision compared the current landscape to the mental image he'd retained. It didn't take long for him to identify the area. Crawling along the base of the cliff, he soon found the rocky crevice where the spider had hidden. With the location confirmed, the group began their ascent. As they neared the crevice, the formation spread out to encircle it. While Luo Wen was sure of the location, he couldn't guarantee the spider was still there. Cliff-climbing insects were rare, and with a spider of that size, waiting idly in one spot would likely lead to starvation. Carefully, Luo Wen poked his head out. His massive compound eyes, occupying nearly half his head, allowed him to observe the crevice with minimal exposure. Inside, he spotted a spider crouched in a corner, camouflaged perfectly against the rocky background. If Luo Wen hadn't known to look for it, he might not have noticed the creature at all. However, this spider differed slightly from the one that had attacked him. It appeared leaner, and its back was swollen with a writhing mass. A closer look revealed the movement came from dozens of tiny spiders crawling over the adult's back, a harrowing sight for anyone with arachnophobia. Beside the living spider was another spider, long dead and reduced to a desiccated husk. Luo Wen quickly deduced the situation: the female spider had devoured the male. While he had always known that male insects often met grim fates, witnessing it firsthand still sent a shiver through him. Whether the spider that had attacked him was this female or the deceased male no longer mattered. Luo Wen didn't hold grudges, this was simply a convenient excuse. The real objective lay in the genetic fragments the spiders carried. The timing was perfect: the female had just given birth, making her the ideal target. Despite his determination, Luo Wen remained wary of the spider's venomous fangs. While he would be the main combatant, he couldn't risk attracting the first wave of attacks. A solid strategy was essential. The idea of throwing rocks to test the waters crossed his mind, but given his physical limitations, such actions were impractical. Instead, he relied on his worker ants. Using his antennae, he relayed pheromone commands to the nearest worker ants, which quickly spread the instructions throughout the group. The ants chattered through antennae taps, and soon the entire formation was briefed on Luo Wen's plan. Without hesitation, the worker ants began the assault. They scurried into the crevice, leading the charge. The soldier ants followed closely behind, while Luo Wen lingered at the rear to oversee the operation. The spider reacted swiftly. An experienced ambusher, it immediately rose to face the intruders. However, the sudden influx of prey left it momentarily indecisive. The worker ants moved quickly. Equipped with their spring-loaded launch systems, they reached the spider's legs in an instant, biting down with their mandibles. Unfortunately, the spider's legs were too thick, and their efforts failed to inflict damage. Recovering from its hesitation, the spider lashed out. Its legs moved with blinding speed, striking down the surrounding worker ants. Half were sent flying, the luckier ones hit nearby walls and rejoined the fight, while the rest plummeted from the crevice to the ground 5 or 6 meters below. The fall wasn't fatal, but their poor vision made it nearly impossible for them to find their way back. Anticipating this, Luo Wen had stationed his scout bugs at the cliff's base. These large-eyed insects were tasked with locating and recovering any fallen comrades. While the worker ants failed to harm the spider, they effectively absorbed its initial attacks, successfully drawing its attention. The soldier ants, all equipped with spring-loaded launch systems, arrived next. Unlike the worker ants, their weaponry was designed for combat. Giant mandible soldier ants and giant fang soldier ants attacked the spider's legs, each limb gripped by multiple ants pulling in opposite directions. The spider was lifted slightly off the ground, its legs flailing in a desperate attempt to break free. However, the soldier ants' immense strength, combined with their unyielding grip, kept the spider immobilized. The hook soldier ants joined in, leaping onto the spider's back and startling the smaller spiders, which scattered in all directions. Using their hook-shaped mandibles, they latched onto the spider's head, their teeth piercing its eyes and driving deeper. The spider let out a sharp screech, retracting its front limbs to bite a giant mandible soldier ant clamped onto its leg. Unfazed by the attack, the soldier ant ignored the venomous fangs and continued its mission. Meanwhile, worker ants climbed onto the spider's legs, working their way to its back. The hook soldier ants withdrew their weapons, allowing the worker ants to gnaw at the exposed wounds. Unable to penetrate the spider's tough exoskeleton, the worker ants exploited the damaged areas, tearing at the vulnerable flesh. Gradually, they burrowed into the spider's body through its injuries. Despite its size and strength, the spider couldn't overcome the combined might of over 20 soldier ants. Its resistance waned as wounds accumulated and worker ants infiltrated its body. Finally, its struggle ceased, and its piercing cries fell silent. Underscore 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 underscore. Luo Wen prided himself on being the main force of this operation, but to his surprise, all he contributed was his brain power. There was no opportunity for him to take action himself. Over the past 2 months, his combat strength had improved significantly. The giant spiders that once towered over him several times were now only about twice his size. However, no matter how confident he was, Luo Wen didn't believe he could take on a spider in a one-on-one fight. Its venomous fangs were essentially a cheat weapon, highly lethal and incredibly dangerous. One misstep could easily result in his defeat or even death at the hands of the spider. To his astonishment, such a formidable enemy was rendered utterly powerless in the face of the precise coordination of over 100 ants. Like a lamb led to slaughter, it was subdued without any opportunity to resist. This success made Luo Wen feel that the unconventional path he had chosen, diverging from other Ephi-ish, might have even greater potential. Moreover, the battle itself unfolded not solely based on his general plan but primarily on the instincts of the ants working together seamlessly. This realization was a wake-up call. Luo Wen resolved not to rely solely on his own strength to recklessly charge into danger. He could easily end up capsized in a ditch just like this spider, overwhelmed by smaller opponents through teamwork. At this moment, the giant spider was already lifeless. Even if it were somehow still alive, it posed no threat. It could eliminate all the soldier ants and still be unable to deal with the numerous worker ants burrowing inside its body. The crevices of the cliff were teeming with panicked little spiders, which hadn't fully matured and posed no significant threat. However, they were an excellent source of protein. Adhering to his principle of wasting nothing, Luo Wen ordered the ants to hunt down the small spiders. But the little spiders were incredibly agile, scuttling deftly along the cliff face. After a lengthy effort, the ants managed to catch just over 20, while most of them escaped. Luo Wen wasn't concerned. Let them run. When they matured, they'd provide an even greater bounty of protein. The mission had been a complete success. The primary objective lay before him, and those minor details were not worth dwelling on. The giant spider was dragged to the edge of the cliff and thrown down. A height of 5 to 6 meters wouldn't cause it to stray too far, and there was no fear of other creatures stealing it. Any creature daring to challenge his claim would be asking to witness his skills firsthand. The team then climbed down the cliff. Luo Wen began dismembering the giant spider, personally hauling the largest chunk toward the direction of the brood nest. He also sent 2 worker ants ahead to summon reinforcements. After all, the spider was rather large. Nearly every ant in the group was carrying a piece of it, leaving little manpower for defense. If they encountered scouting ants from another colony on the way, it could become troublesome. As the worker ants gathered the scattered ones flung away during the battle, a compound-eyed scout bug arrived. Luo Wen took a head count. Besides 1 soldier ant killed in action, 2 worker ants were missing. All things considered, the losses were minimal. The 2 missing workers likely hadn't died from the fall. They might still be nearby and could make their way back to the brood nest on their own. Even if they didn't, it wasn't a big deal. Worker ants were the most basic units, easily replaced. On the return journey, they encountered reinforcements from the brood nest, over 20 soldier ants accompanied by more than 300 worker ants. After the 2 groups merged, they collectively represented nearly half the brood nest's combat-ready force. With this, Luo Wen had no further worries about running into ants from other nests. They encountered a few scouting ants along the way. Before Luo Wen had a chance to act, the worker ants stationed on the perimeter immobilized them, allowing the soldier ants to move in and finish them off. Watching the orderly proceedings, Luo Wen finally felt a glimmer of what it meant to be a leader. Upon returning to the brood nest, Luo Wen directed the ants to pile the spider's dismembered parts in his room. Yes, in the new nest, he had carved out a personal chamber as his private space. The room was carpeted with dry wood shavings, sourced from an unknown type of tree whose roots the ants had severed. After the tree withered, the ants hollowed out its trunk to extract the shavings. This was a lengthy process, requiring far more time than Luo Wen could afford to wait for a tree to wither. These wood shavings had been looted from another ant colony. After dismissing the ants, Luo Wen gazed at the assortment of spider parts before him. It was finally time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Due to the spider being dismembered into small pieces and its tough, bristly exterior being difficult to eat, Luo Wen didn't consume the entire spider. He only chose the meatiest sections. Calling in a few worker ants to clean up the leftovers, Luo Wen then fell into a deep sleep. The spider's genetic material brought significant changes to Luo Wen. As he slept, his body began secreting a mucus-like substance that enveloped him. The mucus gradually hardened, transforming into a cocoon. When Luo Wen awoke to find himself inside the cocoon, he knew immediately that this evolution was significant. Strangely, though, he felt no extraordinary sensations during his sleep. It was just an ordinary nap. Breaking free from the cocoon, Luo Wen felt a tinge of regret that his room lacked a mirror, preventing him from immediately seeing his new form. However, his eyes afforded him an expansive field of vision. With only a few blind spots, he could see nearly all of his body. Twisting and bending his limbs to examine himself thoroughly, Luo Wen found himself puzzled. Truthfully, his overall appearance hadn't changed much. His body remained mostly the same, with minimal external differences. However, his striding limbs had undergone significant transformations. Previously short and stubby, they had become long and robust, resembling a spider's walking legs. Thick and sturdy, they now featured numerous joints. Each limb consisted of 7 segments, making them incredibly flexible. The exoskeleton covering them was reinforced with durable chitin, adorned with sharp spines and bristles. At their tips were small claws, under which lay tufts of barbed adhesive hairs. Luo Wen recalled how the spider had pulled him back to the cliff with its sticky claws. Now, he felt capable of doing the same. Crawling around his room, Luo Wen discovered he could cling upside down to the ceiling and still move swiftly. What once required immense effort to climb vertically now felt effortless. This evolution of his limbs not only bolstered his offensive capabilities but also greatly enhanced his survival prospects. If he ever needed to escape, terrain would no longer pose a challenge. Beyond his limbs, Luo Wen noticed changes in his mouth parts. He now had a pair of venomous fangs in addition to his mandibles. Previously, he could only grip enemies and crush them with his mandibles. Now, with these venomous fangs, he could bite enemies and inject venom into them. Reflecting on the spider's potent venom, Luo Wen reminded himself to be cautious while eating. He wasn't sure if he had any resistance to his own venom. The last thing he wanted was to accidentally poison himself while eating. On second thought, it seemed unlikely. He could control whether or not to inject venom. Even if he lacked resistance, he wouldn't end up poisoning himself. Underscore 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 underscore. Beyond the physical changes he observed, Luo Wen felt that his internal structure had also undergone significant transformations, though he wasn't sure of the specifics. If Luo Wen had more entomological knowledge, he might have deduced, based on the spider's physiology, that his oxygen delivery system had been overhauled. However, he would soon be able to confirm these genetic modifications through the brood nest. The new oxygen system was capable of supporting growth to much larger sizes. Despite these upgrades, Luo Wen hadn't gained the ability to produce silk. This wasn't entirely surprising. The creature resembled a spider in appearance, but Luo Wen had named it based on his own understanding. Who knew what it actually was? Moreover, its hunting method involved using rocks for ambushes, rather than showcasing any web-weaving abilities. Lacking the ability to spin silk didn't bother Luo Wen. The enhancements to his 6 striding limbs and the addition of venomous fangs alone were a major boon. Everything else would have been icing on the cake, desirable but not necessary. With his revenge complete, Luo Wen temporarily abandoned his thirst for action, allowing the region to experience a period of peaceful development. With the support of 4 nearby ant colonies, the number of insects under his control grew daily. Over time, the supplies from these colonies could no longer keep up with the demands of the brood nest. Recently, scout bugs with compound eyes had discovered 3 new ant colonies. Plans were underway to dig new transport routes. Once completed, the combined supply from all 7 colonies would sustain the brood nest's development for a while longer. Hundreds of days and nights passed. Luo Wen had no idea how long a year was on this planet. The climate in his region showed little variation, every day seemed the same. Plants didn't follow any seasonal patterns of sprouting or shedding leaves, and there was no clear distinction between spring, summer, autumn, or winter. After all this time, the brood nest now connected to 35 ant colonies, supporting a vast swarm of over 10,000 worker ants and several hundred soldier ants. This number was deliberately capped by Luo Wen. Without such control, the population could have easily doubled. The primary constraint was the length of the transport routes. The farthest colony was nearly a kilometer from the brood nest. By the time the transport workers reached the storage chambers to steal food, they were often too exhausted to carry much back. After consuming a portion of the food on site, they transported the remainder back, consuming even more along the way. By the time they returned to the brood nest, little food was left. To quantify this, every morning, a transport worker ant consumed 1 unit of food before setting out. Upon reaching Colony 35's storage chamber, it ate another unit and carried back 2 units of food. After returning, it consumed half a unit of food before resting for the night. The next morning, it consumed another unit and repeated the cycle. From this, it became clear that transporting 2 units of food cost the worker ant 2.5 units a net loss. Moreover, each colony had a daily limit on how much food could be stolen without disrupting its operations. Exceeding this limit would gradually reduce the colony's food output. Sustainable development required restraint, avoiding the kill the goose that lays the golden egg scenario. As a result, the brood nest had halted its expansion several weeks ago. Even the colonies numbered 30 and above were rarely visited by transport teams anymore, with only a few spy bugs loitering there for sustenance. Luo Wen had considered a diet of pure dirt for all but found it impractical. Tests revealed that the energy gained from eating dirt was too minimal to support daily activities. It was only viable for emergencies, where the swarm needed to remain inactive, minimizing survival costs. In simpler terms, eating dirt allowed them to survive while idle but couldn't sustain normal operations. Now, the brood nest's development had reached a bottleneck. To break through, Luo Wen devised 3 potential solutions. Plan 1. Improve transport efficiency. While ants were strong, capable of carrying food several times their weight, they lacked suitable transport tools to maximize their potential. Currently, they relied on their mandibles for transport. If the food remained intact, they could carry larger pieces. Unfortunately, the stolen food was often already ground into smaller fragments. It was akin to a 1-ton truck with only the cab and no cargo bed capable of carrying only a fraction of its capacity. If Luo Wen could find a way to enhance their carrying capabilities, the brood nest's influence could expand several-fold. Unfortunately, Luo Wen didn't know how to build cargo beds. He could only hope to encounter a bug species equipped with such a feature, allowing him to extract its genetic material. When or if that would happen was anyone's guess. Plan 2. Relocate the brood nest. The current brood nest was nestled against a cliff. In its early days, this location was advantageous, as it minimized the need to defend against enemies from all sides. Now that the brood nest had grown strong, relocating it to a more central area surrounded by numerous ant colonies could significantly increase its reach. Connecting to more colonies meant more stolen food, solving the current supply problem. However, this was merely a stopgap measure that didn't address the root issue. Furthermore, relocating such a large brood nest was no simple task. Even if they moved, it would take time to establish transport routes to the new colonies. During this transitional period, there was no clear way to sustain the swarm. Plan 3. Claim territory. The third plan involved clearing out nearby ant colonies and establishing a surface territory to produce food autonomously. 4 colonies were located close to the brood nest. To avoid conflict, Luo Wen's swarm rarely ventured above ground. Currently, all the food came from the colonies. This had created a warped ecosystem where the entire swarm except the soldier ants was essentially a massive transport team. Such dependence was unsustainable. By securing a patch of surface territory, they could produce their own food. For instance, they could raise the small green aphids found on tree leaves, expanding their scale using Luo Wen's intelligence. While this method of food production might seem unsavory, it would at least provide sustenance for his underlings. Compared to the first 2 options, the third plan seemed the most feasible. However, the worker ants from the nearby colonies were diligent and hardworking, making Luo Wen hesitant to disrupt their operations. His own laziness and lack of ambition caused him to put this plan on hold. Until a few days ago, when something unexpected happened. In recent days, with some free time on his hands, Luo Wen used spider genes as a base and added compound-eyed scout bug genes to create specialized patrol spiders. These new units were tasked with monitoring the cliff face and scouting the desert atop the cliffs. A few days ago, one of these scout spiders reported that the Yellow Earth Ant Legion had reappeared in the desert. However, the scout's description was vague and unclear, prompting Luo Wen to climb to the top of the cliff himself to observe and gather more accurate intelligence. Peeking cautiously over the cliff's edge, Luo Wen activated his compound eyes, which had evolved over hundreds of days and nights, allowing him to clearly see within a 50-meter radius. In front of him, just 20 meters away, a dense swarm of yellow earth ants moved like a muddy yellow torrent, trampling and piling on top of one another as they surged past. The army shifted direction as it neared the cliff, rolling away like a massive tidal wave. Luo Wen watched intently for several hours until the entire horde had passed. The once green desert, which had briefly flourished after a period of recovery, returned to its barren and desolate state. Only a few straggling yellow earth ants wandered aimlessly, left behind by the main force. At last, Luo Wen understood the scenes he had witnessed on his initial journey through the desert. The yellow earth ants treated the entire desert as a hunting ground, sweeping through it periodically. No wonder this area, despite being close to an underground river, remained so lifeless. The sheer number of yellow earth ants left Luo Wen in awe. Comparing it to his own swarm of over 10,000 insects, which formed only a small heap, he couldn't fathom how many ants were needed to create such an endless yellow tide that marched for hours. Though the exact number was unclear, Luo Wen was certain it was astronomically high. Initially, upon witnessing the spectacle, Luo Wen had considered relocating the brood nest. Despite the swarm's recent growth in strength, he believed it would fare no better against the Yellow Earth Ant Legion than it had in the past. But upon noticing that the ants never approached the cliff, and recalling that his underlings now possessed the dirt-eating survival skill, Luo Wen decided that, in the worst-case scenario, they could retreat underground for several days until the army passed. Coupled with the logistical challenges of relocating the brood nest, Luo Wen abandoned the idea. Instead, his ambitions stirred. He dreamed of one day leading his swarm to confront the Yellow Earth Ant Legion head-on and exact vengeance for the time he had been gutted and forced to flee. Of course, Luo Wen wasn't a vengeful person. No, his motivation was to seek justice for the flora and fauna of the desert. To achieve the strength necessary for vengeance or, justice, Luo Wen needed to expand his forces. The development of the brood nest was imperative, and clearing out nearby ant colonies had become unavoidable. Concerns about the diligence and contributions of the surrounding colonies no longer held weight. Today marked the start of the campaign, with the first objective being the elimination of the 4 closest ant colonies. Luo Wen planned to attack 1 colony per day, accounting for battlefield cleanup and inventorying the spoils, aiming to complete the operation within a week. Though the brood nest swarm could already overwhelm any single colony with sheer numbers, Luo Wen still insisted on devising careful battle plans to minimize unnecessary losses. The attack began with a covert operation. A dozen spy bugs altered their pheromones to move through the enemy colony undetected, heading straight for the queen ant's chamber. The queen's chamber was a tunnel-like room where an enormous queen ant lay at the center. It resembled a worker ant magnified several dozen times, with an elongated, swollen abdomen adorned with yellow, ring-shaped patterns. 4 sturdy soldier ants stood guard around her, while worker ants lined up to feed her mouth to mouth. A few others busily transported freshly laid eggs from her abdomen. The sudden intrusion of a dozen ants into the chamber caught the soldier ants' attention. However, after a brief inspection with their antennae, they detected nothing unusual and returned to their posts. The spy bugs, based on the worker ant template, had been modified with genes for pheromone alteration, rapid acceleration, and formic acid spray attacks. However, these were only the older versions. Carrying morsels of food, several spy bugs approached the queen ant, feigning an intention to feed her. Meanwhile, the others dispersed, moving toward the soldier ants. Though the soldier ants appeared uneasy as the spy bugs approached, they did not react aggressively and allowed them to climb onto their bodies. In an ant colony, stepping on one another was common, particularly for soldier ants accustomed to being climbed on due to their larger size. Once on the soldiers' backs, the spy bugs extended a retractable needle-like mouth part, initially coiled like a tape measure. The tape straightened, becoming as sharp as a steel needle, and slipped into the gaps in the soldier ants' armor. The soldiers seemed unaware of what was happening. After the battle with the spider, Luo Wen had contemplated arming the new spy bug models with venomous weapons. These units were designed for infiltration, intelligence gathering, and the assassination of key targets. Luo Wen had sometimes questioned whether such complexity was necessary for creatures of limited intelligence. But memories of the black beetle war god being ambushed to death, the venomous spider overwhelmed by coordination, and the vast yellow earth ant army reminded him that these creatures, while not highly intelligent, possessed instincts and evolutionary adaptations honed over millennia. Underestimating them would be unwise. Developing multi-unit tactics could serve as both a practical strategy and a form of personal amusement. When it came to the venom, Luo Wen realized during development that spider venom required the use of fangs. Since worker ants lacked the space for an additional set of fangs on their small heads, attempting to add them would result in underdeveloped, ineffective weaponry. Moreover, worker ants were primarily suited for ranged support and auxiliary roles, making close combat enhancements unnecessary. Considering the high energy costs of producing venom-equipped eggs, Luo Wen deemed it an inefficient investment. This led him to recall the camouflage bug, a classic example of defeating the strong with the weak. Its needle-like mouth part, while limited, was ideal for the spy bug's assassination role, delivering venom precisely to vulnerable spots. Thus, the scene of the spy bugs assassinating the soldier ants unfolded. Suddenly, the soldier ants began convulsing, their coordination failing. They stumbled, their bodies trembling in pain, unable to stand. The black beetle had died painlessly, succumbing silently due to the camouflage bug being of a similar size. In contrast, the size disparity between the spy bugs and the soldier ants was immense, with the former being several times smaller. The venom stored in the spy bugs wasn't enough for an instant kill. Nevertheless, the venom was sufficient to render the soldier ants' muscles useless, leaving them incapacitated and writhing in agony. For these soldiers, death would have been a kinder fate. When the queen ant detected the abnormality among the soldier ants, it became alert and released a pheromone signaling for protection. However, it was too late. The queen was already surrounded by numerous assassins. Almost at the exact moment the queen realized something was wrong, 7 worker ants disguised as feeders charged forward. 6 of them latched onto the queen's 6 striding limbs, pulling them backward. The remaining one climbed onto the queen's back and ejected a retractable proboscis like a tape measure. Despite its desperate struggles, the queen, used to being fed and clearly lacking physical exercise, was unable to overcome the 6 spy bugs holding it down. Its large body was firmly restrained. The nearby worker ants of the hive were momentarily stunned. These attackers bore legitimate identifiers, making it difficult for the hive ants to comprehend why their supposed companions would attack their queen. By the time they decided to help, it was too late. The two quickest responders were intercepted by spy bugs that had not yet joined the main attack. The proboscis extended like a steel needle and pierced the queen's armor at its joints. Within moments, the queen, like the soldier ants earlier, curled into itself, writhing in pain. In this primitive hive lacking effective medical treatment, the queen's muscles began dissolving internally. Its fate was sealed. The spy bugs didn't wait for the queen's death. The queen could still struggle for a long time, but their mission was complete, and they needed to retreat before the hive could fully react. First, however, they had to deal with the few hive worker ants obstructing their path. Several spy bugs advanced to entangle the worker ants, while others raised their abdomens, aiming their stingers. With precision, acid sprays hit the hive worker ants directly. The already outnumbered worker ants were further debilitated by this long-range bombardment. Their antennae and armor began to dissolve. Without antennae, the worker ants became like blind and deaf soldiers, losing most of their combat capabilities. After a brief resistance, they were subdued by the spy bugs. Taking advantage of the hive's disorganized state, the spy bugs withdrew to the hatchery, opened the smuggling tunnel, and scattered misleading pheromones. Unaware of the true situation, the hive worker ants and soldier ants, driven by instinct, followed the unfamiliar pheromones. To them, this was a critical part of the hive, and any anomaly needed immediate attention. Unfortunately, the moment they entered the smuggling tunnel, they were ambushed by the brood nest troops waiting in the shadows. A worker ant cautiously poked its head out of the tunnel's exit, its antennae probing for danger, only to have its head pierced by the powerful mandibles of a giant mandible soldier ant, which dragged it out of the tunnel. The giant mandible soldier ant turned, and two worker bugs stepped forward to grab the lifeless body hanging from its jaws, tearing it free and passing it to the rear to avoid clogging the tunnel. The subsequent ants passing through the tunnel were treated similarly. The dead bodies were handed down the line like a grim relay until a worker bug at the back dragged them toward the brood nest. The giant mandible soldier ant cleared the area of obstacles and resumed guarding the tunnel. Another oblivious victim poked its head out of the tunnel. One after another, the hive ants were slaughtered and their bodies transported to the rear. Some were worker ants, others soldier ants. It wasn't until the hive had lost over 100 ants that no more heads emerged from the tunnel. By this point, the strange behavior in the queen's chamber had finally been discovered. After prolonged agony, the queen succumbed to its injuries. The news of the queen's death spread through the hive as pheromones, causing chaos among the ants. At this moment, they no longer cared about the strange scents in the hatchery. After all, over 100 of their companions had already pursued the trail. Surely, everything would be fine. Some ants attempted to rush out of the hive's main entrance, but it had already been surrounded by the densely packed brood nest troops. Dozens of soldier ants blocked the exit, while hundreds of worker bugs supported them at their feet. Meanwhile, the outer perimeter forces of the brood nest were not idle. They had been tasked with eliminating all returning members of the hive. One by one, the worker ants, some carrying resources and others returning empty-handed, were intercepted by scout bugs before they even realized the danger. These bugs grabbed the worker ants' limbs, pinning them in place, as the giant mandible soldier ants or giant fang soldier ants stepped forward to behead them with their sharp tools. The bodies of these external hive members were then dragged by the worker bugs to a designated pile. Once the battle concluded, these high-quality protein sources would be taken to the mound above the brood nest, where they would undergo preservation treatments before being buried as reserves. At the hive's entrance, ants poured out continuously, and the fighting intensified. After all, this was a hive with over 5,000 members, hiding vast numbers of ants within its tunnels. The increasing pile of severed limbs and bodies, belonging to both hive and brood nest forces, began clogging the tunnel. With less room to maneuver, the battle's ferocity gradually diminished. The worker bugs assisting the brood nest soldiers started dragging away the remains of both allies and enemies, clearing the field and retreating to rest. The rear worker bugs quickly moved forward to fill in the vacated positions. Exhausted soldier bugs also retreated, giving way to others while resting in a designated zone, where they consumed ant flesh to regain strength. Insect wars were merciless. Losing more than 2 walking limbs meant losing balance and mobility, effectively a death sentence. Such disabled individuals had no choice but to continue fighting to the death or be recycled as protein by their comrades post-battle. Once the tunnel was cleared, the intensity of the battle surged once more. More hive members, upon learning of the queen's death, rushed recklessly out of the tunnel. The brood nest troops blocking the exit could no longer intercept them all. Many worker ants, stepping over both comrades and enemies, tried to breach the line. Reinforcements from the brood nest, both soldier bugs and worker bugs, surged forward, expanding the battlefield from the tunnel's entrance outward. As the density of hive members increased, a line of worker bugs advanced, forming a barrier and adopting a standard posture for spraying acid solution. The resulting acidic rain drenched the battlefield, covering a large area. While the brood nest troops, equipped with acid-resistant armor, regarded this as little more than a shower, the hive ants were not so fortunate. Their delicate antennae suffered devastating damage, and their exoskeleton armor began to corrode. Facing this blind and crippled enemy, the brood nest troops, already stronger, crushed their foes with ease. The battlefield was gradually pushed back toward the hive entrance. underscore 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 underscore. After several back and forth skirmishes, the Hive's forces began to show signs of exhaustion. At the same time, the worker bugs of the brood nest had depleted their reserves of acid solution. Having observed from the sidelines for quite a while, Luo Wen finally moved to the front lines. His massive frame, several times larger than a soldier ant, became an unstoppable force. With the insects coordinating around him, he resembled a bulldozer, charging through the battlefield with ease. It wasn't that he was cowardly. Well, at the beginning, he might have been a little hesitant. Given his size, Luo Wen was an obvious target on the battlefield. While his growing body granted him immense strength and resilience, his structure also left him vulnerable to smaller foes. His back, in particular, was a blind spot that was hard to defend. If too many worker ants surrounded him, he couldn't fend them all off. Should they manage to climb onto his back, there wasn't much he could do to stop them. Although his entire body was encased in tough chitinous armor that the smaller combatants couldn't penetrate, his bulbous, unprotected compound eyes were a glaring weakness. It wouldn't take much for a worker ant's bite to cause irreparable damage. When the brood nest's task force had besieged the cliff spider earlier, these very worker ants had crawled through its wounds and burrowed into its body. Since hive worker ants shared the same basic template as their brood nest counterparts, they likely possessed the same tactics. Luo Wen had no intention of experiencing the fate of that spider. Moreover, his side held the upper hand, so there was no need for him, as commander, to charge recklessly into battle. Thus, during the intense early skirmishes, Luo Wen watched from a distance, occasionally intercepting a stray scout ant returning to the hive. Now that the battle had come somewhat, Luo Wen, his blood boiling with excitement, finally had his chance to join in. Several worker bugs climbed onto his dorsal armor to guard his back, ensuring no worker ants could ambush him. At his feet, dozens of worker bugs followed closely, protecting his striding limbs and intercepting enemies from the flanks. Behind him trailed a few soldier bugs guarding his rear. This setup allowed Luo Wen to focus solely on the enemies ahead. Though his large compound eyes were a defensive weak spot, their incredible refresh rate made it nearly impossible for the worker ants and soldier ants to evade his gaze. He snapped his mandibles around a worker ant's thorax and abdomen, applying just enough pressure to sever it cleanly in two, the lifeless halves dropping to either side of his jaws. Luo Wen extended a striding limb, its clawed tip lashing out like lightning to hook another worker ant. Tiny adhesive hairs on the claw's pads clung to its prey as he pulled it back. His mandibles opened and shut, decapitating the ant in an instant. With a flick of his striding limb, he discarded the remains. Against opponents so far below his level, each one was dispatched effortlessly. Luo Wen couldn't help but wonder if his unique Luo-style insect combat techniques might become rusty from lack of proper use. Fortunately, a soldier ant from the hive soon appeared, charging directly toward him. Its size made it a passable opponent to test his skills. Grinning internally, Luo Wen assumed the opening stance of his combat style and advanced to meet the enemy. As the battle wore on, reinforcements from the hive ceased emerging from the tunnel. The remaining hive forces on the surface, now without fresh troops, were quickly isolated and eliminated. Luo Wen swung his antennae side to side, releasing new pheromone instructions. The worker bugs guarding his striding limbs dispersed. Moments later, a strike team of over a dozen soldier bugs charged into the hive's tunnel, followed by 100 worker bugs providing support. Simultaneously, several reserve units underground received Luo Wen's updated orders via messenger bugs. Inside the hive, numerous tunnels were breached by burrower ants, their figures quickly widening the openings. Following them, large groups of worker bugs surged in, led by soldier bugs. Within moments, brood nest units attacked the hive from multiple directions. The hive's fighting forces had long been exhausted. The few stragglers left offered no meaningful resistance. Without their queen ant, there was no centralized command, leaving them to fight as individuals. Before long, multiple brood nest squads converged in the hive's hatchery. Under Luo Wen's command, some soldier bugs and their worker bug escorts fanned out to search the tunnels for any survivors. Meanwhile, the majority of worker bugs swarmed into the hatchery to claim the spoils. The finely ground food scraps were highly nutritious and easy to consume top-tier provisions. Additionally, the hive's eggs, pupae, and larvae were excellent sources of protein, perfect for harvesting and repurposing. By midnight, the worker bugs' transport teams were still shuttling back and forth through the underground passages. Their two-way lines stretched into orderly formations, operating with impressive efficiency. Luo Wen, as the supreme commander of this operation, considered his work done and retired to his quarters for the night. Post-battle statistics showed that over 5,000 members of the hive had been virtually annihilated. A few scout ants scattered far afield had avoided capture, but their numbers were negligible. Thanks to excellent tactical execution, the brood nest lost only a few hundred worker bugs and just over 20 soldier bugs. Luo Wen couldn't be bothered with exact figures. First, in this vast brood nest, he was the only one who could count. As its highest-ranking officer, he needed only an approximate idea. Second, the corpses of their fallen, be they enemy or ally, were piled together in a jumble of severed limbs, making it nearly impossible to determine precise numbers. The next morning, Luo Wen observed the still bustling brood nest and made adjustments to his original plans. The goal of taking down one hive per day was temporarily postponed. Luo Wen had underestimated the logistical challenges of post-battle operations. For one, the worker bug's acid solution reserves would require several days to replenish. Acid solution, with its ability to blind and burn enemies, was a critical auxiliary weapon in war. However, once depleted, it took considerable time to regenerate. The massive gains from annihilating this hive would also require the brood nest to process its spoils over time. Being near a lakeside meant high humidity, which made food difficult to preserve. If 4 hives were conquered in rapid succession, the resulting surplus would likely spoil before it could be consumed. The insects of the brood nest were creations of the brood nest mother, who shared an intimate, undisclosed relationship with Luo Wen. Given how the insects treated Luo Wen's pheromone commands as divine orders, their bond was clearly profound. Thus, no insect dared oppose Luo Wen's decisions. For now, the brood nest troops halted their assaults on the remaining hives, shifting into a brief period of recovery and reorganization. Underscore 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 underscore. The brood nest, having recently received a large infusion of high-quality protein, was operating at full capacity. Every day, it worked diligently, ensuring productivity without compromising itself. The eggs it produced were primarily worker ant eggs, with only a few allotted to replenish the ranks of the fallen soldier ants. This war, which had mobilized over 10,000 combatants on both sides, provided Luo Wen with clarity on the optimal composition of the brood nest's forces moving forward. Under his command, which far surpassed the strategic capability of any ant, most of the battles were confined to narrow spaces, such as underground tunnels or hive entrances. This restriction meant that, at any given time, only a limited number of troops from both sides engaged directly. Apart from the larger number of soldier ants required to maintain the siege at the hive entrances, few were needed elsewhere. Soldier ants, useful only in combat, were essentially food-consuming machines. Overproduction during wartime risked a surplus after the conflict ended. To prevent unnecessary food loss, any excess soldiers would have to be recycled into protein stores. Given that a few hundred soldier ants sufficed for current needs, Luo Wen refrained from hatching more. In contrast, worker ants proved far more versatile and indispensable. First, during battles, they acted as auxiliaries, shielding soldier ants' limbs and backs. In direct combat, they could bite and pin down enemies, holding them in place for soldier ants to finish off. Against large enemy forces, they could spray acid to blind and incapacitate the opposition. Post-battle, they transformed into transport teams, cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils. In peacetime, they tended larvae, maintained cleanliness within the brood nest, and managed emerging industries such as green insect ranching, which involved rearing aphids and collecting their secretions. For the brood nest, more worker ants equaled greater efficiency. Months passed. A silver torrent cascaded down a cliff, creating a majestic waterfall that churned into a misty spray, glinting like diamonds in the sunlight. At the base of the waterfall lay a shimmering lake. Gentle ripples spread across its surface under the caress of the breeze. Viewed from above, the once perfectly round lake had a small flaw, a cracked edge forming a winding stream that meandered into the distance. The lakeshore and stream banks were lush with greenery, vibrant and thriving. Several hundred meters from the lake stood a towering tree, its height reaching tens of meters. Its massive canopy cast a wide shadow over the land below. Clinging to the deep brown trunk was a black beetle, as large as a dinner plate. It stuck to the tree like an unsightly patch, disrupting the natural harmony of the scene. This was Luo Wen, surveying his domain. Over the past few months, the brood nest had conquered 7 hives in succession, expanding its territory to over 300 meters in radius. Though modest in human terms, for ants most no larger than a fingernail, it was a vast realm. Previously, this territory supported 7 hives, each housing over 5,000 ants. Now, under the brood nest's control and supplemented by resources from over 20 neighboring hives, the population had more than doubled, surging past 20,000 individuals. The soldier ant count had just surpassed 1,000, alongside a few hundred specialized combatants such as spy bugs and scout bugs. The remainder were all worker ants, with a 3:7 ratio between those equipped with burrowing limbs and those without. Luo Wen discovered that insects with additional genetic modifications, such as specialized organs, not only cost more to produce but also required higher maintenance. While the extra cost per individual seemed negligible, the cumulative effect of thousands added up significantly. Thus, after careful calculations, Luo Wen settled on a 3:7 ratio. Worker ants with burrowing limbs primarily handled underground maintenance and food transport from other hives. Those without burrowing limbs, being lighter, were assigned to the brood nest's new enterprise, rearing aphids, small green, semi-transparent insects. Luo Wen had given them this name as a sentimental nod. 70% of the worker ants over 15,000 were perfect for tree climbing tasks. Each day, these worker ants swarmed the vegetation within the territory, diligently nurturing the once meager aphid population. Originally, the aphids, limited in mobility, rarely moved unless they exhausted the leaves beneath them. However, under Luo Wen's guidance, the worker ants carried the aphids to new plants, enabling them to propagate more effectively. After feeding on the plants, the aphids produced semi-transparent droplets, which the worker ants collected by massaging the aphids. These droplets were consumed by the ants, who then regurgitated the surplus to feed their companions. When all had eaten their fill, the remaining droplets were stored in designated areas to dry. Over time, the evaporated liquid left behind pale yellow crystals, sweet, rare treats that were easy to store. Knowing their origin, Luo Wen refused to eat these aphid products. Don't ask how he knew what they tasted like. However, aphids were pests to vegetation. As their population flourished, the plants within the territory suffered. Leaves were stripped bare, depriving the plants of the photosynthesis they needed to survive. Recognizing the issue, Luo Wen realized that his earlier practices resembled overfishing, threatening to deplete his resources entirely. Drawing on his human experience, Luo Wen devised an ingenious plan. He noticed that ants also excreted waste, which worker ants collected daily and deposited at specific sites. Plants near these sites thrived, their growth enhanced by what Luo Wen deduced was fertilization with organic waste. Unfortunately, ant waste was too sparse to fertilize the vast number of plants in his domain. Even the daily output of tens of thousands of ants was insufficient. After pondering the problem, Luo Wen hypothesized that the low waste production stemmed from the ants' diet, which was primarily aphid secretions. Such a liquid diet likely explained the minimal excretion. Would solid food increase waste production? Sometimes, a wild thought leads to innovation. Recalling his only personal experience with solid food digestion since becoming an insect, Luo Wen had a sudden realization: the battlefield was full of solid food, ready to be processed. Underscore 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 underscore. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. Currently, every insect in the brood nest possessed genes allowing them to consume soil. With this talent, the entire ground became a buffet of solid food. If solid intake was needed, they could eat as much as desired. Luo Wen's idea was swiftly implemented. He began by selecting 500 worker ants for an experiment, instructing them to consume soil daily and deposit the resulting biofertilizer near designated plants. The results were remarkable. The same number of worker ants consuming soil produced several times more biofertilizer compared to their previous diet. During this period, Luo Wen also ordered the ants to stop assisting the aphids in migrating. Whether aiding plant growth would succeed still required further trials and time. Thus, Luo Wen decided to pursue both paths simultaneously, researching biofertilizer while curbing the aphid population. The biofertilizer experiment was a resounding success. Perhaps aligning with natural laws, the fertilizer produced from soil consumption was significantly more effective than that derived from aphid secretions. Initially, only 500 ants were assigned to consume soil daily, but this mandate soon expanded to include every insect in the brood nest except for Luo Wen himself and the spy bugs lazing in the hatchery. With over 20,000 insects producing biofertilizer daily, the output was substantial. Luo Wen hatched additional worker ants specifically tasked with distributing the fertilizer across the vegetation within the territory. Even with the plants being fertilized, the restriction on aphid numbers remained in place. The current aphid population already supplied the brood nest's needs with surplus left over, so there was no need to increase their numbers. With the vegetation crisis resolved, life returned to a steady rhythm. The absence of independent thought among the insects proved advantageous. They worked tirelessly, day after day, without a hint of complaint. Luo Wen had taken to climbing the tallest tree in his domain daily, perching on its trunk to observe the orderly busyness of the insects below. He disliked the damp, confined underground environment where he had once been forced to hide for survival. Now, as a burgeoning overlord of the area, Luo Wen felt no need to remain constantly cooped up. Suddenly, a commotion on a nearby tree trunk caught his attention. A group of worker ants, seemingly discovering something unusual during their activities, moved closer to investigate. As the dominant force in the area, the worker ants naturally took the lead in checking out anomalies. Whatever they found prompted the ants to release pheromones signaling for reinforcements. Passing worker ants stopped in their tracks upon receiving the signal. The number of ants swelled, encircling the spot as if preparing for a battle. What puzzled Luo Wen was that the vegetation in question wasn't far from him. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the worker ants, but there didn't seem to be anything of note within their encirclement. To Luo Wen, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of bark. In the monotony of daily life, any novelty was a welcome distraction, and Luo Wen's curiosity was immediately piqued. He launched himself from the tree in a leap of faith, landing belly up in the grass below. However, his 7-segmented, highly agile striding limbs quickly flipped him upright with ease. He made his way toward the commotion. As he approached the worker ants' circle, Luo Wen began to notice subtle differences. The piece of bark, while seemingly identical to the surrounding wood, revealed faint insect-like contours under his high-resolution vision. Could it be a camouflage bug? Luo Wen wondered, his interest waning slightly. Both camouflage bugs and black beetles were common in this region beneath the cliffside forest and the desert shrublands beyond. These insects had flourished here, unrestrained by the restrictions placed on yellow earth ants, and existed in significant numbers. Despite their proliferation, camouflage bugs were weak combatants. Their ambush skills might be top tier, but their direct combat capabilities were pitifully low. Their camouflage, while impressive, was useless against worker ants, who identified threats through pheromones rather than sight. Once discovered, a few worker ants could easily eliminate them. As for black beetles, they were doomed if they didn't flee when discovered. If the worker ants called for reinforcements, they would inevitably be reduced to protein reserves. Although worker ants lacked individual combat strength, their swarm tactics made them the dominant force in the region. They even managed to catch grasshoppers, which had once been a bane for Luo Wen, in significant numbers daily. Luo Wen, having tasted grasshoppers before, had been unimpressed. The only redeeming quality of grasshoppers was their strong hind legs, whose genes marginally enhanced his own limb muscles not enough to replicate their leaps. Lost in his musings, Luo Wen suddenly noticed something unusual about this particular camouflage bug. The bark-like pattern wasn't an external covering but part of its natural coloration, seamlessly blending into its environment. This was a species Luo Wen had never encountered before. His curiosity reignited. A new species meant new genetic fragments to collect. Whether they proved useful was secondary, they were worth acquiring. Quickening his pace, Luo Wen reached the circle of ants. His antennae twitched, signaling the worker ants to part and allow him through. The new insect was smaller and slimmer than a typical camouflage bug, with notably sturdy shoulder and dorsal plates. Its coloration matched its surroundings perfectly, with patterns on its back blending flawlessly with the tree bark. The insect remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to Luo Wen's approach. Cautiously, Luo Wen extended a burrowing limb to prod the insect. The sheer size difference was staggering. His burrowing limb alone was nearly as large as the creature itself. The insect reacted to the touch as if it truly were a piece of bark, showing no response. Luo Wen applied more pressure, nudging the insect. Though it swayed slightly under the force, it stubbornly clung to the tree bark with its claws. Luo Wen almost laughed. Did this insect really believe that staying still would fool him? Feeling his intelligence insulted, Luo Wen swung his burrowing limb in a Luo-style combat technique opener, striking the insect directly. Despite its slender build, the insect was surprisingly resilient. It withstood the blow with minimal damage. Realizing its camouflage had failed, the insect abandoned its disguise. Releasing its grip on the bark, it pushed off with its short legs and dropped toward the ground. Something extraordinary happened. Upon landing, the insect's coloration shifted rapidly, blending seamlessly with the surrounding grass and leaves. In an instant, it vanished into its environment. Underscore 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 underscore. Seeing the special talent displayed by the chameleon bug, Luo Wen's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly jumped down from the tree trunk as well. The bug dove into the grass and disappeared. If Luo Wen hadn't kept his eyes fixed on it without blinking since the start, it might have truly escaped. His massive physique was now an advantage. Luo Wen charged after the bug like a tank, ignoring and crushing all obstacles in his path. The bug's body changed color as it scurried rapidly, blending seamlessly with its surroundings and making it nearly impossible to spot. Unfortunately for it, unlike grasshoppers, it didn't have powerful hind legs. Already locked onto its trail, Luo Wen quickly caught up after it wriggled through a few patches of grass. A long foreleg shot out like lightning, grabbing the bug by its carapace and dragging it to Luo Wen. Two burrower legs descended from above, pinning the bug down. Though it struggled fiercely, the power difference was insurmountable. A pair of giant fangs clamped onto the bug. With one bite, its struggles gradually ceased. Fresh ingredients often needed to be consumed promptly. Luo Wen didn't bother to move elsewhere and enjoyed a hearty meal on the spot before returning to his chamber to rest. When he woke up, Luo Wen discovered the secret behind the chameleon bug's abilities. The surface of Luo Wen's exoskeletal armor was now covered with a layer of extremely fine, densely packed scales. These scales contained nano-sized crystalline structures within their epidermal cells, forming a unique type of chromatophore. By controlling the spacing between the crystals, the cells could reflect light of different wavelengths. This adaptation allowed the scales to adjust rapidly according to their surroundings, reflecting the same light as nearby objects to deceive observers and achieve concealment. This newfound ability was particularly effective against individuals like Luo Wen with keen vision. Eyes are a highly complex and sensitive optical system, serving as crucial observation tools. They work by detecting light, projecting it onto light-sensitive retinas to form images, which are then converted into signals and transmitted to the brain. Light consists of numerous colors. The number of colors a creature can perceive depends on the types of photoreceptors in its eyes. Humans, for instance, have 3 types of color-sensitive receptors, allowing them to see 3 primary colors, whereas dogs only have 2. Luo Wen's eyes were far more advanced, capable of perceiving a broader spectrum of primary colors. Exactly how many he could see, he wasn't sure. By mixing primary colors in varying proportions, countless new colors could emerge, but these weren't primary colors. Comparing with his former self, Luo Wen noticed his current vision was far richer. For example, he could see a unique type of light that allowed him to determine the positions of the sun and moon on this planet, even without directly seeing them, and use it for navigation. Since transforming into an insect, this special light had cured his sense of direction. Navigation became second nature. Even so, the new camouflage ability could counteract this advantage. The ability worked by perfectly mimicking the reflective light of the surroundings. No matter how many wavelengths an observer could detect, they would find no differences. Previously, Luo Wen could only discern a bug-shaped patch on the bark by observing the spatial depth. Relying on his eyes alone, he couldn't distinguish it from the bark. But through cognitive analysis, he could deduce it was a bug. However, all of this depended on knowing beforehand that something was amiss. Without the worker ants alerting him to the anomaly, he could have stared at it all day and discovered nothing. Despite its exceptional focus, the ability had an obvious weakness. Creatures like ants, which don't primarily rely on sight, were unaffected, making it akin to dancing for the blind. The chameleon bug had been overly confident in its ability, even when surrounded. This led it to unwittingly gift Luo Wen its extraordinary talent. Though flawed in some respects, the ability was undeniably a remarkable form of biological black technology. Luo Wen had seen similar inventions online in his past life, such as special armors that used electronic screens to mimic and project the surrounding environment for optical deception. Yet, such devices were no match for the innate abilities of this evolved organism. Currently, this ability's greatest use for Luo Wen was making him less conspicuous when clinging to tree trunks, no longer resembling a glaring adhesive patch. With this little adventure behind him, life returned to normal. Days passed steadily, and the hive continued its orderly development. Within the radiation zone, the vegetation began to show subtle differences from the surrounding areas. Luo Wen implemented a new aphid management policy. Aphids were only permitted to consume older leaves when new ones had sprouted. If aphids overbred and consumed unpermitted leaves, worker ants would cull their numbers and recycle them as protein. Under this strict control, the vegetation within the territory flourished with the help of biological fertilizer. Abundant food led to a surge in the hive's population. When the numbers reached a threshold, a new wave of expansion began. Under Luo Wen's command, and while ensuring normal hive operations, all available bugs surged outward. With prior experience in territorial expansion, the bugs efficiently dismantled neighboring ant nests that previously served as food sources. This was not a contest between equals. Armed with superior tactical thinking and overwhelming numbers, the ants' resistance was easily crushed. After extending their territory by 100 meters in a fan-shaped arc, the hive army halted and began another period of consolidation. With the hive's growth on track, its development resembled a snowball rolling downhill. Experienced worker ants migrated en masse to the newly conquered areas to establish new aphid pastures. Correspondingly, the vegetation in these new territories received biological fertilizer treatment. The void left by their departure was quickly filled by newly emerged adults from the pupae. The hive's exact population had become unquantifiable to Luo Wen, given the daily attrition from various mishaps. These included casualties from skirmishes with black beetles, losses during exploration, and ambushes by unknown insects. For instance, underground, there was a type of creature resembling a foul-smelling earthworm that ambushed from below. It dug funnel-shaped pits on the surface, causing worker ants to slip in. At the bottom of the pit, the creature waited patiently. When prey fell in, it would spring up, using its massive pincers to capture and drag them underground for consumption. Most of these ambushers were concentrated in newly expanded territories. Though many were cleared after the hive took over, some managed to escape the sweeps, claiming unlucky victims daily. Underscore 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 underscore. In addition to those insects that died accidentally, many new ones were born every day. With the hive's territory now vast, the insects were busier than ever, working tirelessly day and night. Gone were the days when only a few hundred insects would huddle together at night. Back then, Luo Wen could easily count their numbers in a matter of moments when he had nothing else to do. He sighed nostalgically at the simplicity of those earlier days, now long past. Today, he could only make rough estimates. The insect population had grown to at least 50,000. As time passed, Luo Wen began experiencing some headaches in recent days, as many insects had fallen ill. It was unclear when it started, but small white dots had appeared on the once shiny exoskeletal armor of the insects. At first, these white spots were few and scattered, appearing on the carapaces of just a handful of insects. But in a very short time, the dots spread rapidly, covering the insects' entire bodies. Before long, those afflicted with the white dots inexplicably perished. The worker ants followed protocol, recycling the dead into protein, but in doing so, they inadvertently spread the white dots to others. The white dots behaved like a plague, rapidly infecting more insects. By the time Luo Wen noticed and focused on the issue, hundreds of insects had already died from the affliction. Luo Wen felt a pang of guilt. It was a clear lapse in his management. Recently, he had been preoccupied with perching on tree trunks and enjoying the scenery. Furthermore, as his size increased, he had stopped living among the other insects. To accommodate his growing size, creating a tunnel large enough for him to access the underground would require substantial excavation, introducing potential risks to the hive, such as flooding during rain. The hive entrance was built atop a raised mound, which the worker ants had modified over time to resemble a miniature volcanic crater. This design allowed them to seal the entrance quickly during rainfall, preventing water from entering the nest or pooling around the entrance. If a larger tunnel were constructed for Luo Wen, sealing it during heavy rain would be nearly impossible for the worker ants, potentially endangering the entire hive. With his limited insectal experience, Luo Wen hadn't considered such issues in advance. Several weeks ago, a torrential downpour had drenched the area. At that time, his size was still manageable, and the tunnel wasn't excessively large. Even so, rainwater still flooded the hive, drowning a significant number of worker ants. Since then, Luo Wen had dug out a separate chamber near the hive for his own use, choosing to live alone. This isolation was the primary reason he failed to notice the white dot outbreak sooner. After identifying the problem, Luo Wen carefully observed an infected worker ant. To his surprise, the white dots weren't a disease but rather tiny insects. These minuscule parasites clung tightly to their hosts, using their mouthparts to pierce the exoskeleton and feed on bodily fluids. They reproduced rapidly, and once their numbers reached a critical mass, they could kill the host. Though Luo Wen identified the cause of the outbreak, he had no effective solution. The insects' combat abilities were designed for larger-scale threats, rendering them useless against the microscopic white parasites. While the adhesive hairs on Luo Wen's legs could pick off these pests, treating thousands of infected insects by himself was an insurmountable task. Hatching new insects equipped with adhesive hairs? The time required for eggs to develop into mature insects was far too long. By then, the infected population would likely be wiped out. Directly producing adult insects from the brood nest? The process was inefficient, yielding too few to make a significant impact. Luo Wen had no choice but to isolate the infected insects and think of a plan. Just as he was about to hit a mental wall, a breakthrough occurred. He recalled the worker ant's formic acid, which was highly effective against enemies lacking acid-resistant genes. He decided to test it. The results were astonishing. The white parasites had no resistance to formic acid and were easily exterminated. A single acid rain session later, the hive was free of infections, and the insects returned to health. However, the root of the issue remained unresolved. Where had the parasites come from? Luo Wen, living in a monotonous world, found himself ruminating on the problem. Eventually, he formed a hypothesis. He had already dismantled over 20 ant nests but had never seen these parasites on ants. Likewise, the hive had been free of them until recently. This suggested that a recent change in the hive's environment triggered the outbreak. Luo Wen recalled the wood chips used by ants to keep their nests dry. These chips were made by gnawing on plant roots to create dried wood, which the ants extracted. Previously, the hive had similar wood chips. But since Luo Wen moved out, moisture control in the hive had been neglected. This was the only notable change in recent times. Whether this was the true cause required further observation. Luo Wen quickly issued new orders. The worker ants thoroughly cleansed the hive with formic acid and collected fresh, dry wood chips from nearby dried wood sources. Once arranged, the hive returned to its former dry and comfortable state. Over the next several days, no new white dots appeared, confirming that moisture was indeed the culprit. With the issue resolved, life returned to its usual rhythm. Months later, the hive's influence expanded outward by another 100 meters. Meanwhile, Luo Wen faced a familiar problem. When Luo Wen first decided to emerge from the underground and eliminate the surrounding ant nests, it was because the transport routes had become too long. Worker ants spent more energy traveling than they could harvest. This problem hadn't been fundamentally resolved, and now it had resurfaced. With the expanded territory, the hive's outermost boundaries were nearly 500 meters away from its core. Round trips were time-consuming and energy-intensive for the worker ants. This distance was already their operational limit. If the hive were to expand further, the issue would need to be addressed. Thus, the old plan to relocate the hive was revisited. This time, however, circumstances were different. The hive was now the dominant force in the area, able to migrate across the surface without risk. After careful consideration, Luo Wen selected a new hive location 50 meters from the current boundary. This site offered a safe buffer and room for future expansions. Even so, the relocation only provided a temporary fix. Once the hive expanded another 400 to 500 meters, the same problem would arise again. By then, relocating the hive alone wouldn't suffice. Luo Wen needed to devise a lasting solution during this period to resolve the issue once and for all.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.